Hello, good morning. How are you? Good? So welcome to Vanilla.js and Go, building a full stack app. So my name is Maximiliano. I can go by Max. I'm Fert on most social networks. My website is fert.dev. Let me go really quickly about myself. So I'm from Argentina. I live in Buenos Aires. And I'm a mobile web developer. So I have been doing web development since 1996. So that's a long time ago, almost 30 years doing web development. In that case, it was just vanilla web, vanilla JavaScript. We didn't use that term at the time. Then, of course, I started doing JavaScript. I've done more than 160 web apps that were publishing along these 30 years. And I'm an author of many books and many courses on different technologies, mostly around web, mobile web, and web performance. So those are my usual topics when it comes to courses. Also, I work with Google in writing Learn PWA on Progressive Web App. It's a free course or free ebook. Actually, it's kind of an interactive ebook on Progressive Web Apps. And at Frontend Masters, I have several courses on frontend, mobile apps, on native mobile apps, and some backend courses, including PHP and Go. So for this workshop, it's a good idea for you to first go and have some experience with Go and vanilla JavaScript. And I have two other courses on those topics. We have vanilla JavaScript, you might not need a framework, and basics of Go. Also, in case you don't have that experience, you can start with that before doing this course. So what about the contents of this workshop? We're going to build a full stack application, mostly from scratch. Okay, so we will see all the stages, all the steps to actually get an up and running app at the end of the course. We're going to start introducing the project. So what we're going to be building today. We're going to set up first the basics of the backend with Go. So we're going to set up the project. We're going to create a server to serve first the static files and also to serve an API that will be RESTful. Then we will create the database. So we will talk about the database schema, the data that we will be using, and we will be building a RESTful API. So then a client can consume the data. That's the idea. After that, we will start working with the frontend. Again, in the frontend, we're going to be using vanilla JavaScript. So we're not going to use any library or any framework, just plain JavaScript with, of course, HTML, CSS, and all the rest of the web technologies. And we will be using web components as a way to design our frontend. So we will create a couple of web components, and some of those components will have dynamic rendering. So they will consume data from the API, and it will populate the UI. After that, we will start working with search, filter, and sort. So we will see what's the best practice to actually make that work when we have a database. We're going to do client-side routing as well. So our app will have several pages, different pages or views or sections. So we will use just plain JavaScript to create the client-side routing system so we can navigate between pages. State management. So we will see how to store data client side and keep that synced with the server. And for that, we will focus on authentication. So we will have a way to register users, log in the users, and keep the session active using one of the latest technologies available in terms of design patterns that will let the user keep logged in. And then we will add favorites and watch lists, and this is what is that? Well, actually, we are going to be creating a movies application. So we will have a list of movies, actually a huge database of movies, and we will be able to keep our favorite movies and a watch list in this system, in this web app. Okay, so that's kind of the idea. So prerequisites for this course: basic JavaScript, basic HTML, and CSS. So the CSS part is the one that we won't be spending too much time with. It's actually maybe the only part that is already pre-written, so we can just focus on the development side and on the design side. Have some familiarity with JavaScript and DOM API, so that's what we know as vanilla JavaScript. So if you have ever played with getElement by ID or query selector, okay, you're good to go. Basic Go backend development. So just having a basic idea of Go or Golang and how to create the basic server. We're going to do it from scratch anyway, but it's important for you to have familiarity with the language and the syntax. Some SQL and database concept, because we will be using a SQL-based storage, actually a Postgres database. So if you have experience just with SQL queries and understanding primary keys, foreign keys, all those ideas, that will be good. Actually, that's only from a knowledge point of view, and from an installation point of view, the only thing we will need is Go. Actually, from 220, it's probably going to be good enough. Even if you have 210, it's probably going to work, because we won't use the latest features of the language. So in case you don't have it, you can start going and downloading Go from the Go official website. So then you will have the compiler up and running. And of course, we will be using a code.
Max, is it? Do you mean 1.24?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe do that bullet again.
Yeah,
Thank
let's,
you.
Let's re-say that.
From here, yeah. And from a software perspective, the only thing that you need is actually Go. I'm going to be using 124, but if you have 120, or even if you have 110 is probably going to work anyway, because we are not going to use the latest versions of the language, or any of the new parts of the language. And of course, you need a code editor. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, but you are free to use any code editor, and just the browser, because this is a web app. That's all we need. We don't need a web server, because we are going to code the web server using Go. This is just one technique. It's not the only technique. Later, we will discuss all the options that we have when we are building our full stack application. But in our case, we are just going to be writing everything with Go. So there is a workshop site. It's on GitHub, github.com/Ferdman. That's my username, my last name actually, /Go vanilla JS. So there you will find just kind of a folder that will be used as a placeholder for our project. You have a copy of the slides there. Also, there will be the final project will actually be there as well. And also we have the data set, because we are not going to be like typing movies from scratch. So I already have a set of movies that we will use to populate the database. So you have all the installation scripts there that we will see later. So you can clone that repository. You can get it. You can download it manually, however you want to work with that. That will be good enough. Also, there is a README file there in Markdown. I will show you now how it looks like. So if I open this, the README has instructions, so step-by-step instructions of everything that I will be doing. It's going to be pretty much the same, so I'm going to be live coding maybe 90% of the project, but you have here some snippets also to copy and paste, or in case you are lost at some points. You have all these steps by letter and number, so I will be saying, okay, we are now doing A2, A3, A4, B1, B2, B3. Okay, and also when you download this or when you clone this repository, you get that locally as well. So if you open this, for example, in Visual Studio Code, if I open that README, of course, you have the code here also, and you can also right-click and maybe open a preview, and you can also see this locally, not just on the GitHub website in terms of the Markdown README file. So if you have, yeah.
Could you also show the app that we're building?
Yes. Give me a sec, because I need to open that again. I have some screenshots in a second, but also let me open the final project and run it. So this is the app that we will be building. This is the final version, at least for the first steps. So we have a list of movies. We can get into a movie with details. We can see the details. We can see the cast. We can search for a movie like Superman movies. Okay, you can see everything is pretty fast. That's because it's Go plus vanilla JavaScript. Okay, and we can log in, we can register, and that's kind of the app that we will be building during this course, right? If you have any question at any time, please ask any question. Even if you feel it's a basic question, it's probably be a good one, and it's going to help someone else. So even if I'm saying that you should have experience on Go and vanilla JavaScript, please, anyway, if you see that I'm doing something that you don't understand, go ahead and ask a question. I will answer that. Yeah.
You mentioned you're using Postgres. Are we doing that locally installing, or are we doing it through?
We will get into that in a second, but actually, it's up to you. So I have the script to populate a database. So I will show you some providers that we can use and get it running today with a free tier. Or if you want to use a local Postgres instance, it's going to be good anyway. So both options are OK. We will get into that part in a few minutes. So let's start talking about the project. You have already seen a sneak peek, but it looks like this. OK, so we have movies. So that's the whole idea. We have a database of movies, and we will work with those movies. We can filter, we can search, we can mark a movie as a favorite, and for that we will need to have a user account. So we have login, we have registration, and the whole flow for that process. For the details, we are going to be also creating some web components that will render the details of the movie, including, for example, a video embed from YouTube. So we will see there how to create a web component that we can reuse many times when you have YouTube movies. And of course, this is just downloading the data from the backend. And the backend is downloading the data from the database. So we actually will see all the flow and everything that we will be building to make that work. Regarding the technologies that we will be using, we have already mentioned a couple, but the backend will be just Go. The database will be Postgres, but the idea is that we're going to see how to think future-proof. That means that if in the future we want to change the data storage and we want to use MongoDB, that a completely different storage mechanism, or if you want to change Postgres with another database, we're going to see how to think about that, even if you're not going to create a MongoDB database these days or today. At least we will prepare the code with some design patterns, so it will be easy in the future to make that change. Okay, so part of today's idea is to see and think about the architectural design patterns when we are building an app that will make that app more future-proof. Because, in the future, everything will change. Things are changing. Maybe we change providers. Maybe if you're doing an app for a client, for a customer, the client is changing something internally, and now they want to use a different database storage. Our app should be ready for that. Okay? So for the front end, HTML, CSS, vanilla JavaScript, so no React, no Angular, no Vue.js, no Next.js, just plain web technologies. For the communication between the front end and the back end, we're going to just use JSON, RESTful APIs. There are other options as well, have GraphQL and other protocols, but we will be focusing on the basics of the web, like this is kind of vanilla web, and what we are using these days to communicate the front end and the back end, just JSON, and using the basics of HTTP. For example, in that case, we have the verb, get, post, delete, put, and also we have the status code as a protocol. We will see that later, but for example, if you are searching for a movie and the movie does not exist, the server will respond with the 404 using the HTTP protocol directly, and the data will be transported using just JSON. Okay, that's the idea. So in terms of best practices, we are going to be building a single page applications. In this case, there are many ways to create that movie application. Okay, so we can do, for example, a fully server-side project using, for example, templates with Go. We can then populate everything server-side, but it has some advantages and also disadvantages. One of the disadvantages of doing everything server-side is performance once the app was loaded, because every time you make a search, you need to go to the server, your whole app will refresh, and then you need to wait for another HTML to appear with the results of that search. So for that case, we are going to be building a single page application, also known as SPA. So in that case, we are sending from the server everything that is needed to the client, and then the client will work alone, and the server will be just for data management, just for the API. Okay, we will get there anyway. So that's our main design pattern today, single page application. We will use also repository. This is the pattern that will let us change data sources in the future easily. Again, if from Postgres we want to change it with MongoDB, well, repository is the one that will let us do that, and we will see how to do that with Go. We will try to use clean code, as clean as possible. That means sometimes we need to make decisions, and we will decide on the cleanest solution. And with that, I mean maybe not the most performant solution, but the one that feels easy to understand. Okay, so we are building this. Let's say this is our first full stack project that we are creating. So our goals is to understand the project, to keep it maintainable for the future. And sometimes if you just focus on performance, you do sometimes dirty tricks in your code that when you look at that, you say, I don't understand what's going on. So that's for another step in the future. No frameworks, as I mentioned before. No frameworks server-side, no frameworks client-side. In terms of libraries, so libraries are like smaller things, we will try to keep external libraries to the minimum, mostly on the server. On the client, maybe we won't use, in this course, any libraries, but for the server, for example, when we will be making authentication, we need to encrypt the password. And making the encryption like low level manually doesn't make any sense. We don't want to reinvent the wheel on things that are not really important for building the app. So in that case, we will use a micro library specifically for that from the community, from the Go community. But just that. So we are not going to use frameworks such as, for example, Gin, in case you have heard about Gin. On the Go side, we will do everything vanilla Go as well, with these exceptions on micro libraries for a specific purpose. Okay, make sense? So our app, actually you saw that in action, is really fast to execute and render. So that's one of the greatest advantages of doing everything with vanilla JavaScript. It's really fast to execute and render, also to deploy, because we won't need to compile every time we make a change in the front end. Of course, Go is a compiled language, so when we are making changes in the server, we will need to compile, but actually Go compile is really fast. So compared with, I don't know, compiling an Angular application or a Next.js application, that sometimes it can take a minute or so every time you deploy that. This is actually pretty fast. So our deploy time is around 2 seconds. So every time we make a change, it's 2-3 seconds, and we are ready to try that, compared with other solutions that are much slower. So keeping the code easy to understand is one of the goals. And also, we will use an idea that is coming from the JavaScript world that is not actually in Go. It's environmental variables. So in an environmental file. So actually, you can create environmental variables in the operating system and read it from Go. But it's difficult to do that from a developer's point of view. We need to set up a variable in the OS. And sometimes when we are coming from the web world, we like the .env files. Okay, well, we are going to use a micro library for Go that actually simulates the same idea. In case you haven't heard about .env files, don't worry, we will see those later. But actually, for example, for setting passwords or our database login script and everything will be stored in that file instead of hard coding those in Go. Because as we know, Go is a compile language. So once we deploy that, if you want to change, like for example, the connection string, or want to change the password of the database, if that's hard coded, we have to recompile. It doesn't make any sense to recompile our app just because we had to change the password of the database because, I don't know, it was hacked or whatever. Okay, or we're changing providers. So we don't need to recompile the app just because we are changing the database provider. Okay? And as we mentioned before, we're going to keep the data provider agnostic. Okay? Of course, we will have one specific implementation, the PostgreSQL implementation, but in the future, you will be able to change that. Okay? Do you have any question? Yeah.
Can you talk about the virtual DOM in vanilla?
The virtual DOM?
Yeah.
So we're not going to implement that pattern in particular. So the VDOM or virtual DOM pattern. So what's virtual DOM? Virtual DOM is when you have a copy of the DOM in memory, and then you keep the real DOM and the virtual DOM synced. For example, React is doing that. When you are using React and you are saving data, for example, you are changing the UI, you are changing it in memory. And then the React engine at some point is syncing that to the real DOM. So for our project, I don't think that it's needed. So typically you implement the virtual DOM design pattern when you have a very huge, complex user interface with a lot of information that is going in and out. And you have, and for performance, you use a virtual DOM. But we are not going to use it for this project, okay? Question there?
If you're interested in that topic, we have a course, Hard Parts of UI Development, which kind of goes into that in detail, how to keep state and UI kind of in sync. And then is somebody on a Windows machine or something that's making noises? I keep hearing kind of a chime. I don't know, it sounds like a Windows.
Yeah, I hear the chime, but I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll just pay attention and maybe we can identify the chime and tackle it at some point.
Okay. So the output of this course will be the Go backend project. Okay, so we will have a lot of .go files. The Go installation project, in that case, it will be a compiled Go file that then we can deploy on a web server. We will have a front-end public directory, okay, and a full Go compiled backend that will be ready for distribution that you can, for example, publish in a cloud provider that supports Go. Some basic documentation. So during the course, we will be seeing what's important to document in your project for your future you or for another developer that will take that project in the future, for example, for updating a project and so on. So for the database, we will be using PostgreSQL, your own installation, full or with Docker. We won't cover that part too much, but in case you have a Postgres database locally and you want to use that one, or you know how to install that, it's not a big deal anyway to install it, you can do that. But if not, you can use a cloud-based provider. That's probably the fastest solution for today. There are many providers out there, even with a free tier. Some that you can start using these days is Supabase or Ivan. Here you have the URLs. We will see later you create an account, you create a new instance of a database, and you will get a string to connect to that database, and later we will see where to insert that string and see if it's working. Neon is another one. So all these cloud-based providers, they have a free tier that typically they will give you at least 500 megabytes for your database. Our database will be around 40, 45 megabytes. So the free tier will be pretty good enough. And also for the traffic that we are going to be using, it's going to be pretty good. Also, you can use AWS, Amazon Web Services, Azure, okay, and other like big cloud providers. The problem with that is that if you don't have experience with those, setting up just the database takes a lot of time, a lot of configuration. You need to understand, you need to dig into a lot of bureaucracy into Azure and AWS to just get the database. These cloud-based providers are specifically targeting just the database, so it's pretty straightforward. You log in, you create an account for free, no credit card, nothing. You create an account, and in 3 clicks, you get your instance up and running, okay, ready to use. For the data, okay, because we have the PostgreSQL database, but also we have the data. We are going to be using an extract of the MovieDB. This is actually the movie database. It's TMDB, also known as TMDB. It's kind of a clone of IMDb, kind of an open clone, because IMDb is actually has copyright, so we cannot use it directly without paying. But the movie database is kind of an open version of IMDb. So it's an open data set. And I have already prepared for this workshop a subset of that big, really huge database of 5,000 movies with all the metadata. So we can use it as a more real project. It's not just 10 movies. It's just real movies, and we have 5,000. So we can play with search and filter and order, change the order of the query, and see if that works. So we have already available. There is already a file there with that database in SQL format that we will use later to populate our database. Okay, so there is kind of an installation script that will just create our database, our tables. We will talk about the structure, the schema in a few minutes. Images, we don't have the images in the database, will come from TMDB online server. So the same database provider has also images, like in this case, the poster of every movie. So the database has the URL of the poster, so we will just using that image cloud provider for that. And for the video trailers, they're coming from YouTube. Actually, those trailers are not in the database, so I merged 2 different databases to actually grab the YouTube trailer URL for every movie. And of course, not every movie will have a poster or a video trailer. So we will need to see later how to manage that, what happens. Okay. So in terms of we are still talking about the project, and I promise you that we will get rid of the slides in a few minutes. Options available in our project. Okay, our project will be called Reeling It, and we'll be able to see top and recent movies that we have in the database. We're going to be able to search movies by keyword. Okay, all the Superman movies, all the Back to the Future movies. We can get into the movie details, including the cast and other metadata available. Then we will have user registration. Just plain registration will be available, so with username and password, and we will see how the flow looks like on a standard project. Then user authentication, that's what we typically know as login. Okay, so registration is to create the account, and authentication is to log in the user, and we will see how to authorize the user. So once we authenticate the user, how to keep that user authenticated across different calls. Okay, so we will see how to do that technically. Then After you are logged in, you will be able to mark movies as favorite and also in a watch list. So in that case, you will see, okay, when I watch this, and that movie, and you will be able to see that list per account. Every account will have its own list of favorites and watch list. Okay? Make sense? So that's the goal for today's course. So now it's time to start our project, okay, before getting into the architecture. So before getting into that, so then I will go back to my project in VS Code. Okay, this is what I got from GitHub, from the URL. It's completely empty. And again, if you open the README, you go to the top and you can see step by step, okay, what we're going to be building and writing. So we need to start by creating a Go project. Actually, it's called a Go module. In Go, we call this module. So the first step will be, in this folder, I will open a terminal. So terminal, new terminal, or use the shortcut. And in the terminal, we are going to be creating a new module using Go. And for that, we use Go mod init. And then we need to add the name of the project. In Go, we typically name the project with kind of a URL system, even if it's not a valid existent URL. So for example, here we can say frontendmasters.com/realinit or movies, or however you want to call that. And if you want to change that name later, it's actually pretty easy. The only thing that is new now is that we do have a go.mod file, and that go.mod file is actually saying that's the name of the module. That's all. Okay, it's not really a big deal. Remember, if you want to call it movies, it's okay. It's up to you, the name that you will use here. Okay, you change that name. The only important part is that later, when we are importing packages in Go from one package, from another package, we use that full URL. Okay, so you can change that later, but have in mind that you also will need to update all your packages, all your import declarations. Okay, does it make sense? Any questions so far? No? Okay, before going on, just for you, is the chime, can we confirm the chime is coming from your computer, from your laptop?
Yeah, please turn down your volume completely.
I already done.
Yeah, his volume is turned down. I did see it still chiming for some reason.
Somehow the
Is
fan-
there like a do not disturb mode or something in Windows that you can set up?
somehow the fan keep running, so I shut down.
Okay. Oh, you should. Okay. All right. Keep going.
Okay. Well, the next step is to create the main file. That typically we call it main.go. So we create a new file, okay, and that file we call main.go. And here we can start writing our code. And most of the time we have package main and a function main, func main. That's all. We have our Go project, the minimum, at least, Go project ready. Okay? But just because we're here, I already mentioned that we are going to be using some external dependencies, some libraries. So let's start adding those libraries, at least the two most important ones that we will use. We can do that later as well, at any time, actually before using it. And also, if you're using VS Code, when you try to use the library for the first time and you didn't include the dependency of that library, VS Code will ask you, hey, do you want to install it? And it will do that for you. But let's do it manually. So again, the README, you have this snippet to copy and paste if you want. Actually, it's not a big deal. But this is the go.m project. This is the one that will let us use the .m files to store, for example, credentials and other information that are secret information. And this one is actually the one that will let us use Postgres in Go. Okay, so I will copy this and I will paste this in the terminal. And this has just added the two dependencies. You will see that when you go to the go.mod file, that now we have require, and we have two dependencies. Okay, for now that's all. If this is the first time you're using these two dependencies in your computer, it's going to download the files as well. If you have already used those dependencies before in other project, you won't see the downloading part as it happened with my case. I haven't seen any downloading. That's because I already have them in my computer. Go is storing dependencies in some kind of a global space in your user, in the operating system. So it's not like Node modules with Node.js that you have the dependencies in your project. So every project has its own dependencies. Here, no. Go is taking those from a global space in your user profile in the operating system. Okay, does it make sense? Yeah.
Does Go have a package manager, or is there a good way to find some of these packages?
So actually, when you do this, when you do actually go get, that's kind of the official package manager. The thing is that what we don't have is like an official cloud provider to store them. Like, for example, NPM. Yep. In this case, we just grab them from GitHub or from actually any URL. You grab them from there. The package manager is included with Go. That's Go Get. It's actually the module manager is the one that is managing that. There are some community-based package managers, maybe similar to what you're expecting. I'm not sure where you're coming from which.
I mean, NPM is.
NPM. Okay, you're coming from JavaScript. So we don't have exactly something like that. There are some community projects that kind of mimics that, but they're not really used a lot. So they're not like standards, even de facto standard. They're not. So you can find a lot of projects out there, but most of the time you will just use go-get, and you declare your dependencies here in your go.mod. So your go.mod is kind of your package JSON, kind of, okay, with some data inside. That's why from here you can see, you can check for upgrades, the upgrade direct dependencies, transitive dependencies, because you may have a dependency that have other dependencies inside, similar to what happens with NPM. Okay, so this is kind of the NPM for Go. Okay, cool. Well, after that, we have to create the server. And you can see we do have a public folder here. We haven't seen yet what we have. In the asset folder, you have a copy of the slide, so that's actually not part of the project, part of the training. And in the public folder, we're going to, let me do that again. In the public folder, we are going to store all the static files that will be sent to the browser. In this case, we are talking about the front end. Okay? So, so far, we have just one web manifest that maybe we don't know what that is yet. We have CSS, okay? We have some CSS code, it's not complicated, okay? We don't have even HTML. And then we have a couple of images. Like we have an icon, the logo in PNG and in SVG, and generic author in case generic actor in case we don't have a picture for that actor. And kind of that's all we have. Okay, so the first step will be to just create a server and make that server serve that public directory. Okay, so to do that in Go, it's actually pretty simple. If you are using Node.js, 99% of the time you will be installing Express.js, like a framework to create a server. But Go was optimized for this from the beginning. So from its origins. So that's why you just go and create, for example, let's say the address that we will be using. And we are going to say it's colon 8080 or 8000. This is the port number. You can also use localhost, an IP address, a host, wherever you want to open. So in this case, you decide the host that you want to open a port from. And if you don't know the host, you just use colon and the port number. In this case, it's going to open that incoming connection from every available host in your computer or in the current computer. So if you deploy that to a web server, it will use whatever host it has connected through DNS or the IP address or whatever. Maybe later we will use directly 80, but for development purposes we use 8080. In the future, as a best practice, we may want to move that port number to the .m file. So then we can easily change that. Or even have different .env environment files, one for development, another one for staging, another one for testing. So even on the same computer, we can be running more than one instance of the same server just by changing the port. Okay, but for now, for our first step, it's okay to create a constant like that. And then we can start trying to listen. So we're going to use the HTTP package. This is coming directly from Go, listen and serve. And we're going to pass that address. And then there is a second argument that is known as a handler that we are not going to use right now. We will talk about handlers later, like this. So that will do something. Okay. The problem is that this is probably returning an error. So we should be able to store that error and do something with that. Okay. So we can receive that and then check if there is an error. And if there is an error, do something. Like if it's not nil, we want to render a message or something. Okay, we can talk to the logger. We'll talk about logging later. For example, log.fatal says that, you know what? This is not working at all, so it's a fatal error. We should stop executing the app right now. Okay, it's not like any normal error. And you have fatal and fatal F. F is going to format the string, so we can say something like the server has failed, and we use then a placeholder for a value, and we pass that error as an argument. So this is pretty simple. It's just opening a server and actually doing nothing. Okay, so it's opening a server, it's listening for connections, but any connection that comes will actually respond in the same way. So how to run this? It's go run the current project. And it says, well, I will do that again because I'm already running the other one, the final version, so I need to stop the other one. Let me close that, and I will do that again. So to run the server, I will just use go run dot. That's the current folder. Nothing happens, no message, nothing. But I can go to a browser, localhost 8080, and I'm seeing 404 page not found. Not matter the URL you are trying in your server, you are getting a 404. Why is that? Because we don't have any handler. That's how we work in Go with different URLs. I mean, if I want to serve something, if I want to respond something on that URL, I need to add something to my server. But my server is up and running, at least. Okay, make sense? Do you have any question at this point? No?
Is there a package for the log? For some reason I'm getting a...
So the log, actually,
oh, yep, I forgot.
it's a package.
Yep.
The same happens with HTTP, but I didn't type those. By the way, this is an import block. And actually, VS Code, when I was writing log, let me remove that from here. When you remove that and you're typing log, if you press return, it's adding that import for you. Okay, so that if you're using VS Code, it will happen automatically or magically. But if it's not happening, now you know what's the problem. Okay.
Thank you.
But those packages are part of Go, so they are main packages, so you don't need to install anything. Okay. Cool. So we need a handler. So actually, what we do here is that We are going to talk also to the HTTP. Let's do it before listen and serve, because listen and serve is asynchronous. Let's do that again. Listen and serve, it's a synchronous call, which means the execution will stop there. Anything that you put after this, if the server is actually working and listening, it will be stopped there. Of course, we can use concurrency in Go with Go routines, but we don't need to do that. So before listening and serve, we can do that probably here, even before the address. We can create a handler. With Go, and again, this is kind of a review of Go. With Go, there are two ways to create handlers. You can use the second argument that I'm not using right now. In that case, you can create another value, and that value will have all the handlers. What are handlers? They are the ways, let's say objects for now. We don't have objects in Go, but that are actually listening for different routes. Okay, if you are looking for that API, this is what you need to do. If you're using that API, this is what you need to do. So we can use that argument, or we can be global and talk directly to the HTTP. And we can say we want to handle directly a route with a function or with an object. So we're going to handle, they receive a pattern, for example, the root of the server. And we're going to say, you know what, for this, we will have a file server. The file server will actually take a file, one file, or it can be a whole directory, and it will serve that. So this is kind of, that line will kind of emulate an Apache or any web server. So it will take a file system, a folder in a file system, and serve that. Okay, makes sense? Later we'll talk about the architecture of our app. But let's say that in a real project, you can decide if you want Go to be just for serving the API, like it's kind of a microservice only for the API, or if you want Go to be everything. It's the web server for the static files and also the API handler, both. Right now, today, we will be using Go for both. But have in mind that also you can have completely two separate projects, the front end and the back end, and the back end doesn't know about the front end files, they're not serving the front end files, and you will use another server mechanism for the front end. It can be just a static server, okay, and not served by Go. But now we are serving everything by Go or using Go. So we're going to pass a directory, and the directory is public. Something like that.
Does that need to be a relative location, or?
That's interesting. So should we, by default, is relative, which also might lead to some problem. For example, what if you run the project or the server from another folder? If I stop this, and I'm going here, and I'm saying, go run project / main.go. So now, the current folder, I'm one folder up. So now, it's going to be a problem because it's not going to find that public folder. Okay? So that's why, yeah, you need to be very careful with that. Because by default, it's relative. You can also get an absolute value if you want. Okay, makes sense?
Could you always just use an absolute path instead?
Yes, you can, but have in mind that this is hard-coded in your Go project. And that will be Go is compiled. So when you deploy that, it's already hard-coded. And if you are deploying that on the cloud, you probably don't know the absolute folder in the virtual file system of that cloud beforehand. So typically, you have to ask for that dynamically most of the time. Okay? Make sense? Cool. Okay. So with that, we are just serving the public folder. So
maybe if we could just remove the devices from the room or something. Put them in the other. If it's
Is
not
that
your,
the laptop, the phone? Do you know what that is?
Maybe if it's in that bag, put it in this room.
In the bathroom. You throw it from the window.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be from the laptop. It must be something in the
Yeah.
bag. All right.
Okay. Do you want to do a break? Because we are almost an hour, I think.
Yep, let's take a break.
Okay. 10 minutes?
Yep.
So we still have an error there. So if you try to see what's going on, so remember you can go here in VS Code and try to see the problems. It says that we cannot use file serve with handle func. Why is that? Because this is expecting a function, and I'm passing a value, not a function. So it's because in this case we use handle and not handle func. Func will receive a function. In this case we pass a value that is a file server. Just that. Now, if I save this, and now I go back to my browser and refresh, I'm still, oops, no, we'll do it. Yeah. Let me repeat that because to get in again, need to start the server again. So if I want to try this, now I can open the terminal and run again with go run dot and see what happens if I refresh. And now I'm seeing this. There is actually the list of files that I have right now. I can even get into the CSS file and I can see the CSS file. Why is that? Because I don't have an index or a default HTML file. I don't have a default document. So just to see if this is working, so I want to create a very basic HTML inside public. So I will create a new file, index.html, and I will write the minimum possible value HTML file. By the way, you can use, if you want, you use exclamation mark, tab, if you're using VS Code, and thanks to a pattern or a framework known as Emmet, it's going to write a basic HTML for you, but I can even write it manually. HTML with the title, hello from Go, and maybe an H1. Hello from Go. With that in mind, now I can go back to the browser, but I have a question for you. So I have just changed my HTML. Should I stop my server and rerun the server or not? What do you think?
No, because it just renders whatever is in there.
Exactly, because it's rendering the file system. So it's actually, I don't need to restart my server. I need to restart my server only when I change Go files. Okay, when I change the server. In this case, I'm changing the assets that the server is serving from the public directory, so I don't need to restart my server. So I will refresh, and I'm seeing now my index.html. Okay, pretty basic, but now we have our web server for static files up and running. By the way, how do you restart the server? For now, at least, because we will change that later. It's Control-C. So you go to the terminal, Control-C. It just interrupts that process, and then you can run it again, in case you are changing the server. Okay? But again, this is just a very basic web server that we have already set up. Now we need to move one step up, because we don't want just a static server, we want something more complicated. So let's analyze the architecture of our app. So we have already mentioned a couple of things, but now we will dig deeper into each of these steps. So we have the user interface. The user interface will actually be using the user interface will be using HTML, CSS, and images. we're going to use Flexbox to lay out elements vertically or horizontally. We will also use template. I'm not sure if you have ever used template before, the template tag and the dialog tag. That's for later. Then we have the front end. The front end is JavaScript based. We're going to be using events, web components, local storage, a router system, routes, and an API service. And I know that you still don't understand how everything fits together. We will get there later. Yes?
Will you be including any testing on the Go side?
We will include testing on the last part, mostly for the web server. Yeah. The transport layer will be HTTP, get and post mainly, and then JSON. On the back end, that's the part that we are building right now. It's Go. We will have model repositories, models, handlers, loggers, and environmental variables. And we will see what's the responsibility of each part in a second. And the database, we have just PostgreSQL, table, foreign keys, and just SQL language. Now, as I promised, this is the more complicated diagram of what's going on. So now give me a sec, because I want to see if I can do this. Maybe I can play in window. Maybe that will work. Because I want to use this tool. See if I can use it. No? Oh, maybe because I restarted the computer, so give me a sec. Need to turn on the tool again. So I have this tool. That's the one I want. It wasn't working, so let me see if it works in full screen, then yeah. So this is the whole architecture, and we will repeat this architecture a couple of times while we are building each part of the app. Okay, so we have the user interface, that's HTML, CSS, and images and YouTube URLs. The user interface is connected with the front end in JavaScript. The front end, we have a router that will be responsible for rendering different routes. And those routes will actually activate different web components. Like every page, like the home page, the details movie page, each page will have a web component. And that web component at some point will actually call an API through an API service that we have in the front end. That API service is just a JavaScript file. We'll actually use HTTP to talk to the backend. The backend then will have a handler. There is a handler for file system. That's the one that we have just developed, so we are already here right now. But also we have handlers for APIs. For example, to talk to a modern repository. What's that? For example, if I want a movie, there will be a movie repository. The movie repository will use TCP to connect to a Postgres database that it's in the cloud, it's in a different server, I don't know what it is, that will get the information from the tables, will populate a model. What's a model? Just a value of type movie, and it will return that back to the API service that will actually update the user interface. Okay, I know it feels complicated, but when we actually code every step one by one, it makes sense. Okay, so just to follow the flow with another example, let's say we want to the URL. So we type reallyneat.com. So the first action that we have here is actually that the browser, so the user interface, is getting the root folder. Okay, so over HTTP, it goes to the backend, and the backend realizes, oh, this is for static, so I will just serve the file as we did with the HTML. Okay, so that's simple. So then it takes the index.html from the file system, from the public folder, and sends it back to the browser. And the browser is rendering the HTML. We don't have this one yet, but we will at one point. But let's say now the user goes and clicks on Deadpool. clicks in one movie. Okay, so what's the flow in our architecture? Actually, what will happen is that click will kind of change the URL, client side. And it will go to, for example, /movies/ the ID of the movie. Let's say it's 234. And that goes directly to the router. What's a router? Is that something from the browser? No. It's something that we will create. It's a service. It's just a class, an object, that we will have JavaScript side, that we will code from scratch, that will actually read that URL change and say, okay, I need to see what to do now. Okay, so it will actually check in the routes, and the routes will tell them, hey, for that URL, you need to create the web component movie details page. So it will create that component. It will create a new instance of it. Of course, we will code everything. And that web component will need the data from that movie. So it will ask an API to the server, hey, I need the details of that movie. So it makes another get, and that goes to a movie handler. Again, what's a handler? It's a value in Go that handles one particular route, one particular URL. So we will have a movie handler that will say, oh, that's mine. It's asking me for the details of a movie. I will do that. So that movie handler will actually call the mother repository. For example, get movie. Hey, I need a movie. So I know that I'm handling the URL of a movie. Now I need the data from a movie. Get movie is the one that makes the select or the query from the database. It's downloading the data, and it's populating the model. So it's creating a movie with all its properties coming from the table. Okay? Do you have any questions so far on the flow? No? We will code this, and then we will come back to the diagram to see that this is the flow that we are actually using. So when we have the movie at the backend, we actually need to convert that into JSON and respond with that JSON. So it goes back to the front end, and then the front end will, for example, design the HTML with that data, with, for example, an article, HTML element, and finally, we will see in action the details of the movie. Okay, so that's kind of the architecture that we will be building for a full stack application. It can be, we can create a simpler solution with less steps. Yes, it's possible. But with this architecture, we have different layers of abstraction, so it's easy in the future to update the app, to create new features for this app. Because if we want to create a new page, we create a new route, and the whole system will work. Okay? Because if not, we can create just everything in one Go file, everything in one JS file, and everything will work. But it's going to be too tied together to this particular problem, and it's going to be difficult to scale and maintain in the future. So that's why we are creating this diagram. So we are separating concerns both in the client and in the server. Again, this is an overview. I'm not expecting you to now understand everything that we see there, but later we will be building each part separately. Okay, make sense? Do you have any question? No, that's a full stack architecture, one possible full stack architecture for our app. Okay? Cool. We have already started our backend solution. We know we are using, by the way, I have another, again, the same typo on the Go version. We have already started with the backend. We've seen that we are using Go 120, 124. But one of the problems that we have is that every time we make a change on the server, we have to restart the server. And that's really annoying. So we will be writing a lot of Go files. Every time we add a new file, every time we make a change, we need to use Control-C and run the server again. This is a normal problem in Go. Also in other frameworks as well. So that's why we're going to use a community-based tool known as Air that will automatically restart the server when we change the files. This is similar to NodeMon on the Node side, so it's monitoring the file system, and if the file system changes, it stops the process and run it again. Okay, so in that case, everything will be easier for us. So then we are just coding Go, we save a file, and the server automatically restarts, and it will take those changes. Okay, makes sense? We will see how to do that in a second, but you will need to go and install Air. It depends if you're on Windows, Linux, or Mac. The way to install it differs, but one quick way to do that is installing it through directly Go. I will show you that in a minute. And we already mentioned that we will be using go.m and PG that are the one for PostgreSQL. Okay, and that's all. Okay, let's go back here to the backend. Yeah.
Will you be rendering the web pages server side for SEO, or is it going to be all client side?
In this course, we are only doing single page application. There is another course, an intermediate course, that takes this particular project and it's also making server-side rendering as a pattern, for example, to increase SEO, search engine optimization. So if you want to see how to do that or how to mix both client and server-side, check the intermediate course that we are working on the same project.
And for those in the room and online, that'll be day 3 of this workshop. So we're just going to separate it into kind of the foundations and then an intermediate course. So
So we are building an app, and we want this app to be a real-world project. And on most real-world projects, we need to deal with the real world. And the real world means things happen all the time. And we need to debug those things. So even if everything works fine in my computer, when I deploy that to the server, anything can happen, mostly when we are in the cloud. And we have a lot of users accessing, for example, that backend. So it's actually really important to always have a logging system to log problems and errors. I mean, it's not mandatory. We can deploy an app without logging errors and problems. But the day we have a problem, the day someone is sending us an email, the customer is sending, hey, it's not working. The server is down. The website is down. It's going to be difficult to actually trying to find a solution quickly. So we need to think beforehand. And one way is to create a logger. Okay, there are many ways to create a logger. I mean, you can, from Go, let's go to main.go. I could go here and just use format, font, print line, and say print line, service device. If there are any problem, for example, here I'm using the standard log system. But the standard log system is just sending this to the output console, or actually to the output of the operating system. That it can be a file as well, but by default it's a console. But from a server point of view, it's difficult to follow that. So where can I see the console of my server if I'm deploying this to the cloud? There are some solutions, some cloud-based solutions such as Vercel, that will let you go into a panel and see the output, the console output of your scripts, but sometimes it's difficult. So that's why we have other options. There are 2 options. We are going to pick one. One is to use a cloud-based provider. There are services that will let you send your logs to a server. And they have nice dashboards then to then you can see all your problems by time, by hour, by device. Okay, so most of those services are paid, so you need to pay for that. Or we can just create a log system, a very simple log system that writes to a file. This is how logs in the operating system typically works. So every error, every problem that you have, it creates a new entry in that file. Okay? Of course, we can use a database as well, but a file will be good enough. So that's why I'm going to create a new package. Remember, packages in Go are just folders. So I will create a new package with the name logger. And if you're following along with the instructions, this is H2. So from README, close this. On H2, this is a logger. And then in the package, I'm going to create logger.go. This is probably one of the exceptions where I'm not going to code manually this. It doesn't worth the effort, and it's a waste of time to actually take 15 minutes to do this. So this is one that I will just copy and paste, and I will explain it. It's actually pretty simple, but at least we are not wasting time with this. That is not the core of our project. It's just a logging system. So first, this is actually creating a structure. Remember, in Go, we don't have objects. So a structure, it's kind of simulating that. It's called the logger. It's a logger structure that actually will have like a file where we are storing this. And we have two loggers. It can be an info logger and error logger. So because we can just send info messages, this is like console log in JavaScript, or error messages, like console error. And then we have the new logger. This is the factory. Remember, in Go, we don't have constructors. We don't have objects. We don't have constructors. But we simulate the idea of a constructor through a factory. So the factory has a prefix new, okay, and the name of the value that we are creating, the structure, so new logger. Creates a logger. It's not really complicated. And then we have some functions there doing some things. And what's the idea? We are just opening a file. So we are saving this in a file. Okay, that's all. So then, and why am I doing this right now? Because I will start coding my server. And there will be moments, in many moments, where errors may happen. I should already have the logger ready. So I can write to that logger at that moment. If I do that after coding my app, I will probably miss a lot of places, a lot of moments that I'm not logging. Yeah, you can also add a mark with a to-do mark and then replace all your to-do marks if you want. But that's why beforehand, it's a good idea to set up your logging system. Okay? And the great advantage of using a logging system of your own, your custom logging system, is later you can change that. Let's say that later you want to upgrade your logging system, and instead of using a file, you want to use a cloud-based provider. You just go here, change here, and all your app now is ready to log into the cloud. Okay, makes sense? So that's my logger. And now we need to go to main.go and update or create the logger, actually, because we are not actually creating the logger. So we are going to create here a log instance. We can call log instance that is going to create the logger. And to create, we can create the logger here, or we can create a function, another function, initialize logger, for example. And then we can call that function. It's giving me an error because it's not returning. The function is not returning anything yet. And then I'm going to create that initialize logger that will actually return a logger. You can see that when I added this, now I have by import as well. it's importing this from a different package because the logger is in a different package. It's not in the main package. The asterisk says it's a pointer. That means I may return nil as well. Remember that values here don't accept nulls, that here in Go are nils, unless it's a pointer. If it's a pointer with an asterisk, means I can send nils as well. So then I can call my logger.newLogger, and it receives the file path, so we can call this movie service.log or movie log, movie output log, however you want to call this. It's just a file name. And of course, this is relative to the execution of our server. You can use also an absolute path. Don't put this in the public folder, because if you put that file in the public folder, it will be available for every user. Okay, so don't do that. It should be outside of the public folder, that log file. The idea is that new logger is following the pattern that we see here of error management in Go. So if for some reason you cannot open the file, why? Maybe I don't have permissions in the file system to open the file, or whatever. There are no more space in the disk. Anything can happen. I'm returning two values. So that's the design pattern in Go. So functions that may trigger an error. We don't have exceptions here. We don't have try-catch. We are just returning two values. Okay, the possible value, and that's why it has an asterisk, is a pointer, because maybe it's not there. And then the error. So if there are no errors, I'm returning the object and nil as an error. And if there are errors, I'm returning nil as the object and then the error. Okay, makes sense? This is a Go design pattern that you may already know. In case you are coming from Node.js or JavaScript, this is similar in Node.js on how you work. Also, when you open the file system before promises, where the callbacks also have an error, but in the reverse order. It's kind of the same pattern. So that means that we should save both values here. Remember that we can return more than one value in Go functions. And we are going to check if we do have an error. Well, now we need to log to the file system, to the operating system. We don't have any other initialize logger. Of course, if we cannot create the log, the only thing we have is to send a message to the operating system, a fatal error. Okay. And then we will return the log instance, and we're going to use defer to close that log instance. Defer will defer that to the end. So we close it at the end. But we set that close now. That's the idea of defer in Go. And now, of course, Go is always complaining that I'm not using that instance. Remember, Go is not letting you create variables that you are not using. So it won't compile. That's why it's complaining. But yeah, we will use that at some point. So the idea is that, for example, if the server is failing, we can now use our log instance and try to log, in this case, an error saying server failed. So now it's not just, by the way, it also needs the error that we pass as an argument. It's not just sending a message to the output, it's also saving that information in a file. So from now on, every time we want to log messages to the console, we're going to do that with our logger, not with format print or with print. Okay, so this is much better than format print. We typically, in production, we don't use format print to send messages. We use a logger. Then if you want that logger to send messages to the console, okay, It's up to you. But the idea is that later you can change that with the server-side login system or whatever. Now, if I save this, again, I've just saved this. The problem that I still have is that if my server is running, it's not taking that new part because I need to install air. By the way, if you are used to NodeMon, you can also use NodeMon as well. You need to pass some arguments to tell them that you're not expecting JavaScript files, but Go files. But NodeMon can also be useful in this case. But to use NodeMon, you also need to have NPM and Node.js installed in your system. So it's completely separated from Go. Okay? Anyway, do you have any question at this point?
Can you, excuse me, can you explain the import path for this logger that we imported, frontendmasters.com reeling it logger, because that's, I'm just confused because that's not where it is locally for the file that we created.
Okay, let's talk about that. So the question is about importing other packages. So actually in Go, we have modules. That's, let's say, your project. And then inside the module, you have packages. What's a package? Files in a folder that they start with the package keyword at the top with the name of the package. So every file in the folder logger that have package logger are part of the same package. When you are in main.go, you are in the main package, not in the logger package. So even if it's part of your module, you have to import your files. And importing your files needs kind of an absolute URL, and it's the name of your module, and where this is coming from, it's coming from go.mod. So it's the name of your module / the name of the package you're importing from that module. Okay? The other imports that we have here are actually system packages from Go. Like they are part of the standard library. So that's why they don't need that full path. Okay, does it make sense?
Thank you.
So later, we will start using other modules as well, like community-based modules. And in that case, we will be importing from other modules as well. Remember that it looks like a URL. That's kind of a pattern in Go, but it's not mandatory. And of course, no one is validating that that URL actually exists. Typically, it's the name of your company, or sometimes you use GitHub URL, so github.com / like a real URL. Sometimes it's a real one, sometimes it's not. That's the name of your module. And remember that in Go, when you are importing a package, you are importing everything that the package has exported. Does anyone remember how do you export things in Go?
Capital letter.
Capital letter. So everything that in the package starts with a capital letter, such as logger here or new logger, is actually exported. So if I create another function that is with lowercase letter, it's not exported, and only the same package can use it. That applies to variables, constants, functions, structures. Okay, just as an overview of Go. Okay, cool. Well, now that we have a logger, we can start building the rest of the parts in our backend. Okay, we did that again beforehand, so we are ready to send messages to that logger. And we will use it because at one point we will get errors. Okay, and we will use that logger to actually find the error. So we will continue creating another package that is going to be our models. So I'm going to create another package in the root there, models. What's a model? We will create the structures for every entity. Let's talk about entities for now, that we will have in our project. So what about entities? So let me go back to a slide first. I'm going to, so the entities that we will have are actually the movie. That's kind of the main entity. So it represents one movie in the system, in the database. Genre, and why is a different entity? Because one movie can have several genres. So it can be science fiction and comedy, for example. It's actually pretty simple. It's just maybe ID and name. In the future, you may have other things, but just that. Actor, actress, okay? In this case, it has the name, first name, last name, image, and so on, and user. We will use the user or the account, okay, for logging in, the user for authentication, okay? So we need to create these models. At least let's start with the first three that they have to do with the movies, okay? So then we will go and create the model. So I'm going to create one file, genre, .go. Of course, it's giving me an error because I don't have the package header. That's why it's giving you an error immediately. Actor.go. And then we have movie.go. And if we add the package models, now it's not giving us any errors. Okay? We don't have any structure yet, any type declaration, but at least we don't get any errors. Remember, later we will map these models with the data coming from the database thanks to a repository. So let's start with the simplest one, with genre. So we create a type. We use the name, capital G, remember. If not, we won't be able to use it from the outside. And it's in a structure, we have an ID. In Go, we typically, it's a pattern, use the ID with capital I, capital D. So all caps for the ID. It's kind of a Go pattern. And the name. Remember, capital, we use title case here, so we can use it outside as well. So that's genre, it's pretty simple. Then we have actor. So we create a type. Actor is another structure. In A3, in the documentation, in the README, you have this in case you want to copy and paste, but also for our brain to actually get the information and store that information inside our memory. It's a good idea to type sometimes. So we have an ID, we have a first name as a string, we have a last name as a string, and an image URL. It's also a string, but one of the problems is that the image URL might not be there. Remember I mentioned that it's optional. So maybe we don't have the picture of every actor. So that's why we are adding an asterisk, a pointer there. That means it's nullable or nillable in a Go language. Okay, makes sense? And finally, the movie. This is probably the most important one and the one that has more data. We also have an ID, integer. There is a TMDB ID that maybe I don't need it, but this is because we have our own ID. Remember I mentioned that I created a subset of the full TMDB database. The TMDB database has around, if I remember correctly, 70,000 entries, which is a lot. So I just picked 5,000. And we can still have the ID of the original TMDB in case you need it later. Why you may need that later? So let's talk about this for a second. Let's say you want to publish this as a real website for movies. Okay, so you want to create a movie database. The problem is that you got the database and it's static. And of course, we have new movies every week. So you need to update your database. And there is TMDB has an API, so you can query latest movies. And how do you know if you already have the movie or not? Well, you use that ID. Okay, you don't use the title because maybe the title of the movie can be duplicated. Okay, so don't use the title, just use that ID. So we have the ID, we have the title again. And there are some silence going on, so yeah, doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
They were quiet enough.
Cool. So we have a tagline. That's something from marketing from the movie. Release year. genres, and this is important, this is a collection, not one. Overview is on a string, but some of these properties might be optional, so I will use the pointer. Not everything is in the... We have a score. Actually, you know that IMDb, they have a score. Like users are voting and sending a score, so you have an average. This is not coming from there from copyright issues, so it's coming from other websites like Rotten Tomatoes and others. So they create an average of user rating. Okay, that's kind of a score. Popularity is also coming from different providers. It might not be there. Then we have keywords. Keywords. This is just a collection, an array of strings. Keywords. For example, if a movie is space related, so space, time travel, themes, okay, animals, so things like that. So we have an array of keywords. A language. This is the original language of the movie. It's a string. Can be optional in the data. The poster URL. We have the trailer URL, that's the video. And finally, the cast or the casting, where we use actors. Okay? So that's how the movie structure looks like. That's our model. Is it mandatory to create a model? Not really. You can just grab the data from the database, convert that into JSON, and send that to the client. But the advantage of creating a structure is to mimic the idea of OOP. So we kind of creating an object, and then later we can add methods to that object. So it's better to do this also for security purposes, and also for future-proof. Because what happens if someone is changing the database schema? I mean, we are changing the name of the fields in the database. Well, you're downloading the field as it is, you're transforming that into a JSON and sending that to the client, and the client will give you an error. Well, for error management, here, we will know if the structure is matching or not our model. So that's why it's important to have a model here. Okay, it feels like a lot of work or more work, but the advantage is that we will get a better future for us, okay, when we have our models. Any question so far on models? No? Okay, so what's the next step? The next step is that yeah.
The data type makes it an optional field, right? The star.
The star means pointer. It's a pointer to a string. It's a pointer to a float. It's a pointer to whatever. And it means a pointer. From this point of view, it means that it may be nil. So when we create an actor, so let's create here like a quick actor, like a temporary actor, we say we create an actor, and that actor may have different properties, and different, even I can pass the values here. So when I'm creating, actually this is I'm in a movie, so let's create a movie. Actually, when you're creating the movie, now, for example, the title is mandatory. You must have a title because it says it's a string. It cannot be nil. For some optional, when you have optional values, like they can store null in the database, from the database, here it goes to nil, and to do that, we use the asterisk. But have in mind, the asterisk by itself doesn't mean it's an optional value, like a nullable value. It's a pointer. With a lot of things that have to do with pointer management, if you want to get deeper into that, check my other course, Basics of Go at Front-End Masters, where we actually get into the pointer idea. And because by default, when you pass in values actually as an argument, it's always passing as a value, so as a copy, unless it's a pointer. So it has to do with that. But for our use case, we can say that the asterisk is for optional attributes. Okay, so that means that we can set nil on those attributes as well. Okay, make sense?
Otherwise, if you don't put it, if it's a string, it's just an empty string, right? So it will be there,
So
but it will just be
there is a difference from a database point of view between empty string and null.
Okay.
And the same happens here. The problem is that if in the database you have null stored as a value for one field, when you're trying to fill your model, it will fail because there is no way to store that null unless you have an if, you have a condition and say if it's null in the database, I will save empty string here. Okay, but yeah, it's kind of a hack that you're doing. To actually automatically map your data with the data that is coming from the database, you have to add the pointer. So then if it's null in the database, it will be nil automatically here. Okay, but remember that empty strings are not the same as nulls. Also, when you have here a float for the score popularity, it's even more complicated because if it's not nullable, what do you store for null? 0? But maybe 0 is a pretty bad movie. So 0 may be an actual value. So then you need to start hacking this and say -1, but it's really a hack. So it's much better to let the system store the nullability of that value.
Got it. Makes sense.
Okay, makes sense? Cool. Well, what was the goal? Remember, let's go back to our architecture, see where we are right now. Because we're not seeing anything at this point, which is okay. Let me open this one. No, sorry. This one. So far, the only thing that we have is the model here. Why are we creating the model? Because we want the handler to actually grab from a URL, grab the movies, and download the movies in JSON. Okay, so we are now coding the backend, and the whole idea of making a model is that we want to have an API, a RESTful API, that can let us take the movies from the server. And the server is taking that from the database. Okay? So for that, we use handlers. So we need a handler. So far, we are using the server only to serve static files. We need to move one step further and actually create a handler for example, movies. Let's start with movies, and then we do the others. So where are the handlers right now? They are at main.go. In our main.go, I have only one handler. This is our handler for static files. Okay? The front end. So now we need another handler to actually do something else. But for that, instead of writing everything here as a function, maybe it's a good idea to create something like the file server. The file server has its own, it's from Go, from the standard library. It's actually doing its stuff somewhere else. So something similar we need here. So I'm going to create another package for my handlers. Remember, what's a handler? It's a value that will handle one particular type of URL. In this case, the API for movies. Okay? So my goal is something like this. I want to type localhost 8080/API movies top. And I want to get all the top movies. Okay, of course, now it's 404. So my goal is to see a JSON file there with the top movies from the database. So I need a handler, and we're going to write that handler directly in another value. Okay, so that's why I'm creating a package for a folder for my handlers, and within that package I'm going to create a movie. It can be handler or handlers.go. It depends. Why? Because we can use the same file to write different handlers. Because maybe we have the top movies, we have another handler for one movie, so give me the details of only one movie, and so on. So we create package handlers. And the whole idea here is that I'm going to create a type movie handler. There is a structure. For now, I will keep that empty. Remember, why are we doing this? This is how you create something similar to objects in Go. So I'm creating a movie handler object, let's say. It's called value, it's a structure, but let's say object for now. Okay? It's pretty bad, that term, from a Go point of view. Okay? We don't use the idea of objects. But anyway. So then, do you remember how to create methods? How to create methods in structures in Go? Does anyone remember?
You wrap the handler before the function name.
So it's a function, so we create a function, okay? For example, we can create the function get top movies, okay? By the way, handlers, every HTTP handler has the same signature. It has an HTTP response writer and an HTTP request that is actually a pointer. Oops. What is this? Well, the request is the incoming data that is coming from the client. So you have the user agent, the headers, what's the URL, cookies, everything that the client is sending. And we use the writer to send data back to the client. So we get the data, we send data back. That's how that works. But this is just like a public function in the package. It's not a method. As he was mentioning, to actually make it a method of my movie handler, I have this special syntax of adding here, let's call it H, a pointer to a movie handler. So now, this is my signature. Okay? Yes?
Why the pointer in HTTP request?
This is how that works. I mean, this is how HTTP handler works. So let me explain that in a second. When we go back here to the main, when we are sending handle has a pattern and then a handler that comes from HTTP handler. When we look at that HTTP handler, see if I can get into, it has that interface. So the quick answer is because that's the interface that we must match. So if not, it's not going to work. Okay, the only way to create a handler is to follow that interface. And that interface is receiving a pointer to the request. The whole deal here is that Go, the developers of Go who coded that part, they didn't want to send you a copy, a clone of the request. Because if there is no pointer here, when they're sending you a request, it's creating a clone, another copy. And it doesn't make sense. So they're sending the argument as a pointer, as a reference, and not as a value. Does it make sense? That's why. So the short answer is that it's mandatory. Okay, so that's why we have to follow exactly that interface. So that's the interface that I'm following here. Okay, so what's the whole idea? Well, for now, I will just, instead of going to the database, let's try to test this step by step, like baby steps. And we're going to create a list of movies here. So I'm going to create an array of models.movie. Remember, you create things like this with curly braces, and then I can create a movie with an ID, one, the MDB. I'm going to just fake. You have one to copy and paste if you want from README, but you got the idea, right? So you can remember this is the automatic initializer that we have available from this. We have release here. The genres, it's another collection. Remember to use here curly braces, we have an ID and a name, and so on. We have keywords. We can add keywords or not, and we have the casting. It's a collection of actors. So we can create an actor, just one. Name, Max. I'm an actor for the movie. Okay? So this is one movie, and of course I can another movie just for dummy data to do a baby step. I will just change this to Back to the Future. I think it was 90. I think it was 84, the release year, not the year where the movies were 84, 85, it doesn't matter. Okay? So I have that array of movies, and what I need, I want to write this. Okay, so I want to write this to the output. I want to send this JSON to the output. Who is the output? The client. Who is the client? In this case, my browser. Okay, so I want to see that in JSON format. Okay, that's like my first step. Any question? No? To send JSON, I need to say so. How? I need to talk to the writer. Remember, the writer is this argument, W. And I need to talk to the headers. I need to set the header. And the header is, this is HTTP spec, content type, and the MIME type is application/JSON. This is how the browser will know, or the client, it can be the browser, it can be my app, will know that we are actually sending JSON. Okay, that's the first step. Then we need to encode our model, our value, the collection of 2 movies that I have, or 3 movies, or how, into JSON. Fortunately, we have JSON compatibility in Go, like a standard library. Okay, so it's we can talk to JSON, the JSON package, and what we're going to do with JSON is create a new encoder over the writer. So we're going to say, hey, what I want is to send JSON to the output. Does that make sense? So I don't need the JSON as a string first. I don't want to look at the string. I don't want to. I just want to, once you are creating a JSON, just send it directly to the output, so to the writer. And that's the new encoder, and we're going to encode the data. The data is actually movies. Okay, so I'm sending movies. The problem is that this can lead to an error. Okay, so it can return an error. So what happens, maybe because it couldn't convert that into JSON, something was wrong, something happened, okay? So that's the moment where I need to do something else. So the most common way to solve this problem in Go is to ask for this. I'm not sure if you have seen this in Go. In Go, when you're using if conditionals, you can have more than one expression. In that case, the last one is the condition, the Boolean condition. So, for example, in this case, I can just go and say if the error is not nil. That means there was an error, a problem, okay? We will log this. Okay, something like that. Does it make sense? This, when you have the if with 2, there are not 2 conditions. The condition is the last one.
They can be separated with just colon, as many as you want.
As many as you want. The last one is a Boolean condition. Yeah.
So in the case of the error right now, would the client just kind of hang waiting for a response? Because I'm guessing it wouldn't send.
Yeah, we need to do something. So one of the things we can do, let's do it now, is we can talk actually to HTTP and say, hey, you know what? There was an error. Create an HTTP error over that writer. We can pass the error. And what's the code that we want to pass? For example, do you know if there is an error encoding the JSON? I'm not sure how many of you are aware of all the HTTP server codes that we have available, the response status code. When everything is okay, it's 200. So 200 means okay. Okay? So it means okay. Then we have different errors. Errors are typically on section 4 and section 5. And that's the prefix of the number. A client error or a server error. So if we have a JSON issue, which group do you think fits best? Server, client or server?
Server.
Server, because the client has nothing to do with that. Okay? So it's one of the server errors. There are many possible errors, such as not implemented, the one wherever you're asking, we didn't do that yet. Okay? So that's 501. 500's internal server error is that the server has encountered a situation it doesn't know how to handle. Like, I don't know. This is like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Bad gateway, service unavailable, gateway timeout, blah, blah, blah. There are many errors. In this case, I think the one we prefer is 500. It's like, actually, we don't know what happened. Yeah, it was a JSON thing, but why? I don't know. Yeah.
Why are we using HTTP instead of the response writer to log the HTTP.error?
Why? So HTTP.error is not actually logging. It's actually creating a new error and sending that error over the writer. So when you look at that, it feels weird. Okay, but this is error is actually an utility function from the HTTP package that has inside. It creates the header. It sends the right header. It says the content of the body, so it has a message. And it also logs that into the operating system. So it's doing a couple of stuff. We don't need to call this. We can just write directly to the writer. Okay, and then we can write a message, and we can add the header for the status code 500, so we can do it manually. HTTP error is actually a function that receives the writer, and it's going to send the error to that writer, so to the output. So we can say 500 here, or there are some constants created on the HTTP package for all the statuses. So in this case, it's a status internal server error. And I'm keeping the to-do here because I want to use our own logger. Remember, we created one, so we will get there. Let's do, again, baby steps. Do I need to return something? Let me first try to close this. This is my function right now. Do I need to return something? Do I need to return the movies in get top movies? Because it's called get top movies.
No, but if you don't return it, it's just gonna hang in there.
Yeah, but will it hang it there? So hanging it there means like an infinite loop, something like that?
It's just gonna wait for the response. It's not gonna return.
So actually, I don't have any synchronous code there anywhere. So I don't have I could do an infinite loop or something like that, and that will keep there hanging up there. But actually, when it comes to the end of the function will end. So the question is, should I return the movies or something like that? Well, if you look at the signature, this is a handler. And I don't have that. So I don't have any return type, so I don't need to return. Where are the movies? So I'm sending the movies through the writer. So actually, it's not clear when you read the code, the first time at least, that we're actually sending the movies. Where? Actually here. So we are encoding the movies into JSON, and we are sending that to the response writer. So the response writer is actually the output. Does it make sense?
So do you explicitly return the writer then, or
no?
Just doesn't?
No, because I'm not creating a new writer. I'm not returning a writer. I'm receiving a writer. Who is sending the writer? The HTTP package. I'm the handler. The HTTP package is saying, hey, here you have the writer and the request. The information you need is here in the request. And when you have a response, use the writer, just right here. So I don't need to create it. I don't need to return it. I just need to use it. And I'm using it right now here. Actually, I'm also using it here. If there was an error, I'm using it here. So that's how handlers work.
My language server is telling me I can't pass the error into http.error. It's saying incompatible assign.
You can pass, you're saying here?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I have to take a look at your code later to see why it's giving you that error.
Yeah, I got the same error.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. I have the same problem here, but maybe, or maybe not. I have a problem here that is, I have a literal. No, I don't have the same problem, so I will take a look at your code later. It's giving me here an error with my literal. I have a name, I have the casting. I think missing the trailing comma. Okay. And it's not the name, casting is first name, not name. That's the model. Okay, there we go. And now I'm getting the same error as you are saying here. You're saying cannot use error variable is interface type error as a string value. Why? Because this needs the error message that will be sent to the user. And this is the error type that the JSON encoder is giving us. So here we can just use any message, such as in case you want to send that. To be honest, most of the time, to the user, you just want to say internal server error. I'm sorry. Because if you say here, JSON problem, you're sending too much information to the client. Maybe for your internal login, you want to send details from the error, but not for the user. This is what the user will see. Okay, makes sense? Okay? Do you have any question how that works? I know that we are not seeing anything yet, but I promise you that then every piece will fit together and it will finally work. We are just, again, doing baby steps. Then when we have another baby step that looks pretty similar to the previous one, we'll probably use more copy and paste because it's just the same, so we can speed up the process. Do you have any question on what's going on here? Again, this is dummy data. I'm trying to serve dummy data to the client, and this is a movie handler. Will it work? Actually, I created a handler, but I didn't register the handler with the server. Okay, so I created the value with a function, but the server will never know that I have it. Okay, so in the main.go, here, I may add another handler. Okay, if not, it's not going to work. Does it make sense? So, how to work with that? So I need to add another HTTP handle for example, API, movies, top. That's the path that I want. And then I need to pass the handler. The thing is that the handler is a value. I'm not sure if you remember that. So I need to pass, actually, what's the handler? I need to pass from movie handler, get top movies. But this is a method. So let me explain that. If I remove this, now it's not a method. It's a function. It's an exported function. Okay? So meaning that I can go here and say from movie handlers, remember we have a package here, actually handlers. So from handlers, I will take get top movies without parentheses. Be careful because when you press return or enter in your computer, VS Code, because it's a function, adds parentheses. So it executes the function. And no, I want to pass the function as an argument. Okay? And yeah, it's giving me an error. We can solve the error, but anyway, it's not what I want. So what I want probably is, if we look at the error, it says I cannot use that because it has an invalid face. So something is different in the interface. But I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to use my object because I created an object. I'm not sure if you remember that, but here I created an object. And I actually want a method. So now I have a movie handler and a structure that has a method. So what I need to create an instance of that. So I need to create, for example, the movie handler or handlers, however you want to call this, and how to create one of those. Remember, how do you create a new instance of a structure in Go?
Usually just do the new something,
New?
but I mean, it's not, we don't have it.
Not new, like this. This is not JavaScript.
No.
No. So, I mean, one way, remember, we have the structure movie handler. That's the name. So we can do this. Okay? So now we can say movie handler, get the movies. And now it's not complaining anymore. Okay? So a movie handler, we need to be careful that it's coming from the package handler. What's the problem? I mean, it's not a problem, but if you really want the constructor in Go, we need to create a function, a factory function. That's how that works in Go. Okay, so if you want the new pattern, you need to create in movie handlers a new factory function. Why are we doing this? Because movie handler, we have different handlers. One for get top movies, another one for get your favorite movies, another one to get the details of one movie. So we have several handlers just in one structure. Okay, that's why we're doing this. Okay, just that. So let's move again, baby steps. Do you have any question at this point?
Coming up on an hour, so.
Okay, so what about, is lunch here or not?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so maybe it's time for lunch, right?
Well, should we actually run this?
There are two more things to,
How long will that take?
but you have to pause the video also.
Well, we can go for another 5 minutes or so.
Let's see. What's better? I think it will be probably better to do lunch.
Okay. Yeah, people are asking for the code thus far.
I can.
But I mean, we're not at really a good stopping point. But yeah, I guess you could push the code.
I can push it as it is right now. If they want exactly my code.
Sure.
Okay, let's say pre-lunch code. Let's say no. Let's say
just say something like creating the handlers or something.
yeah, creating handlers with dummy data. Okay.
All right, we'll be
Okay.
back in. Do you feel like you're on time?
Yeah,
Or
we're on time. Yeah.
what time are you planning to go till today?
4.
All right, so we'll just do like 50 minutes then.
Okay, 50 minutes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Live? Okay. So we still have a problem there. There is an error there. There is not working. So let's solve that and then move forward one step. Well, the error is that, remember that we did that before. We have two types of handlers. It can be a value or a function. And in this case, get top movies is actually a function. So actually we need to change handle with handle func. So that's to solve that little problem. But then the next step is to finish the log part. Because if you remember, our movie handler has at some point a to-do. So let's try to see how to solve the problem. I'm not sure if you remember that I created a structure for the movie handler. Why? Typically, we create the structures when we have some data to store. So something that we can do here is to store a logger. So remember our logger. So we can store a logger. So we can say that we have a logger, and remember our logger is actually here, is this structure, the type logger. So we're going to receive one logger like this. And also we need to remember that when we are doing this, if we don't use like a pointer, we might have a problem at some point in the future. Maybe because, for example, when we are passing that logger as an argument, it's creating a clone, a copy. Okay? Well, when we do that, we will start. The idea is that because we get top movies is actually a method of movie handler, it can actually access that logger. We will solve the problem, the error in a second, but we will actually be able to do that through this variable h. So this is kind of the this that we have on OOP-based languages in Go. Okay, remember that when we are doing a method, the object is actually in this kind of a special argument that we have here. Okay, so we will solve this problem in a second, but that will be the next step. Okay, to connect the logger to our movie handler, but because we will do several steps, we will not just add the movie handler, but also the database connector here, because remember, right now it's just a static list of movies. It's not our final code. So we will have more data here. So there is a to-do here. So we will fill this with more data. So if I save this, okay, I don't have any errors. I have a couple of warnings that we can solve later, but I don't have any errors. So if I go to the browser and refresh, I'm still seeing 404. Why? Does anyone know why? So it's /API /movies /top. And if I go to my main.go, it's exactly that URL, that path that I'm handling. But it's not working. Does anyone know why?
Restarted it?
I need to restart the server. So now is the time that we realize that keeping the server open and running manually is not really helpful, because we will start complaining every time that we try to refresh and it's not working, and that's because we didn't actually restart the server. So I can do it manually, but maybe it's time now to install one of the tools that will help us with this. Okay, so if you go to README, you have the link to go directly to that part. It's A5, I think. Yep, A5. We have the link to GitHub to Air. And it says live reload for Go apps. That's exactly what we need. So this is a tool that you need to install. It's a command line tool that you need to install in your operating system. So it's not actually like a dependency of my project. It's a tool that we need to add to the command line interface. In modern Go, there are many ways that you can install this. But in modern Go, you can directly from Go 1.23, so you need that version at least, you can use Go install directly from the command line. If you have a previous version of Go, you need to find another way to install this tool that depends on your operating system. So you can follow the instructions there. But if you are, I'm in 124, so of course it's greater than 123. So I can go here, open my terminal, Control C, so I stop the server, and I can install this tool. If it works, it will download the tool, and it will put the tool in a binaries folder inside Go that should be in your path. If everything works, you can now type error, and something will happen. You will see the error tool that it's saying by default, it's watching dot. Also, it's watching assets, handlers, so it's watching all my folders. So what's the deal? If I make any change in any of my Go files, for example, here, I know I changed this and another /, if I save, you can see it recognizes that main.go has changed and is building and running again. So automatically now I can go to the browser, refresh, and I will get the final version. Okay, does it make any sense? So now we won't run our project using go run dot. We will run our project using air. Do you have any question on air, on using air as your tool to run your server? Nope. We are still not done with air. Why? If I go to remember we have an HTML here, so if I go and open localhost 8080, it says hello from Go. So now, if I'm going to that HTML, remember it's in public index HTML, and I change this, like hello from Go using air, if I save the file, the problem is that it recognized that index.html has changed, and it's also recompiling Go. And it doesn't make any sense. Right? I mean, it's not a big problem, but now every time we make a change in HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, so in the front end, it's also recompiling the backend, which is not what I need, because I'm not changing the backend. Okay? Does it make sense? So we need to do something else, and we need to set up air to just look into Go files. Those are the only files that I care about. Okay, does it make sense? So to solve that problem, in the README file, you already have the solution. We need to create a file .air.toml. So I need to create a new file in the root of my project. So in the root, I will create a file .air.toml, and you already have here the configuration file that we can copy and paste. And if you look at it, what it says is that it will include the extension Go, so it's only watching Go files, and also I can exclude directories, and if you want you can say public here. So you can add all the files that you actually don't care about. So you know that I don't have their Go files. So even if I have a Go file there, I don't want to look at it. So now, if you restart air, so if I restart air, now it's watching only for Go files. Okay? Because I do have that file in the root. Again, in this case, we are having better performance. Because if not, you change the HTML and we will start working with the front end in probably a couple of minutes or maybe 1 hour. And when we do that, every time we make a change in JavaScript, I don't want the server to restart. And if I do that, I will need to wait like 2-3 seconds before reloading the client, which makes no sense. Okay, make sense? So now we have air installed. We can try and see if we have our API. So if I go to localhost 8080 API movie stop, I can see my dummy data, dummy movies. Okay, makes sense? Remember, that was our goal. Of course, the next step will be to replace the dummy data with real data. But before doing that, let's create another API, movies random, that right now is 404. Why random? Because, I mean, in our homepage, maybe later we want to show random movies, just recommend random movies from the database. So, just to review the process, to create a new handler, we need to go now to handlers, movie handler, and we do have get top movies. So I need another one. I will copy and paste. I know that copy and pasting code is not a good idea, but for this particular reason, I will copy and paste and get random movies. Okay? Now let's just change the dummy data. We will remove the dummy data, in a couple of minutes. And here you can see we have a moment like setting the content type, checking, encoding the data into JSON, verifying the error. We need to do this on every web service, right? So every call, every web service call will need that. So maybe it's a good idea, instead of copy and pasting and duplicating the same code, to just create a function for that. So that's pretty common. If you're using a framework, that we are not, okay, but if you're using a Go framework such as the Gene web framework, they will do that for you, okay? But in this case, we are not using a framework. We can create our own micro library that will do that for you. So we can create a function that will just have this part. That's the idea. And then we call that on every API, on every handler for an API. So anywhere in this file, we can create a function that is going to be a method. So again, remember, every time you create a method, in parentheses, before the signature, or actually part of the signature as a prefix, in parentheses, we put the name of the structure where this method belongs. And I'm going to call this write JSON response. And if you pay attention, it's lowercase w. That's because I don't want to make this available from the outside of this package. Okay, it's like a private method. So, and it's going to have the same, or we need just the writer. We don't need actually the request. So we're going to have the W as a response writer because we're going to write there the JSON, and we have the data. Okay, but the thing is that we want this function to be compatible with any kind of data that we want to respond, and in Go, we don't have the any type or object or something like that. So I'm not sure if you remember how to define as a type anything. Does anyone remember how to do that in Go?
Interface.
Interface and code block, which means any value that has that interface, that has no rules, applies. So because it has no rules, it has no protocol, no list of method, any value will fit there. So this is kind of any, as in other languages. Okay, so we receive the data, and actually what we need to do is this part. So I will copy this, and maybe I need to make some changes. For example, it's not movies anymore, it's actually data. Let me close the folder view. So I need to send the data. I need to encode the data. And then we can finish this later with logging the error. Okay? But now then, on get top movies, instead of doing this, I just need to call that bright JSON response. Okay, does that make sense? Remember, how to call a method of your own structure. Don't think about, I know that your brain, if you're coming from JavaScript or other languages, think about this, but we don't have this here. We use the name of this special argument we receive here. So in this case, it's h dot write JSON response. We pass the response writer and the data that is movies. And we do the same on get random movies. So we will use that a lot. So in every API, we need to respond with a JSON response. So let's focus that code only in one section. Now, I created the handler, but I didn't set to HTTP, hey, you have another handle. So in main.go, I have API movie stop, and I need to create another one, another handle func that says API movies random. That will call movie handler get random movies. Remember, be careful, don't add parentheses. We are passing the function as an argument. We are not executing the function. And I have a missing C here. Okay, like that. And it's giving me an error, but I think it's look like a bug.
Is that capitalization, I think?
Oh yeah, you're right. So let me do that on the recording. So I have an error here because it's capital H. That's why it's not working. And now, do I need to restart the server? No. It should have already happened. So I open the browser, I refresh, and actually it's not happening. Let me see why it's not happening. It should happen. Let's change. Oh, I know why. Okay, let's repeat that. So I go to the browser, I refresh, and I'm still not getting it. Why? Because I didn't save. So remember that you need to save every time you wanna get this.
Does that trailing slash matter to
Yeah.
random?
So also in this case, we added this trailing slash just to test this. It's important to decide if you want or not the trailing slash. It's not the same. Also, it's important the order in when we are registering the handlers. Why I'm saying this? For example, what if we first serve the static file and then we add these handlers? Will it work or not? The order here matters because we are registering handlers in order. And in this case, we're actually taking the whole folder. So maybe API will also fit into that URL. And also, the file server, sometimes it's when with the trailing slash, is tricky. Because if you're trying, for example, /API, and it's getting into the file server, and the file server realizes, or let's try with images, because we do have an images folder in the public folder. Because there is a folder, if I try the URL /images, the file server will respond with a redirect. So images trailing slash. And that will do a lot of trick situations in your app, so be careful. In this case, I don't think we need the trailing slash for the API URLs. It's up to you. If you like them, it's okay. And I will just put the order back as we did before. So static files at the end, like the last fallback. If no API, if no handler actually took responsibility of that URL, let's go to the file system. That's kind of the idea. The same happens on other servers. I mean, if you have experience with Express.js, for example, it's pretty similar in terms of the order where you register your routes. Okay, does it make sense? Do you have any question? Yeah?
Would you mind pushing to the repo again? I fell a little behind on that.
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Question.
Yeah.
Can you get back to the interface data that you pass as the interface?
Which one is it?
the pointer, and you pass the movie in, but the data is the interface for the write JSON response.
So you're saying movie handler, the write JSON response?
Yeah, so you pass the interface, but the movie is in array. So
Then-
why don't you pass the pointer to the arrays, but you pass the interface? If you look at write JSON response and you
Mhm.
define, right, and the data as interface, but not the pointer.
Okay, that is not the pointer, you say.
Yeah, it's not the pointer to the movie.
No, data is not a pointer, okay? In this case, it's any value, and I'm passing the value. Just that.
Okay.
But if you look here, okay, movies is also not a pointer. So that's why I don't need to make any translation. It's a value.
Okay.
So movies is a value, and on the other side, interface and curly braces matches, in this case, a collection of movies.
Okay.
We don't have any pointers, so we are not expecting a pointer. I'm not sending a pointer. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Also, I was pushing this to the repo. Let's say finishing the dummy data handlers. Save all.
Thank you.
Okay, does it make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to get rid of the dummy data. Okay, so it's time to go with real data. So we will start working with our database. Okay? So our database is actually based in a SQL database. Of course, we could use a NoSQL database as well, but for this project, I picked a SQL-based structure. So in that case, we have these entities and relationship between entities. So we have users that we haven't used yet. In this case, this is accounts. So the users will have saved movies. Movies have actors. That's the casting, the cast. And movies have genre and keywords. That's how it looks like. We need to normalize this because it's a SQL-like database. So in terms of tables that we will have the users table, the movies table, the genre tables, actors, user, movies, because the relationship between users and movies is 1 to n. Okay, so one user, many movies. I can bookmark, I can make a favorite, many movies. So it's 1 to n. So I need another table there. And of course, one movie can be added from many users. So it's actually n to n. So that's why we need a table in the middle. The same happens with actors because the same actor can be in many movies, and one movie has many actors. The same with keywords and genres. So that's why we have user movies, movie cast, movie genre. So those are intermediate tables with foreign keys. Okay? Does it make sense? So that will be our table structure. Do you have any question on the diagram? Nope? Does it make sense? Okay. We also have movie keywords, okay, that will it's just strings, but the idea is that because it's many collection later, we can add another feature, for example, to find similar movies. I mean, if you like the movie, you can find similar movies by verifying the same keywords. For example, again, you are watching a movie, a history movie on World War II. Well, those are keywords. World War II, history, maybe boats, and then you find other movies with the same keywords. In that case, that will be homework. So I prepare this, so then you will have by the end more work to do and more features to add to this project. So it's time to try. Actually, not to try. It's time to actually create our database. So to do that, first we need a provider. So you need to pick where are you going to save your database. If you have a Postgres local server, you can use it. If not, you can use any of the providers that we have available. Remember, let's go back to the list of providers that I know they will work. Supabase or iVent.io or neon.tech. Any of those will work. For example, let's take iVent.io, for example. So I go to their website. They have many solutions, but one specifically, it's for Postgres. So that's why. And there is a free plan available. You can always go to pricing and see if that plan will be good enough for you. There are many information here. Okay, the features. And the free plan that fortunately has no credit card requirements, so you don't need to add. It's 5 gigabytes of storage, which is a lot for our needs today. So you click Get Started for free. You just need to log in. I think I'm already logged in. And you can just log in with your Google account or with your GitHub account, and it creates an account in 5 minutes, actually 5 seconds. From here, you need to create a service. And there are many services that they have, and you create a PostgreSQL server. So you pick that database that we want. And it says, do you want a full platform, like a trial, 30 days for free of the paid account, or the free plan? So let's go with the free plan. You can select like the server, the continent, or the country where that server will sit. Remember, this sits in the cloud. You can just pick wherever, and you set the name. This is the name of an instance that I can call it really neat. That's the name of our project. And then you create the service. Okay. For me, it's not giving me the option because I already created one and I have only one for free. So that's why when I'm going back, I already have one here. Okay, that is already running. So and when you get into it, the most important part here is this service URI. So this is the string that we'll need to copy and paste in our code. So that will be the next step. Okay, makes sense? Actually, it says click to reveal password. So if you click here, okay, I'm going to delete my instance anyway later. So it doesn't matter if you see my password. But actually, this is what we need to copy and paste in our code. We're going to do that actually in 2 places. One is going to be for the import or installation script that will actually populate the database. And then for our actually server. Okay, so, but first, before actually trying to connect to the database, let's populate the database. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's your local instance or if it's one of these providers. For that, going back to our project, yeah. But going back to our project, there is an import folder here that has a database dump file. There is actually a dump that I did from my instance. So here we have everything we need to create the tables and to insert the data in the tables. Okay? So here we can see the structure of the table. For example, actors, we have an ID that they have a sequence. This is actually auto numeric. So it's creating an ID, an automatic ID. First name, last name, image URL, and the primary key is the ID. So pretty straightforward. Then we have genre. It's ID and name and primary key. Nothing so fancy. The same for keywords. Movie cast. It's movie ID and actor ID. And it's a compound primary key. Both are the primary key. So the same actor cannot be twice in the same movie. Movie genre, so nothing really important. And the largest table that we have is actually movies with all the properties and the primary key. And actually that's all, okay? And, well, users, and then we have the data. okay, with insert into blah, blah, blah value. So how we put this into our database. If you have a tool to connect to your database, for example, I have one here. It's called Table Plus. It's for Mac only, but they are for Windows as well. You can even use the same tools that we typically use for MySQL. So you connect to a Postgres. You can use .ui, so it's a desktop UI, to connect to your table, and then you can copy and paste the SQL, or you can go to File, Import, and you can import from SQL dump. Okay, that's one option. But maybe you don't have these tools, or, this is important, maybe you want to automatize the idea of installing this in a server. So you want to deploy this in a server, and you want, as part of your initial scripts, you just want to do it automatically. You don't want to do it manually. So for that, I already have for you an install.go script that is actually, right now it's in the same project, but it's kind of a separate thing. Okay, it's a separate Go file that will actually connect to your database, take that file, and will execute that file over your database. So it will create the tables, and it will populate all the data. Does it make sense? The only mandatory part is that we need to replace the connection string. So if you're going to use Avon, well, I can copy this. So I can copy this, and then replace the connection string. And I mean, if you look at the code, it's pretty straightforward. It opens the file. Then just to tell you quickly what this is actually doing is removing the comments. So it's not executing the comments. And also it's splitting the string by semicolon, which means it's actually recognizing all the statements, and then it's executing each statement one by one. So now if I open the terminal, I open a new terminal. The other one is my server. I get into the folder. So change directory into import. And now I don't need to use AR, it's just a plain script. Go run install.go. It will go there to the database and install everything. In my case, it's complaining because I already have the data in this particular server. Okay, so if I want to execute this, I can delete everything first. So I can delete everything. You can say it's complaining because of the order in which I'm deleting the data, because I need to delete the data in cascade. Okay, but if I truncate all the tables and drop all the tables, okay, it will work. Have in mind, it will take some time, just 40 seconds, 1 minute, not more than that. Okay, to send and execute all the table for you, and you will get something like this. So you will get all your movies in a table with all the properties inside. Do you have any question on how to populate your database with data? No? There are other ways to do that as well if you have the data in CSV format. PostgreSQL has a way to send or import from CSV. In this case, you typically use the Postgres terminal to do that. It has to do more with specific of this particular database. But this script will work. And later, if you need to change that for other database, it will probably work. Okay? So if everything works, now we have data in the database. So we need to move on. And of course, the next step will be, well, we need to go. So we need to go to our Go project and actually connect to the database. Okay, does it make sense? So going back to VS Code, I will close this. So something that we need to do, we need to start doing is to start working with environmental variables. Because this idea of copy and pasting the connection string and hard coding that inside Go files, it's okay for the install script because it's something that we're not going to ship. But if you're going to ship this to a server, it's not really a good idea. Okay, so we need to move one step. So that's why we are going to start using directly our env files. Okay, so we will get there. So do you remember that I mentioned that I actually want to offer you a future-proof backend project? That if in the future you actually want to change your database, and now you don't want to use Postgres anymore, you want to use MySQL or whatever, you should be able to do that easily. Okay? So the way to solve the problem is to create an interface, an abstract interface, that then later we can change. But let me try to explain what that is. So to do that, I'm going to create a new folder. We can call this provider, data, database. It's up to you. Of course, remember that it's not a folder. It's a folder and also a package. So let's call it data. And we're going to create our interface for this. So we can call this interface or interfaces.go. So here we are going to write in the package data an interface. So we're going to create a new type, but instead of being a structure, it's going to be an interface. We can call this a movie storage. So it's a storage that will store our movies. So it's going to be an interface. And the idea here is we are going to set the signature of all the functions that we will need for our project. And then we will force the implementation of that interface in one particular PostgreSQL implementation. Does it make sense? So it's like an abstract class in the OOP world, kind of. So in this case, for example, we will have a getTopMovies function, okay, something like that, that returns a pair of a collection of models movie, so a collection of movie and a possible error. Remember that some points it may not work, so we can return the type error. We couldn't connect to the database, something happened, so we always need to send the error and populate the error. This is a pattern. It's not mandatory, but this is a pattern. Again, what I'm saying is that you could just return the collection of movies. I mean, you can do that. But if you do that, you will lose the ability to pass error messages across the layers of your app, which is not a good idea. Okay, so we are going to pass an error. This is a type. It's not the name of a variable. It's a type. The type is error. And we know that we have getRandomMovies as well. It's just returning the same thing. Things that we will need later, maybe in the meantime we're not going to use them, but we will have getMovieById to get the details. So I receive an ID as an integer, and I'm going to return not a collection of movies, but one movie. So models.movie. So no square brackets, just one movie and a possible error. We can search movies by name. So we pass a name. Later, we will see that we will need more arguments here because we will reorder the search, we will filter the search. Okay, but for now, we can keep it like this. If you're taking it from the README, maybe you have more arguments. It's okay, you can add those arguments, doesn't matter. And in this case, I'm also returning many movies. And also we will get all the genre. We will use that later, you will see why. No arguments, and we are returning a collection or a possible error. So this is my interface. So the idea is that we make an abstraction layer. So in the future, we may have different implementations. One can be dummy data from a JSON. The other one can be the real Postgres database. Another one can be a MySQL database and MongoDB database. Different implementations of the same interface. Okay, does it make sense? That's the idea.
For get movie by ID, we're not using a pointer for that one, but for all the other ones, because they're well, slices, I guess that would be, wouldn't those be like references, but then we're copying just the one get movie by ID versus all of the others being like references?
Let me see if I understand. You're talking about what you're returning, or are you talking about
what we're returning. For get movie by ID, so that one's not a pointer, but all of the other ones are kind of implicitly pointers because they're slices, right?
Yeah.
Or am I misunderstanding?
So they are slices. So actually, you are returning the slice is the collection, and the collection has pointers to that.
Yeah.
So so if you're asking so what's the difference? It's creating a copy. Yeah. If you don't wanna, we can return a pointer for sure.
So it's not an
We can change
issue
that.
that we're copying.
You are copying the movie. What's copying the movie? The values of the values of that value. Remember the value. So the movie is a value. It's a model. It has the ID, the title, the tagline. It has all those properties. So if you are not passing or returning a pointer, you are creating a copy of that. Okay. If you want more efficiency in terms of memory management, pointers are better. It depends on the case. You may be also reducing, let's say, easy to understand code. Depends on the case. I'm not saying this case. So we can do both. In terms of real performance, it's not going to be a huge deal. It's just basic data that we are sending. We don't have a lot of we don't have images inside the database or things like that. That cloning that or copying that will take more time, but it will be more efficient if we are returning a pointer. Yeah, you are right on that. Okay, makes sense? Well, now it's time to create the implementation for this. And for that, we will need the connection string. So I'm going to create a .env file. So in the root folder, I will create a .env file from environment. And we're going to create a database URL string. And I'm going to paste the connection string of my database from the same source. Remember, this is not actually a Go design pattern. Go doesn't read .env files. But we are going to use a library, very small library, that will do that for us. It will actually is opening the file, parsing the file, and reading the arguments. Okay, does it make sense? We will use this file later also to add more secret information. Have in mind that it depends on where are you deploying this app. The system might have different ways to write your M files. But you will have to also publish the M file apart from the Go binary. But remember that when we are deploying this, and at the end of the workshop we will see what to deploy, we are deploying actually the binary, not the .go files. Well, you need to deploy the binary, the public folder, and the .env. Okay, not the rest of the Go files. So now we need to read this file. Where? In main.go. Somewhere, so let's say this is the log initializer. This is the movie handler initializer. Now we're going to add here somewhere the environmental variables. So to do that, we are going to use Go. If you remember from go.mod, we have the go.env library. So we're going to use that library. Okay, go.env. It's a library that we have already added in as a dependency in our project. So I'm going to say go.env. If I press enter or return, it will automatically add me the import, the right import. Okay, and we're going to say load. this return a possible error. So we are going to follow the pattern of putting this in an if, creating a variable for it, semicolon, and asking if we do have an error. Something like this is load with capital L. And if it's an error, well, I need to log this, that we do have a problem with this, so we need to say log printf or fatal that no M file was available. So actually we don't have the string for the database, we don't have other secrets, so we should stop everything right now. Okay, does it make sense? So how to connect to the database? Well, now we first need the connection string. So where we're going to connect to the database. We need a connection string. So db connection string or connection string, however you want to call this. So now we are going to talk with the OS and call get environmental variable. And you say, why to the OS? We are using a library for this. Well, actually, this library is populating the OS environmental variables just for this execution. This is to make it more compatible with standard Go. Does it make sense? OS get env will try the environmental variables of your current operating system. In this case, if we first load a .env file, that file will replace, or will actually be merged with the OS environmental variables from that moment for our code and only for that code. So if for some reason it's empty, we have a problem. So we also need to make a fatal log saying, hey, we can't initialize. So database URL not set or something like that. And if that's the case, now we are ready to open the database of type Postgres with that connection string. And that returns a database and a possible error object. We will check again one more time if we do have an error. If it's not nil, we'll also go into do a fatal error like fail to connect to the database. We could pass also a value. So instead of fatal, I can use fatal F and pass as the value the current error. Okay, does it make sense? And Go is complaining because I'm not using the database yet. So something quick that I can use is I can defer db close, so closing the database right now. Remember, defer will defer that for later at the end. So we remember to close the database as soon as we are opening it. So we have the open and we have the close. But remember, because we do have defer, it's not closing the database right now. Okay, so that's something that Go has to defer the execution to the end. Does it make sense? Okay. Do you have any question? No? Cool. Well, now we need to make queries somehow. And for that, we are still missing one part, that is creating the current implementation of this. But before doing that, we still one more step. I promise you that it will work at the end. Remember our models? We have movie, genre, actor. Well, if we remember our structure, I'm talking about the SQL structure. For example, let's talk about the actor. Remember this ID and first name. This is using title case. So capital F, capital N. Why capital F? Because I want to make it public. Okay, that's a Go thing. But now in my database, the actor, it's actually ID lowercase and first name, everything lowercase with underscores, so this is a snake case. Okay, someone thought that this looks like a snake for some reason. This, it's like a snake, wherever. So we have a problem. I mean, the Go properties are not matching the table's field names. To solve the problem, we can add metadata to our model. Okay? So to make things easier for you, on the README, we already have that here. So we can just copy and paste the new models, so replace the models. So it's something like that. So this is the type movie where we specify, okay, you know what? Here, even if it says JSON, okay, it's for the database anyway, because the database provider will use that metadata, the JSON metadata. Okay, so I just need to replace my current movie with this one. What's the only difference is that now it has metadata with the real field names in the database. That will also be the name in it when we convert this to JSON. Okay, makes sense? So that's the movie. I need to do the same for the other two as well, which is actually pretty simple. So for example, if you copy one on actor, this is JSON ID. We need to do is manually, first name, last name, image, URL, URL. Every time you save, in this case, VS Code is prettifying your tabs. In genre, we have ID and name. Okay, so they should match the field names in the database. So we have actor, genre, and movie, now with the right metadata. Does it make sense?
Where is the metadata in the README?
It's B4. The B letter, the 4. So it's not before as in before, but here.
Yeah, no, it's not there.
Oh, it says the metadata for the others to copy and paste?
Yeah.
No, it's just, you have only movie just for you to do one. It's the simplest one.
I think the heading changed maybe. Before in my README says create the movie repository.
You don't see the before in your repository, in the README? Is that what you said?
There's a before, the title is just different.
Yeah? That's weird. Let's see. I'm kind of using the same thing, but create a DB connection. This one?
We gotta pull it again.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I still have the original from the start.
So, so you say you have another thing. You don't see this thing.
Yeah, we basically don't want to type the whole JSON colon because we don't see it.
Okay, let me commit again, but I'm not changing README, I guess so. So you don't see this? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Online?
Might be a GitHub.
A GitHub thing? I don't know. Well, I can do, I mean, just for us, not for the recording. I can do paste me or something. I can give you a quick way for you to get that.
Pulling the latest.
I did a pull and I see it now.
I said they see it now.
Yeah?
Online,
Okay.
so.
But I didn't change that file also, so it's been like that since the morning. So. Anyway.
Also, they said you didn't push the latest code. You committed, but you didn't push.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Well, these are different changes anyway.
This is
yeah,
different commit.
yeah.
Just saying you're
But I already put them, but I can also change, let's say, add the database metadata. Okay, put both. Can put remote, blah, 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 blah. Something's weird happening with GitHub, right? But I can check in the break what's going on. Something's weird with the repo, I guess. Also, probably we are close to the hour, right? We are, huh?
I'm just hearing.
No, I know. Just, so, do you want to do a break?
Sure.
But tech break, and also I will check the repo.
Yep.
Okay. So remember that we have error here. So every time we save, it's actually trying to execute this, which is a problem when our code is not yet ready. So for example, right now, we have an error here. It says, failed to connect to database SQL unknown driver Postgres. So what's going on here? It's difficult to see initially, okay, what's going on. By the way, does anyone know what's going on? In case you have experience with Go or with databases in Go. No? The problem is that we are missing an import. But VS Code is not really complaining about that. So remember that we do have an external library for accessing the database, in this case, Postgres. But the thing is that we are not importing it. And how to import that? Well, actually, if we go to go.mod, this is the name of the library. So I could come here and import the library. But if I do that, it is still complaining because it said, but you are not using anything from that library. Okay, which is kind of, yes, the problem. What's the problem? The problem is that we need to load this driver. It's a driver for the database library that we have in Go. So it's a driver. Okay, so we have different drivers for different databases. So something that we can do is to add an underscore there, which actually will solve the problem, okay, at least initially. And now I'm not getting any error. And now it says serving the files. So actually it was saying here, forgotten import. But this is an import that you won't get automatically, or VS Code will never tell you. It's kind of a hidden import. That import will load that library. So then the database, when we are trying to open the database, remember we do have here database.open. When we are trying here, SQL.open, that SQL library is trying to find any provider, any driver that can work with that kind of database. In this case, we don't have Postgres support directly from Go. So we need an external library that will add that driver to SQL, okay? So it seems like now it's kind of working, okay? Does it make sense? At least we don't get that error anymore. So the next step is to actually create the movie repository. The movie repository is the one that will actually comply with that interface. Remember that we didn't have an interface? We want to actually match that interface so we can get top movies, random movies, movies by ID, and so on. So we're going to create a new file within data. We can call it movie repository, repository.go. And this one will make all the queries to the database. I already have that one ready because it's a lot of work, a lot of queries. So we can go and find, this is a B5. We have that code, and then we can analyze the code. This is movie repository. Okay, so let's try to analyze the code here. Well, first is creating a value and a structure, movie repository. Remember, this is kind of a class. We are emulating a class in Go. So it's creating a movie repository, okay? The movie repository will need a logger and a database. What's a logger? Something we created, remember. That's a logger we created before. So in this case, we are receiving both the database connection that right now is on main, and also the logger that is also main. Okay? This is a factory. Remember, this is this is a design pattern to construct, in this case, instances of that structure. So we create a new movie repository that receives the database and the logger, and internally it's just setting a new instance there, and it's returning a movie repository. So this is the pattern. This is always the same. So this is how you create objects with a factory pattern in Go. Why I'm creating a factory? Because maybe, not for our particular case, but maybe you want to create more than one instance, more than one connection to the database. For some reason, sometimes you need to connect to two different databases on two different providers, or to the same database, but for some reason you need 2 or 3 connections. So that's why you can create more than one. It's not a singleton. You could create a singleton if you want, but in this case it's not. And then we have get top movies, get movie. We will get one by one, get movies, okay, and get top movies. We have a get top movies and get movies, okay. Are we following the interface completely? Not yet. Not yet. So we have, let's look at get movies. Get movies will receive a query, okay, as a string, SQL query, SQL query, and will returns a slice of movie, so a collection of movie, or error. Remember, this is the pattern. And this is talking to the database, making the query. If there is any error, it will send the error to the logger. That's our object, the object we created. And also, it's returning the error, okay? And then we are closing. The rows is actually the cursor over the rows. This is cursor based, okay? And then we're actually creating a slice of movies. Now this is our model. And we are using the cursor to loop through all the records coming from the database. And what we are doing is creating a movie based on each field that we are getting from the database. The database is giving us kind of a JSON-like object, and we are using our model to map the data there. Okay, does it make sense? That's called a scan. So with a scan, we are getting all the fields, all the values of the field for the current row, and with that, okay, we create a movie. So that's why we are appending M into our slices of movies. Okay, does it make sense? And the ampersand that we are sending here is like, hey, you know what? The ID, you should put the ID here in m.id. You should put the value of the title of the movie. You should put the title inside the title of this movie I'm creating here. It's like I create an empty movie, and then I'm setting the placeholder. Hey, put it here, put it here, put it here, put it here. That's roughly how that works. There are other ways to do that, a simpler way, but this is just to understand what's going on. And I'm returning movies. And now we have get top movies. Okay, that is making a query. It's selecting all these fields from movies, ordered by popularity descendant. We can change that, of course. And I'm doing a limit. Okay, so later we will talk about if you're going to make different pages or pagination here. But this is the query, and we are limiting by 20. We can change that constant later. So for example, we can have another function for get the random movies. In this case, it's a similar query, but instead of ordering by popularity, you order by random. That is actually a Postgres function. And that will give you 20 random movies. Okay, does it make sense? And to actually follow or implement the interface, there are more functions that we need to implement. Or, for now, we can go here and say, well, let's comment this for a while so we can fill those later. Okay? So we can go step by step. At least those two are already there. Quick question for you. How can I go to my movie repository, or how can I implement the interface? How can I say that I'm implementing the interface movie storage? And this is a tricky question.
It has the same methods on it?
Exactly. So the quick answer is that there is no way to say so. Go will automatically assign an interface type if you have the methods. So any type with get top movies and get random movies following this pattern, so returning those values, will automatically implement this interface. And then we can use this interface as a type somewhere else. Remember, this is an abstraction layer, so later we can have different implementations. Right now we have this one, but later we can create another one. Okay, does it make sense? Do you have any question on the queries or what we are doing here?
The positional parameter in there, it's fixed to 20, but where are you passing that?
Where?
It's the $1, right? That's a positional parameter.
Oh, this one, yeah. So let's review that. So one of the things that we need to be careful when we are making queries is SQL injection, mostly with SQL-based framework. So let's think about this. So if instead of using $1, I will explain that in a second, I like close this string and then concatenate this with the parameter that we receive, okay, like that. The problem is that if someone is injecting a value here, it can write its own query. For example, if the user is sending you that value, it can be something like this. Delete, for example. So what is this doing? This is adding, actually, to make that work, I should do something like this. This is, I'm a hacker now. So this is SQL injection. So what will happen is that this string is going to be replaced there, okay? So let's do that. So if I put this here, this is the final query that will actually be executed. Actually, the /n is a new line, so it will be like this. Actually, yeah, I was missing I'm not I need a semicolon. Actually, I don't need a comment. But anyway, so I need a semicolon. So actually, this is now the query that I'm executing. So it's making a select, and after that, it's deleting the table. So if I leave that open, okay, of course, the hacker, the bad actor, will take some time to try to understand my structure, okay? So to solve the problem and avoid, okay, this, then we, instead of concatenating, when we're talking about values, we use kind of arguments. And in this case, the SQL library from Go will replace that safely. Safely means that if this is a string, right now I'm not passing a string, I'm passing the default limit. Okay, the default limit is actually a number. But if it's a string, so if I pass in, like, again, as before, I'm semicolon, drop table, it will just replace it here, but as a string. So like this, safely, in quotes. So it will never be actually a SQL command. It will treat it as a value always. Okay? So from a security point of view, that's why every time you're making a query and that query has values inside, you have to use arguments, and the arguments are with $sign and a number. You can have more than one. For example, I could say limit1 offset. That is, offset means instead of starting from the first one, I want you to start from the other one. So I say $2, and then I can pass another argument here. So let me remove this. So this was default limit, and then I will say 10. So now it will start from the 11th, the 10th record, actually. Okay, so you can add as many arguments as you want. That typically works with most of the SQL-based libraries. Okay. Okay, make sense?
I wonder if Go they have like lazy loading.
What do you want to lazy load?
It means the structure right there, but you're not going to get the data until you actually.
Well, actually, this is actually lazy load because what we receive is not like a collection of rows. It's called rows, but it's actually a cursor. So you actually need to move to the next row to actually grab the data. So it's, if that's what you meant by lazy load, I think this is lazy load from your definition of lazy loading. Okay, so when you do a query, what you receive is not the data. You receive a pointer to the beginning of that result, but the data is still in the SQL server. So then you move the cursor and you're bringing row by row. Okay, does it make sense? That's how this library works. Of course, you can use other libraries or other mechanisms to bring data. Okay, make sense? Any other question for now? No? Well, now we need to finally try to use this. So I need to go to main.go. And after we are initializing the database, I need to initialize the repository. Okay? So we're going to initialize our data repository for movies. So let's call this movie repo repository. And we will call our new movie repository function that we had. And we need to pass a database that we already have and the log instance. And if there is any error, I should log that, saying that fail to initialize repository. Now it's complaining because we are not using it yet, which is okay. So, what's the deal here? Now we need to send somehow that movie repository to the movie handler. Remember, we have handlers. The handler is the one that is handling the HTTP request. So it speaks HTTP, both the request and the writer, the response writer. Okay, that's the handler. Now we have the repository that speaks SQL. It talks to the database. That's the repository. Okay, so we have the handler, we have the repository. Now we need to connect both somehow. Okay, so for that, when we go to the handler, probably you don't remember that at this point, but there is a to-do here. So the movie handler was a structure with no values, but now we can add, we can request values here. So, for example, we can request that we will have a storage of type, and here I can use movie repository or movie storage. Those are the two types that I have available. Which one do you feel we should use? Movie storage, movie repository. Probably you don't remember both. Movie storage is actually the interface. A movie repository is one implementation of that interface. So Which one should I use? The abstract or the implementation one? I'm defining the structure right now. I'm not creating the object. So I should use
It would be the interface.
the interface. So we can, so why? Because then we can finish the rest of the code without actually knowing which exactly implementation we have. So it's an abstraction layer. So we use the interface, which means anyone implementing those methods can be used as our storage for the handler. So that will let us in the future change the data provider. Does it make sense? Kind of. And then we can also have a logger as well. We can pass a pointer, like that. Now it's complaining that I'm not using the movie repo, which is okay, because I'm not passing it right now to the movie handler. The logger is in case you want to use the same logger, because here it says to do log error. So now instead of that to do, we can actually talk to h.logger and just, this is an error, so we can log that we have a JSON encoding error. So we can log that in our logger. Okay, does it make sense? So let's look back on this. The get top movies is still returning like an empty array. So we don't want that, right? So we want to access the database. Actually, that's the goal. So we will get there. So one more thing is that if you go to main.go, it's complaining a movie repo is not being used, and it's right. So we are creating our instance of movie handler here, okay, at the top. Let me move that down a little bit after we initialize the repository. The thing is that this is we are constructing the instance here. Well, we can define here in our movie handler, this is kind of a constructor, right? Or we can create our own factory as well, because we need to pass the movie repo. Does it make sense? So the movie repo should go to the movie handler as something very similar as what we did here when we were passing the database. Does it make sense? Remember, we have the handler, we have the repository. The handler needs the repository. So that's why when we created this, the structure has now the storage. So how can I pass the storage to that movie handler? Question for you. Dot storage?
You could just initialize it inline, couldn't you?
I can just initialize it like how?
Storage colon.
Storage colon like here, and I pass the movie repo. The repo, okay? And then we'll see if it's complaining or not, and why it's complaining. I can also pass the logger. This is the automatic initializer that we have available in Go for Go structures. This is kind of a new, so think about JavaScript. If it is JavaScript, this is going to be like new movie handler, and you're passing the movie repo and the log instance. And internally, it will save those values. Why it's like I cannot access the storage like this? There is a quick and straight answer to that.
Lowercase?
Lowercase s. My storage is lowercase s. So it's not public. If not, the other option is you use uppercase s, and then you pass it like this, from here, like storage equals to movie repo. Okay, does it make sense?
But when you do it directly, you don't have to, it doesn't matter if it's upper or lowercase.
What I'm doing here, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is kind of an initializer. The idea is that every structure, when you create a structure, you have an initializer, an automatic initializer, where you can pass the values of each property that you have in the structure.
Then it doesn't really matter the case.
No, in that case, it doesn't really matter.
Cool.
So when you construct an instance of that structure, you can pass anything. Okay, make sense? It's complaining because it says, what do you think about this? Missing comma before new line. Do you know what's going on there with the trailing comma? So there is a trailing comma always in Go. That it depends on how you're writing this. It should be there or not, the trailing comma. Okay. So to be honest here, there are many ways to solve the problem. So in Go, you decide how you want to do that. I mean, if you prefer to make the storage public, you can do that. So we go to the handler. The only thing is that S storage like this. Or let's say that the preferred way is to create the new factory, as we did with the other options. Okay, so well, now it's complaining because my logger is capital L, which is okay. And so movie handler. So now I can pass the storage from here. So it's up to you. Okay, I have the movie repo, and then I have the logger, like that. So I think it's a good time to go back to our diagram. Let's see where we are. So we are, remember, at the backend, Go. So we have handlers, we have model repositories, we have models, and the database. So the handler is the one that speaks HTTP. Now the handler has a pointer to a model repository. That repository, in this case movie repository, speaks SQL. So it talks to our tables. And from there, it actually creates models, so slices of our model, so a collection of movies, and it's giving to the handler movies. And then the handler will actually take those movies and send JSON back. Does it make sense? So we're missing the last part, because now our handler here now has movies. It's hard-coded. So I don't want that. What do I want? To ask
The storage.
the storage
the method.
to get top movies. Okay? It's giving me an error. Why? Because the signature of get top movies is 2 variables, not 1. Why is that? Because you may always get an error. Make sense? Remember, in this case, the error is being propagated from the database to the repository to the handler, and the handler should send that to the client. Okay, so if error is not nil, so if there is an error, nil, what should I do? Now I need to propagate that error to the client. The client of the handler, the handler, is HTTP. So I should call, for example, the error, send this writer. The error is, I don't know, we don't know why, okay, but it's not working. We couldn't get the movies, the top movies. So we are propagating the error. We are always receiving the error, and each layer decides what to do. Also here we can talk to our logger. So we should have a logger, and we can save something like, let's say, get top movies error, and we can pass the error to our logger. Okay, makes sense? So we have now a basic backend in layers. HTTP talks to a handler. Actually, we go to main. In main, we take, based on the URL, based on the path, we use a handler. The handler has all this information. The movie handler has the storage and the logger. So when we get into the handler is talking to its storage. It's an abstract storage. It's an interface. It doesn't know the exact implementation of that. And it's asking for get top movies. And get top movies will go, the implementation of that, it's a repository, will go to SQL. There is one disadvantage of using this abstract layer, the interface, is that if I use control-click or command-click here, I'm not going to the implementation of get top movies. I'm going to the interface. A little issue when you are browsing in your code because it goes to the abstract one. It doesn't know exactly which one is going to be used in execution. So you need to go and find it here. And get movies is the one that is actually making the query. It's actually this one, get top movies. Okay, do you have any question? I know it feels like a lot, but once you have it, the rest of the services are more straightforward. Okay, and you understand the layers that we have the handlers handling HTTP, then we have data repositories that are handling SQL, and the communication between both is the model. Does it make sense? Will it work? Okay. It should work. This is not for the recording. I have two terminals, so that's why it's not working. I don't know why I have another one, so let's stay with this one. So let me close this and do this again. Will it work? Well, we'll see. If I open the terminal, at least it says serving the files, which means there was no errors, no compilation errors. Remember, if we do have a compilation error, I don't know, I have this, if I save, what will happen is that I will see the error here. Why? Because this is error. Error is taking the change, and it's not going to compile. So if it's working, if save, you will see building, running, serving the files. So the server is there. So now we need to go to the browser. Let me do that again, closing everything I have here. Let's keep this one. So I'm going to the browser and trying our API, movie stop, and I'm getting 404. And you say, why I'm getting 404? This is something that we have discussed before. The browser added the trailing slash, and that was cached because I used that before. That was cached in my browser. We say, okay, let's remove that. But if I remove it, it appears again. Okay, because that was cached by the browser. I need to clear the cache on my browser to stop doing that. Okay, so this is typically a problem when you have those slashes. Of course, you can also change the URL. So here, try this, okay, just to see if it's working before clearing the cache. And if I refresh, I'm getting an internal error and a null. So what to do? Well, first, if you look at the terminal, I have nothing. So now I need to debug and see where do I have a problem. So who is sending that internal error? Let's try to debug this.
The handler.
The handler. So we go to the handler, and it should be here, right? So this one is sending an internal error. Let's say internal error getting movies. If I save this, restart, you can see the message is coming from there. So the handler is calling storage. So somehow we need to go now to the storage. So we go to movie repository to get top movies. Actually, get top movies is just the query, and it's calling get movies. That is the one that is making the query, the final query. Okay? So this is the one that is trying to make the query and failing somehow. Okay? Does it make sense? Something that I'm not seeing, so that's why I'm making a pause, is I should see the log. Here, maybe the log. Yeah, it's here, but it's empty. I should be seeing my logger is not saving the movie log. No, it's not there. For some reason. That's it.
Is it because you have the third argument when you query after the default limit?
Let me see. What are you talking about?
Like 52.
Here.
No, 52.
52. But here in this file, that's what I'm saying.
Were we using
That one, maybe. But anyway, I'm more worried about why I'm not seeing the
log.
the log. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but it was that. Good eye. That's because it's your fault because someone asked about that. Okay, but we will maybe in the technical break. I will check why it's not. I should see the message in the log file, so it's not saving the log file. Okay.
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break after.
But I don't need to do it now. We can do it later, and then.
Can you revert the code?
Yeah,
though? You
I
just
reverted,
added
so
it?
now we have the internal code.
Okay, got it.
So I will. So we know that the problem is here, okay, somewhere. Well, actually, the problem is that the query right now has only one argument, $1. But when we were playing answering a question, I added the second argument. Remember, this is the query, and after the query, we have n possible arguments, and they should match the same amount of arguments that you set in the query. So actually, if I remove that 10, and I go back here and refresh, cross your fingers, I do have the list of 20 top movies. And what about random? If I try random, do I have the handler? Well, let's see first. So let's go. Let's see. I have main.go. Main.go have random. Well, let's keep the same standard for the URLs with the trailing slash. So API movies random is setting a handler at get random movies. Get random movies is from here. That is still the old one, okay? Dummy data. So I should change this, remove this, and I should do something similar from the previous one. So I will copy and paste. Don't do that at home. And then I will get the random movies now. And this is we're getting movies, I think okay, and this is get random movies error. So if everything works, if I go now to random, I'm getting Fear Awake as the first one. If I refresh, now I'm getting Redcliffe, and every time I'm getting a new list of 20 movies that are coming from the server. So let's review where we are now. So we are the client now. So we have from HTTP, we are sending a request to /API, /movies, /random or top. The backend in Go is actually creating everything here. So it's picking a handler. It's not the handler for the file system. It's actually a handler that is managing, in this case, random or top movies, receives a model repository. The model repository goes and creates a query to SQL, came back as rows. The model repository converts that into a slice of our model of movies, so an array of movies. So it's sending the array of movies back to the handler, And the handler is finally converting that array of movies into JSON and sending that back through HTTP to, in this case, the browser. Okay, so we have the backend part working. Of course, there are still some missing services, but we have at least 2 services that are working, okay, in the backend side. Do you have any question? Nope. Okay, because now we could finish the movie repository with the rest of the services before start working with HTML. So now that we do have some services up and running, we are ready to start working in the client. And actually finally seeing something on the screen. Because so far, everything was actually really abstract. Okay. So to finish the repository, we can go and just copy and paste the rest of the queries that we have. So it's in the README B6. So if you get here, B6, finish the movie repository. So this is, I can just copy and paste everything, or just in case, I will just get what's left. So I have get movie by ID, search movies by name, and get all genre. Also, I have fetch movie relation. So let's copy everything. Also, I may need to adjust a little bit some variables because maybe I spelled something different, so we can solve that. So movie repository, and I will paste the rest of the services, and let's analyze them. So we have get movie by ID. This is actually pretty straightforward. Yeah.
I don't know, before you get into more of these, do you want to fix the logger at all, or?
I don't think it matters right now. So maybe
Okay.
later I can try to force a problem
Sure.
and check the logger. Yeah, it's not gonna. Or maybe we do a tech break after this, before getting into the front end, and I solve the
Yeah.
problem during the tech break.
And also, there is none of the code actually on the repo.
On the repo, okay.
It's just the initial commit, and that's it.
Okay, I will check that. So let's try to analyze it. Get movie by ID is actually pretty straightforward. It's not a big deal. Here it's important to use an argument and not concatenate what's coming from the client. Okay, this is really important. This is just one movie, so it's just scanning one movie, doing something else. Something that is new here is that it's also fetching related data. Okay, so, and we will see what is that. So because now we don't just need the data from the movie. When we get the details, we need all the details. That's including the actors, so the full cast, all the keywords, and that needs to make more queries, okay, to other tables as well. So that's what we're doing. We don't need that when we are getting the list. We are just getting the basic metadata for movies. So search movies by name. This has more arguments than the one that I used because I'm also receiving an order. So it can be ordered by score, by name, by date, or the default one by popularity. Okay? And you can see I'm defining what's the sequel order that I should use later. And also I'm receiving a genre for filtering. The idea is that I can search for, I don't know, Batman movies, but only I want comedy Batman movies. Maybe I will get the one from the 60s. That was kind of a comedy movie, right? So that's the idea. So I'm getting that. And why do I have an asterisk on an integer? Why do you think it's... And if I don't give you any extra info, why do you think there is an asterisk on an integer? Anyone?
I mean, it's nullable.
It's nullable, exactly. That means it's optional. So when you see that in the signature, it means maybe it's optional. So maybe it's not there. So that's why here I'm actually verifying if I do have it. Okay, and based on that, I'm adding a subquery, okay, checking how many movie genre records do I have for that movie and that genre. I need to be exactly one, because remember, it's end-to-end. The query is actually using iLike. That in case you haven't played with Postgres before, iLike is similar to like. That's available in ANSI SQL, but case insensitive. Okay, so that's iLike, case insensitive. So this is the same code. Get all genre. It's just getting all the genre, nothing important. And fetch movie relation. It's trying to get actors, keywords for a movie. Okay, making all the other selects and actually filling the models. So creating the array of factor, or the slice of factor actually, the slice of genre, the slice of keywords, okay, and attaching that to the movie. To be honest, you can make everything here in one large SQL query with Postgres. So Postgres lets you return arrays with subqueries. So it's possible to make a large query and get everything from a movie, including data from other tables or end-to-end relations. The problem is that it's a huge query. It's faster to execute, but also more difficult to understand. So we are losing clean code at that point. So that's why I kept it like this. Okay? So this is a repository. The only problem that I have to actually make everything work right now is that maybe the interfaces, I need to uncomment this, and like that. So now I think everything is working. Now I should add all the handler registration for everything. Okay, so I need to register, like for example, for get movie by ID. Movie handler. No, I will probably will do that later. So I will go back to this. Do I have any errors? No. So before using these new services, I also need to register those handlers. Okay, so I need to register those handlers. And maybe it's time for a tech break. So let's do now a tech break to see the logging problem. So I will force a logger so we can try this before getting into the beginning of the front end.
All right, sounds good. Or back.
Maybe say that again, because you're back.
So before finishing the handlers, something that we haven't tested yet is the logger. So is the logger working? So something quick that we can do is, remember here we are initializing the logger. So at any time we can say here, for example, take that log instance and try to log an error. So we can log a message like hello from the error system. And we need to pass an error, actual error, so we can say nil for now. So if I save this, I don't need to do anything, like I don't need to run anything, because that code will be executed through the main call, right? Because initialized logger is being executed through the main call. So now if I go to movie.log, I can see that message there. Hello from the error system, and nil because we didn't pass any error, okay? So that object is the one that we are passing through. Does it make sense? So I don't need that now. And we have already added all the functions to our data repository. We just need to finish the handlers, because the handler, remember, the handler is the one that speaks HTTP. it only has get top movies and get random movies. So we need the rest of the services as well, get movie by ID, all the genre. So in this case, we can go to the README, and just we have here the final movies handler.go. So I can copy and paste, or I can just take the new ones. Something that I have here is that if I copy everything, like from here, I have better error management. So on like this, also I have a new movie handler. That's remember in case you want it, let's take it as well. That will take the storage and create one. I don't need to copy the imports. Typically, VS Code will actually update that for you. And probably I have to update some things. So this is the handlers. I'm going to paste this here. And now it's giving me error because this code was expecting lowercase s and L. Okay. Remember that I used, because I was showing you different ways to do that. We can go back to lowercase or update every reference. Remember, if you do this, now they are private. So from the outside, main is giving me an error now. So now main is in red. Oops. None for the recording. The tool to draw is not working. So screen brush. Screen flow? No, screen flow. Screen brush. Is it working now again? Yeah. So main is actually giving me an error. Why? Because now, when we were trying to initialize the storage, now it's private. So there is no way to do this. So now instead of creating the instance like this, if you want to follow this pattern, if not, you can keep it like it is. We can now call new movie handler. A new movie handler will receive the both options, the log instance and the movie repo, as arguments. It's just the same. Okay, in this case, going through a factory. Does it make sense? So now that we do have the handlers, we have the handler for get genres, for get movie, we have search movies. In this case, you can see this is receiving arguments through the get. So through the URL, so it's getting the query, the order, the genre, and it's passing that to the data repository. Remember, handlers speaks HTTP, so that's why it's speaking URL, speaking JSON, is reading information from the request, sending information back to the writer, to the response writer, and on the other side, the repository is actually speaking models and SQL. That's kind of the idea. And after we have the handlers, we need to register the URLs. So that's actually the last step for our server, at least for the data part, because we still have the account type, the login, authentication for later. But for the movies part, now we need to add the rest of the function, so handle func. So we will have API, movies search. Remember, keep the trailing slash or not, it's up to you, but stay consistent. Movie handler, and we will try to here call search movies. Then we have the one that takes one particular movie. So handle func. And look at this. I will just say movies / I will explain what that is in a minute. And this is get movie, one movie. And then handle func. Genre. Movie handler, get genres. So what's the idea with this? Because it says movies. The idea is that this one is going to be API, movies, and the ID of the movie. Like, for example, 140. I don't need to say anything special here. In this case, this handler will take everything starting with API movies. What about search, random, and top? Because they were defined before, they will handle the HTTP request before this one. So that means the order is important. If I do this, top, random, and search will never work. Do you understand why? The order is important.
If you want to pass the body, right, in JSON.
You want to pass
API,
what? I'm sorry?
The body, like JSON body.
So instead of receiving so we will do that for authentication and login. We will pass data over the body in JSON. So we will do that. But the answer is that, the quick answer is that it's not going to change this part. It's going to change the handler. So inside the handler, you will use the request to read the body that is coming from the client, okay? So you change, actually, the handler, not actually how you register the handle. There is no way to create a handle that is doing different, there is no way to register to the HTTP system a handler, but only if there is a body. You cannot do that. In that case, you just create a handler, and inside you check if you do have the body or not, and based on that, you call other functions. Does it make sense?
Yep.
Kind of. Okay, do you have any other questions? Nope. So that means that now, if we try this, we have the top movies, random movies. We can request one movie, for example, this one, 542. And it's giving me that movie. And also we can request things like genres. Genres will give us the array. Okay, and search. Search is more complicated because there are more things here, but we can try to search and search by, for example, Mad Max. Now it's giving me only Mad Max movies. Mad Max Fury Road, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and so on, and the original one. Okay, does it make sense? So we have the API up and running, the API that is currently connected to our SQL database. Do you have any question at this point on the backend? This is just stage one for our backend. I mean, the data is there, we can consume the data. The next stage will be authentication, but that's for later. But before doing that, I want to go to the client so we can actually see this in action. Because right now, everything is so abstract. It's time to see something on the screen. Okay, makes sense? Do you have any question before getting into the front end? Nope? Okay. So now let me close all the Go files because we will forget about Go for a while. So now I will work mostly with the public folder. Okay? So I will go to the public folder. I may push this also. Let me push the backend stage A ready. Let me push this to the server in case you want to get my current version. And now we will work with the public folder, so with the HTML. So our index.html has that hello from Go. That doesn't make any sense. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to replace the HTML. So you have an HTML to copy and paste if you want, but I want to do this manually, at least for the first minutes, so we understand how we are building the app. How easy is actually think about building an app with vanilla JavaScript. So first, let's set a title for this. So this is the name of the project is Reeling It. So we can say Reeling It Movies, something like that. We have a styles CSS that we can point to. And not for the recording, but let me disable Copilot. There we are. So we don't have Copilot messing with us, with our brains, at least for me. So after this, we have a CSS. So we have to link the HTML to a CSS. So I'm going to say link rel style sheet. The CSS is already ready. href styles.css. Okay. We also have a web manifest file. Does anyone know what that is? A web manifest file? We can actually look at it, but do you know what that is? It's a web standard file, so it's not Go, it's not something for any library framework. It's actually a standard. It's called the Web App Manifest. Defines metadata for your website, and most of the time it's being used for progressive web apps. But it's not just for progressive web apps. Actually, every browser is reading that file to get more metadata about your website. For example, what's your color? What's your icon? So in case someone is adding your app to the home screen or adding your website as an app. So for example, Safari on a Mac. Let me show you Safari on the Mac. When you go to a website, like 8080, you can go to File, Add to Dock. And Add to Dock will actually, let me do that again. Not for the recording, but for you. It's taking an old icon because it's cached from another. It's a different icon. Let me see if it's not taking the right icon. That's Safari using a cache. It should delete everything. It's images, icon, PNG. This is the icon it should take. Stock. Oh, come on. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Let me explain it anyway. So when you go and add to dock, you can see it's taking this and you can add this to your dock. But for that, you need to connect your HTML with that file. And you do that with another link. It's link rel manifest. So now there is a connection, a link, between the HTML document and that manifest file. So if I try again, if I reload my page, first, I'm not sure if you realize that there is something new now. There is a color in the URL bar, in the toolbar. So this color, that color. That color is coming from the manifest. It's the theme color. In fact, let me change that with green or with, can be any color. Okay, let's try with green. If I refresh, now Safari is green. So you can see that the HTML, the browser is using this external document to enhance the user interface. And also if you add this to the doc, it's going to use now the icon and also a name that I can set separated from my HTML title. Okay, so that's the idea of the manifest. Okay, so we have connected CSS and also the manifest. That part is done. You want to save it? Yes, because I don't want to keep that green. That was not actually the idea. And also, maybe we want to set, just because something that we need to do on every project. So now if we see localhost, we can close this now, 8080. We see nothing, which is okay. But we have this very old icon there that we don't want. So something that the next step for every project is to also link the shortcut icon. There are many ways to define this. One is through icon or shortcut icon. It's another link. So on the href, we have an icon on inside images, icon PNG. So images, icon PNG will make the trick. So if I refresh now, I'm not sure if you realize that we have a nice icon there as a fab icon. Okay, baby steps that we are doing in our user interface. Any question? No? Okay, so now let's start working on the UI. You know that, I know that at this point you are thinking, oh, writing the HTML manually, it's going to be a lot of work. Well, you will see it's not going to be a lot of work. If we keep the HTML semantic and simple to understand, it's not going to be a big deal. So the body will have a header. And remember, in this case, we are trying to design something that we have already seen here. We are trying to design that website. So actually what we will have is the header. This is the header. So the header will be everything we have here. That's the header. The header will have a logo. It will have a navigation bar or a navigation section and a search input. And then we will have the section for the main content that will depend on the section that we are currently navigating. Okay? Does it make sense? Cool. So that means that's the header. The header will have the title that is going to be an image pointing to images, logo, PNG. I already have the size that I want. I have 35. Remember, every image should have an alternative text. In this case, it's the logo, really neat. We close the H1. Inside the header, we will also have a nav. This is HTML, pure semantic HTML. Nav is for the navigation section of your app. And we will have a list of links. A UL, an unordered list with links, pointing, for example, to the home page. We call it movies. We will, for now, we'll say movies. We'll say favorites. Then we will go to watch list and my account. I need to solve these issues I have here, like that. And then the URLs, we can change this later because they're not going to work at this point. I mean, the target of those links. Watch list, maybe something like this, account. Okay, like that. And after the nav, I'm also going to have a div with a form. And the form will have an input type search. I'm not sure if you know that we do have an input type search for search. So don't use text. Use search that has more semantic and even more attributes for when you have a search. And the placeholder for it will be search movies. And that's actually our header. Then we have the main content that we will leave it empty for now. And then a footer with some basic metadata such as copyright or whatever, really neat, frontendmasters.com. Something like that will work as an initial HTML. So if you look at it, it even fits in one screen. So it's not really so complicated, and we can actually understand what's going on. Okay? Something that I will enhance this with some properties. For example, for these 4 links, I will add a class. I will classify them. And for that, I'm not sure if you know how to use a multi-cursor with Alt or Option. So I can just say, for all of them, I'm going to I'll define a class. I will call the class navLink. So it's not just any link, navlinks. It's just a classification that I'm creating right now. And for the form, I will say that when you submit this, I will talk to an app. We don't know what that app is. Actually, it's undefined at this point. We're going to create the global app object later. And so we can call search. And we're going to pass the event of the form. Again, you have also the HTML in case you want to copy and paste or follow along in the README HTML. So if I save this and reload, now I'm seeing something. Okay? Yeah, of course, the CSS is already there. But anyway, it's just CSS. okay? But just with a very plain semantic HTML, you can just use CSS without adding divs everywhere, okay? It's just a very basic CSS. Of course, you can read the CSS. It's not really a big deal. For example, let's take this part, the nav. So let's go to CSS and understand how that works. So when we go to the styles CSS and we search here, we have a header with some info, and there is a nav. So the nav UL, it says display flex. So that's how they are organized, one besides the other. Then there is a gap of 1.5 rem. That's the gap we have here. Okay. Then inside every nav we have a link. The link is using a color. By the way, do you all know what these bars are from, or what do they mean? I mean, you can guess for the keyword bar, but it's a variable, and it's a color. So at the top, I have a list of colors. So my color palette is actually defined as CSS variables. So then we can use these variables without like copy and pasting the color. Okay, so it's actually pretty cool. So we have variables now in CSS. And on hover, if I'm changing, for example, the highlight color. So when you hover, you see that other color, and you can get it pretty easily with something. Now, of course, if I click there, it's 404. Okay, yeah, I know. We'll get there. But do you have any question on the HTML side? So pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Okay. Well, now it's time to write some JavaScript. So I will create a new file, and I will call that file app.js. Any name will work, to be honest. Okay, any name will work. And what will be the idea? We're going to create a global app object that we can call from anywhere. Okay, with some global function from our JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript application, client-side application. For example, in this app, we can have the search function. So it's going to be a function that receives an event. By the way, this is the one that we are calling from here. Okay, app.search. Keeping it simple, short, app search event. Does anyone know why I'm sending an event? So then we can realize why that event is useful.
And it doesn't reload the form?
Exactly, it's a form. What happens with forms? When you press return or you click on the submit button, it creates a new navigation, new full navigation to the server. So it goes to the server to create like a post back, and we will be a client-side application, so we don't want that. So we want to listen for the event, but we don't want the browser to reload. So in this case, we will just say event prevent default. That actually is the one that makes the trick, and say to the browser, hey browser, don't send the form, I will do that. So prevent your default action after this. And then, for example, we can get the keywords that the user is typing, or the query. You can call keywords query, however you want to do that. So we actually need to get what's inside this input. Okay, so what the user has typed. And for that, we can add an ID. It's okay. Or we can take advantage of CSS selector and use query selector and say, you know what? I want the input whose type is search. And I will have only one in my page, only one search box. So when you got it, get the value. And something else that I need to do. Okay, I need to call the API, grab the data. We will see what to do later. Okay, does it make sense? Now, I need to connect index.html with my app. I'm pretty sure you know how to do that at this point, right? So it's an script tag. But I'm not sure if you know how to do that in a, let's say, modern way. For example, if you want to enable ECMAScript modules on it. Do you know how to do that? I mean, if you have experience doing classic web development, I mean, classic web development is JavaScript from 10 to 30 years ago, or 25 years ago. if you want to split your code in separate files, you have to add a lot of script tags pointing to each file, which is really annoying. We don't want to do that. And we have a better way. When we have more files, we can import from other files, as we were importing from different Go packages. Okay? But to make that work, we need to enable that. We need to enable that in the script tag. And for that, we have to express type module. Have you seen that before? So it says, hey, you know what? We're going to enable ECMAScript modules here. So that app.js can import other JS files, and those other JS files can import another JS files, and we're creating a tree of dependencies that I don't need to explicitly express in my HTML file. Okay, makes sense? And also, I will add the defer attribute. It's not mandatory. Do you know what defer does to the script?
Load it after the entire page is already loaded.
Close. It's loaded after the page or the entire page is parsed, not loaded. What's the difference? Parsing is when the browser ends reading your HTML and creating the DOM. But it doesn't need to load the CSS file, the images file. When you're talking about loading, the load event is fired when every resource is also loaded. And defer, it's going to download the JavaScript file and its dependencies. Actually, let me do that again. Let me rephrase that. Defer will actually download the files in parallel with the parsing, and then it will wait until the parsing ends to execute it. Okay, so that's the idea. So it's for performance. It will improve a little bit web performance of our app. So that's actually the app. We don't need to do anything else here. The next step is C4. If you're following along with the documentation, we're in C4. We need to create an API service. What is that? Let's go back to the diagram. What I want now is to create this API service. This is going to be an object client side that will talk through HTTP to our backend. Okay? So we're going to create that file, API. It's a service. And what's a service from a front-end perspective? Actually, nothing. It's a design pattern. So we don't have services in JavaScript as a concept. Okay? It's just a design pattern. So I'm going to create inside public, because we're in the front end, a services folder, and we're going to store there every script that has to do with services. And we're going to have one called api.js. Okay? And api.js will export a constant that we can call API that will have all the API calls. So, for example, we can have get top movies. Little warning here, I'm going to refactor the code. So I'm going to write something and then I'm going to change it. Okay? So for example, get top movies will be a function. And what's the idea? I want to call my API, my backend API. Okay? So for that, I will use a fetch API. The fetch API receives a URL. So I need to say, well, I want API /movies /top /. Okay? But that's a promise. So typically when we have a promise, we can use async await. Right? So I need to await for this. And that will give me actually the response. The problem is that if I'm using await, I need to add the flag async to my function. Okay? Now I have the response. Is that the array of movies? No. It's the HTTP response object. I need to, if I want the data, so the result of that, I need to call fetch.json. So parse this as JSON, and this is also receiving a promise. This is plain vanilla JavaScript. I'm not using any library. This is how JavaScript works. Okay, the fetch API works. And after I have that, well, I should return that result. By the way, I have an error here, so I will do that again. Because it's not fetch JSON, it's response JSON. You are all sleeping at this point. Okay, let me do that again. So after I did the fetch and I have the HTTP response, to get the result as a JSON object, I need to take the response and call JSON that will parse this as a JSON, and this also returns a promise. So I need to await for the actual JSON. I don't want the promise. And then I can return the result. Okay, so if this is working, I could go to my browser, refresh, I can open the console, and try to call this. How? API dot. Actually, I can't. Why? Because I'm not. This is an exporting a constant, so I need to find a way to get here. Okay, it's not a global variable. When I'm using modules, everything that you are creating in a file will not be available globally. So for now, for debugging purposes only, okay, for debugging purposes only, I will call this, I will say API is equals to, and I will say API. So you can see now it's importing API from this. Okay? Big warning, really big warning. When you're using VS Code and JavaScript, by default, VS Code thinks you're using a JavaScript bundler. Okay? So a JavaScript bundler is something that typically you have when you are doing React, Angular, Vue.js, blah, blah, blah. But we are not using a JavaScript bundler right now. Which means if I run this, I'm getting an error. 404. It says, Services API is 404. I say, why is 404? Services API is there. Does anyone know why it's 404?
The .js.
I don't have the full extension here. I need to add the .js. What happened? VS Code thinks that I have a bundler. And bundlers are solving that problem for you. But that's not how the browser works. The browser doesn't know that they have to add .js to actually get the file from the server. Okay? Does it make sense? So be careful when you're doing vanilla JavaScript that you might have that problem. Okay? Every auto import that you get, at least if not every, the first one. Because now what happens? If you have another one, VS Code realize that you're adding .js and it will add .js on the rest of the imports. But the first one per file will not have that .js. So that's vanilla JS problems. Okay? So now it seems like I have exposed that API. So if I refresh, I have exposed that API through app. Okay? So I can get top movies, and it's a promise. Because it's a promise, so I need to wait for it. And actually, I do have my 20 top movies. So it's working, okay? I'm getting in my app the top movies. Does it make sense? Again, I'm exposing the API to the console. It's not a good idea, and I don't want to do that. But at least for debugging, at this point, I think it works. Okay, does it make sense? Cool. Well, now, we need to add also on the API, get random movies, get movie by ID, and everything looks kind of the same, or very similar. Okay? We just changed the URL, right? So maybe we can try to make a general fetch from my API, and then we call that fetch. Because if not, we will be copy and pasting, and that's pretty bad. So let's say that fetch will be an async function that will receive the URL or the service URL and maybe some arguments that we can add later. And it will do this instead of this. Maybe you will see that /API, it's like a prefix that we need to use on every service, right? So maybe we can create like a constant. It's not really a constant, but kind of a constant for that typically we call that base URL. Like that. So then we will, so get top movies first. It's going to just return the call to API fetch with movie stop. Just that part of the URL. Does it make sense? So then we receive this here, the fetch, and we're going to say, well, you know what? I'm going to take the base URL, and we're going to concatenate the service or the service name. Let's call it however you want. Service name. And then we may have some arguments at some point. Okay. And I have a question for you. What happens if there is any error? How can I catch the error? I mean, the URL does not exist, the server is down, the server is giving me 500.
500 error.
Sorry, what?
500 error.
But how? How can I, with async await, do you know how to catch errors? Try catch. So it's as simple as using try catch. So in JavaScript, you can use try catch even from async operations if it's a promise. So try catch. I don't need to receive the error now anymore. It's not mandatory, but maybe I want it because at least I want to see it in the console. So I can say console error E, and later we'll see we do something else. Okay. So now we have get top movies, and I just need to clone this for the rest. Okay. So get random movies is pretty similar. And we just changed the URL. Get movie by ID. In this case, we receive the ID as an argument. We may receive the ID as an argument. We can check if the ID is a number or not. And then we return fetch movies. In this case, it's going to be movies. And the ID, we can use we can concatenate or use a template string. And by the way, I'm returning the fetch, so the promise. Also, if you want to return just the data, the JSON, we can also await on each of those. Does it make sense? So then whoever is calling you will receive the data. Okay, get movie by ID. Then we have search movies. This one has a couple of arguments, so it's going to be a little different. We're going to receive a query. Typically, we call this Q. I mean, you can call it however you want, but the argument, and I think that we are all copying Google here, that they were using Q in the URL when you Google something. google.com/Q equals. It's actually the query. So we have the query, the order, and the genre. Okay, like that. And we have one more. So in this case, we are going to receive movies. It was search. And actually, I want to pass the arguments. I mean, I can do it manually. Like I can say query string, so question mark, query equals to query. I can do that, okay? Or I can create a little tool where I can pass an object with the 3 arguments. And here, I can just create the query string manually. Okay, so if you have arguments that you want to send over the query string, you just pass it as an object. And from this side, you say, if I do have an argument, I will say new URL search param. This is pure vanilla JavaScript. Arguments to a string, And if I don't have arguments, I will just say empty string. So then I concatenate this with that query string. Okay? Yeah.
Why did you say it was not good to expose the API to the console? If it's client side, they can see the code anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's client side. Anyone can see the code. But the thing is that when we're using modules, you can encapsulate objects and make them hidden to the global scope. I mean, if you have a bad actor, the bad actor can get into that anywhere. But it's like another barrier that you put there, and also you're not exposing that in the console or to a plugin that is in Chrome and things like that. I mean, it's not like a very secure system. No, it's not. But every new barrier that you add makes things better. In this case, we are encapsulating this, and only our objects or only scripts that are actually importing API will be able to use it. But if you want to hack into that, you can't pretty easily. I mean, these days in JavaScript, if you don't have access to something, you can always use import as a function. So you will be able to import like services, API.js, like so, and wait for it. And when you have it, you will have, actually we can do this. It's API services, API.js, yeah. Why? Yeah, well, I don't, maybe we've removed that. I'm not sure why. Find your module specifier. Something's wrong with the URL? No, it's not. Well, anyway, let's remove that and just explain that briefly. So even today with modern JavaScript, you can do live module import. So you can import a module like this, and then we will have access to it if you have the right permission at the network layer. But it doesn't matter. I mean, in this case, I think that from an organization point of view, it's a good idea to hide that. Okay, because that means that you have to explicitly add the API import when you need it. Okay, makes sense? So now that means that we have the API service available from a client-side point of view. Okay? So I'm not counting the time, and I think she's not there, right? To see how much time have we been recording. Okay, well, let's continue and make one web component.
About 50 minutes.
50?
Or 45, 50 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, we can do some 10 minutes, then a break, and then we come back, and very good, anyway. But at least I want to finish today with something on the screen, the movie, the two web components. So now that we have the, so now we have, on the front end, we have the API service ready. But if you look here, the API connects to web components. So to actually see something on the screen, we can do it directly. But the idea is that I want to create for the main, remember the main is empty right now. This is where we are going to put this. I want to create something like this. I want to create a web component that can be something like homepage. Okay? Of course, if I run this, nothing happens. Okay? If I refresh, nothing happens. What is the browser doing with that component? If I look here in the main, it's actually there. But it doesn't know what to do with that. Well, but we can create a custom element, a web component, that can actually render something under that name, under that HTML element. Okay? And that's a web component. So if you want to get deeper into web components, you can see the course at Frontend Masters, Vanilla JavaScript. You might not need that framework, but just a few really quick definitions. A web component is a modular, reusable building block for web development that encapsulates a set of related functionality and user interface elements. In short words, your own custom HTML element that you can reuse, okay, and you can encapsulate under one HTML element that you create, such as our homepage, okay? Actually, the web components spec is not really a spec, so that's wrong. It's not really a spec, it's not an API. It's a design pattern, and it's currently compatible with every browser, so we don't have any compatibility issues. It's actually a set of standards, so it's more a design pattern. We use custom elements, we use HTML templates, and Shadow DOM, if we want, that's optional. And also Shadow DOM has a declarative version. Roughly, custom elements lets us register into the browser my new tag. HTML templates is a way, instead of writing HTML from JavaScript, it's a way that we have to write the HTML for that component in the DOM. And Shadow DOM will create an encapsulated DOM for that component that is useful for CSS, for example. So then each component will have its own CSS, and that CSS won't affect the outside. Okay, by default, it affects the outside. Okay, so that's the idea. And it's similar to the idea of components on most of the libraries out there. React, Angular, Vue.js, everyone has the idea of a component. So it's kind of the same thing, but with vanilla JavaScript, with no libraries, with no frameworks. Okay? And we have freedom of choice on how to define them and use them. And we will use, during this course, many ways to use web components. So let's create our first web component. We can create first the template or first the JavaScript. It's just the same. What's the template? Well, the template, it's actually something that we can put here somewhere in the HTML. Template. And it's actually the template HTML element. We set an ID. You will see why we need an ID. We can call this template home, for example. And then write the HTML for this. Okay? So our HTML for the home page, we have two sections. The sections will have vertical scroll, and I have CSS for that class for making a vertical scroll of movies. Okay? And this is going to be the top 10. Actually, it's top 20, because we have 20 as our constant, not top 10. We can say top 10 and then change that. It doesn't matter. It will have an issue, such as this week's top movies. That's a title and a list. Okay? And something similar we will have for the random movies. So we can say the title for this can be something to watch today. Okay? So if I say this, here comes the important part. The template HTML element will not be rendered by the browser. It will be parsed by the browser, but not rendered. We need to use JavaScript to bring that template and use it in our web component. Because by default, I mean, if I refresh, I'm not seeing that. I mean, the template is there, but by default, it's not being rendered. It's like hidden. I mean, it's a template, so it's not being used to render in. At least it should render the H2, the title. I'm not seeing that. Okay? Well, let's do a tech break. Yeah, 10 minutes. And after that, we finish that part. And probably after that, after we see movies on the screen, we were ready to finish the day. Okay? 10 minutes. So now we have the template. The next step is to actually write the JavaScript part, because every web component is first a JavaScript class. So I need to create, within public always, I'm going to create a new folder, let's call it components, where we're going to write all our components. So we're going to start creating the homepage component, homepage.js, and components are classes. So I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to export the class so anyone can use it from the outside. So we can call this homepage, and the important part here is that we are going to extend from HTML element. That is what makes it an HTML element. But how does the browser will know that I want this element to respond to homepage? It won't get it automatically. So to that, we need to call the custom elements API after we set, after or before, it doesn't matter, the class, and we're going to define a new element, homepage, and the class will be homepage. Have in mind, every time you define a new custom element, it's mandatory to have a hyphen, at least one. It's mandatory from the HTML spec. So if you're going to create a custom element, it shouldn't be just one word. You need at least two, so you can use a prefix from your app, like app-something, or for example, in this case, home page. Okay? And now the next step is, okay, I need to do something when I'm actually rendering this. So I want to get the template and do something with it. Okay? So for that, there are two places where I can put some code. One is the constructor, and the other one is the connected callback. Connected callback is a method that we can override from the superclass. Be careful with the second capital C, the connected callback. When that element is actually in a DOM, it's actually pushed into the DOM, it will execute that function. It's like an event, okay? Like a mounted event over our element. So, and here, I can just try to get the template from the DOM. So I will say get element by ID, and I will get the template home. I think that's how I call it. Let me check. Yep. Template-home. And now I am the element. Okay, so I am a DOM element. So this is my DOM. I'm an element, okay? So I'm going to do it wrong first. So I can append child to myself the template. This is not going to work, by the way, right? It's wrong. But let me explain why. But first, this is kind of the idea, okay? So we grab the template and then we use it in ourselves, okay? The problem is that templates cannot be used directly because they are templates. They are like classes versus objects, so they're not the instance, they are the class. They are the model to create instances. So what we need to do with that template is that we need to take its content and call clone node. Content.clone node. And we need to specify if deep is true, actually if inside that template there are other web components, if we want also to do the whole deep creation of components. Okay, for now we can say true. And this is actually the content that I can push into myself, not the template. Okay, does it make sense? We need to do this on every component. So if you want, this is OOP. So you can create a base class and then call it, and then create subclasses inheriting from that base class because it's OOP. This is JavaScript, not Go. We can do OOP. We had inheritance and all that stuff. Okay, does it make sense? So if I do that now and I refresh, I'm still not seeing that. And it's expectable. You say, maybe you were not expecting that. You were expecting to see something. Because let's review what we have. we have an index HTML. The index HTML has the home page, and we have already registered that when we have that element, we want it to render this element. And this element will take the template and push a clone of that template, an instance of that template, into here, so in the home page. So actually, we should see something like this. This part should be now, a clone should be inside home page. But it's not working. Does anyone know why?
You haven't imported homepage anywhere.
Exactly. The browser has never imported the home page, so it has never executed this line. Okay? So this is important. You have to import somewhere in the dependency tree. So for example, I can go to my app. I'm not using it from JavaScript right now, just for HTML, but I need to import that. So I will use this kind of import. I will say components, homepage.js. If I do that, at least the browser will now recognize that components homepage.js has something inside. Okay, another way, instead of doing this, and instead of creating the HTML like this, is I can go to app.js. I mean, you can do it however you want. I can go to app.js and I can say something like window, not document, window, add event listener, DOM content loaded. Do you all know what that means?
When it reads a page.
It will be executed when the page was parsed and the DOM is ready. So here I can go and grab by query selector my main element, and I can append a child, and I can say that I want to create here, I want to add here a new what? Home page. And now it's going to import that home page the classic way, because now I'm doing it from JavaScript. Okay, does it make sense? That's another way to do the same thing, but from JavaScript. So when the page loads, I'm creating a new home page, and I'm appending that inside the main. So if I refresh now, and I open the console, if I see the elements, actually, I'm expecting this to work, so it's not working. So let me see why. The main should work now. I have the app.js. Yeah, let me go back. Main is empty here. Have the app.js. Window add event listener. If you see something, let's do this, just to see if it's executing. Yep, everything is executing. So maybe I have a bug in the.
I think with query selector you need like the dot for the class or a hash. No.
No, this is a CSS element selector. So it's actually looking for the element with the tag name main.
Pull main.
So yeah, that's. No, I think I have a problem in my homepage. Let's see if I'm have the right thing. It's connected callback. I don't have any typo. I don't think so. I'm getting the template and appending the child.
Do you need a constructor on that thing?
No, we can add it. By default, you have a constructor always calling super, so it's a default constructor. I don't need it, but just to prove that I don't need it, I need to remove that debugger thing. But now appear with the constructor. But it's weird. I don't need the constructor. We have a default constructor anyway.
I think you just needed a hard refresh.
Maybe refresh, yeah. Something. Let me try again then. So remove this.
You need to render the content of the web component.
Actually, so if probably the render thing that you're mentioning or someone is mentioning in the chat is because that's in the code. But actually, render, that's a custom method. So actually, this append child is taking the content. So I don't need to do anything special. No, let me try again here. Let me remove that debugger. Now it's working, so yeah. JavaScript, right? Elon Musk is right. We should have stopped doing programming at all. Okay, yeah, now it's working, so yeah, I know. I didn't now it's exactly the same as before. So maybe I didn't save. Well, okay, I will just continue. It's working now. The only thing is that let's do a quick and dirty trick. Remove this from here so we don't see it when I go back and refresh. Okay, so I'm returning to the video now. So if I want to see if this is working, I go here, refresh, and I can see that it's rendering the template that I have just cloned and pushed into this. Okay? So that's roughly how a web component works. But yeah, we need to do something else also. It's not just taking the template. We need to dynamically render the content. So I need to go to my API. I need to get the movies, top movies and random movies, and fill the gaps. Which gaps? The ULs. I have one gap here, another gap here. Okay, so that's the next step. So now within connected callback, I can create a function. I can call this render. You don't need to call it render, so it's not really it's not a method coming from the superclass. It's not. Connected callback, it is a method that we need to override, but not render. Okay, but then we can call this render. So after we put the template, I can go and try to get everything that we have from the API. So for example, I can get the top movies from where? From the API. So I will await for API. And API, it's something that it's on another module. So when I press return, it's adding me an import. And you know what's the next step after that import? What's the next step? Come on, come on, come on. .js. Remember, no, it's not going to work. I need to add .js manually. And also because I need to await, I need to add async to my render. Okay, remember, async await. So now I have top movies. So what's the next step? Well, I need to render them. Okay, but before doing the rendering, so I need to take the top movies and do a for each, for example, and do something with it. I know that after top movies, I need to do the same thing, exactly the same thing, for random movies. Remember that we have 2 sections and 2 APIs. So instead of doing manually and copy and pasting, I'm going to do something that you may like or dislike, to be honest. I will create another function inside. In JavaScript, it's not really common, but you can create functions inside functions. It's a local function. Okay, so it's perfectly valid. So I can call this render movies in list. I receive the movies and the list, the UL, and I will do this for every list. So then I can call render movies in list with the top movies, and the UL is document get element by ID. I think it was top 10. And then I can call it with random movies, get random movies, random and random movies. Does it make sense? So this is perfectly valid. And now here the idea is that I will first need to take the list and I will clear the list in case it has something inside. So I will clear the contents. And I will do a for each over the movie. So I will loop through with the for each function, or I can use a standard for each. It's up to you. This is functional programming. It's up to you which one do you prefer to use. And for every movie, I'm going to do something. Okay, so what it's a list, it's a UL, so ULs needs list items, LIs inside. So I'm going to create LIs. How? Like this, document, create element, LI. This is pure DOM management, vanilla JavaScript. And what I can do is I can append a child with something. Or in fact, let me do this first, just for testing. I will say, inside the LI, I can change the inner HTML or the text content. This is for debugging purposes only. Movie.title. Okay? It's not my final code. And then I need to take the list, and I'm going to append that LI to the list. Does it make sense? So now let's see what happens if I refresh. Actually, we have some errors. Well, it seems like we have an API issue here first, so we can try to solve the problem first. So there is a missing /. So if I go to api.js, I should add the / to the base URL, or add them to each getter, up to you. And if I refresh, now, yeah, it looks terrible, but something is there. Something that I'm seeing is that I'm also removing the titles. That is because in my web component, in the homepage web component, I should say that from the top 10, in fact, let's replace getElement by ID with query selector, and I will use the ID top 10, the UL that I have inside. Does it make sense? So I will take the ID random UL, because if not, it's also replacing the H2. In the HTML, the section top 10 has the title and the list. If I'm taking top 10, it's replacing everything I have here, including the UL. Okay, does it make sense? So now if I refresh, yeah, it's still not good, but better. Okay, does it make sense? Do you have any question at this point? Yeah.
Can we put the template outside the index?
That's a good question. So can we put the template outside of the HTML? Sure. How to do that? You create a template. We can create the templates folders and put it there. And then in the web component, typically you do that in the constructor of the web component. You're going to actually make a fetch for that templates homepage HTML. It's a manual thing, but that's how you do that. There is no declarative way to say that like template href or template source. No, you need to do it manually. So you grab the HTML manually using fetch, and then you inject that into your component. Okay, does it make sense? That's the process to actually do that. Okay, makes sense? Well, one more step to actually see the movies with the poster. Yeah, we can change this LI with something, but instead of creating, instead of text content, I want to create, and this is a pretty normal pattern, I want to create a component for rendering each item, each movie. It's typically called movie item or movie item component. Okay? So I'm going to create a new movie item component that will then be used to render each movie. Okay? And we know how to create components, so this is the second one. I will do it manually, but the rest will probably be more copy and pasting from the snippets. What I need here is then to create a movie item component. So I will export the class movie. I can call it movie item or movie item component. It's up to you. I mean, it's just a design pattern. Extending from HTML element. We know the deal. And then we will talk to custom elements, and we define movie item as that component. Okay? The only different part compared with the previous one is that in this one, I need the movie. So I need properties from the outside. Someone needs to send me the movie so I can render a movie. Does it make sense? And there are many ways with web components to do that. In this case, in this particular case, I will use one way, is that I can receive the movie as an argument in the constructor. When you override the web components constructor, it's mandatory, if not you will get an exception, to call super. The first thing you need to do is call super. If not, the web component won't work. And then I will save that movie in a local property. So then, in connected callback, remember this is the event when our component is mounted in the page, we can actually render the movie. But in this case, I'm not going to use a template. I'm going to write it manually from here so you can see another way.
It seems like maybe the font's a little bit small. I don't know if we could
it is.
bump it up by a couple.
Okay, I will increase it now. Yeah, I don't think I touch it, but yeah. Let's increase the font size a little bit. So now in connected callback, I'm not going to use a template element. Okay, it's not mandatory. On each case, you decide which one fits better for a template and which one fits better for just writing short HTML here. This is similar to when you do in Angular, and sometimes the template goes in the TypeScript file, sometimes it goes to a separate file, so something similar to that. So for example, in this case, I will just change my own inner HTML. I'm the element. So I can just write HTML. I'm using the backtick here, so the template is string. So similar to JSX, if you want, in React. So I'm mentioning two libraries. I have just mentioned two libraries in the past minute. Okay, but instead of writing JSX, it's just a string. Okay, so I can say that each movie will have a link, so we can click on it. Later, we will make that work, and will contain maybe an article. That's the HTML semantic element for an item in a data set. And we are going to have an image with some source and some alternative text. We will fill the data in a second. And then a paragraph for the title. Okay? So I can do this, and then I can try to take this query selector and take the image and change the source, like so. Or, because I'm using backtick template strings, I can just come here and replace this with, for example, movie, or actually this movie, because it's a property from the class, poster URL. Okay? And for the paragraph, something similar, this movie title. And also because there are movies with the same title, we can, in parentheses, or within parentheses, I can add also the release year. Like so. Okay, and then I don't need this. So similar to React, how in JSX you use interpolation. So it's kind of similar. Okay? So now, we also need the alt. Remember, always just fill the alt. We can just take the movie title. Let me put this in a new line. The movie title, and say this is the poster of that movie. Something like that, like Batman poster, Star Wars poster. And then I can use this movie item component in my homepage. So instead of just writing the title, I will go to this li, this item, and I will append child, and I will create a new movie item component that receives a movie. I already have the movie here, so I will pass the movie as an argument. And from an OOP point of view, this looks really nice. So I have a list item, I have a movie item component. Okay, does it make sense? So if I run this, voila, I have movies with vertical scroll and something to watch today, random movies. So every time I refresh, I'm getting different random movies. Okay, so let's review where we are. This is so small here. So we know that the backend was done. So now we are, of course, at the front end. And actually, what we have is the API service. We have the user interface, HTML, CSS, and of course, images. Actually, the user interface is creating one web component, the homepage. The homepage web component is calling the API service. The API service goes through HTTP, goes to the backend. The backend enters into a handler. Okay, it's a movie handler. So the movie handler has a model repository, the movies repository. That's the one that talks to the database, makes the SQL query. It returns the SQL query. It converts that into a model. So the model is actually the movie class. Then a slice of movies, or a collection of movies, is going back to the handler. The handler is converting that into JSON. And through HTTP, it goes back to the API service. And the API service sends that to the web component, which is now writing HTML. And finally, you see that in the user interface. Okay? So that's everything that we have done so far.
You list a lot of movies, or what if we have a lot, right? 1 million movies that you need to load. Or you have to go to paging.
Exactly. Right now, we are downloading only 20. So we have a maximum amount. You don't want to download all the movies. Also, you will get probably access quota in your cloud. You have to pay for that. So we will you will need to get into making pages, or just like in Google search results. There are many patterns. You have the paging pattern where you create pages and next and previous. You have the infinite scroll pattern. It's a UX design pattern. So you start scrolling. It can be horizontally or vertically. And when you get to the end, you get 10 more. And when you get to the end, you get 10 more, okay, automatically. So you do that with the on-scroll event. So when you get near the end, you go and grab 10 more and you attach those there. So you will have to think about that. Right now, for simplicity, we are just downloading a maximum of 20, and that's all. But yeah, you will need to increase that. Also, for the search that we will do later, on the search, we will have filters. So also, we will be able, if the data set that is coming from the service is too large, we can narrow that by filtering it. Okay, so we can filter the search. Does that make sense? Do you have any question? No? The only thing that is still missing, and we will do later, is the router and routes. Those are the things that we haven't coded so far in the client to actually, for example, click on one movie and go to the details.
There was lots of wows in chat.
So we got into the wow moment, okay, right? Yeah, I know. I know that you were not believing in this initially, okay? But that usually happens, okay? I know that some developers, they want to start with the UI first because they feel better, okay? But when you have, if you started with this diagram, with the architecture, okay, you can start anywhere actually coding, and it should work. I mean, if you think about all the connections that you have on each part, you don't need to start with the UI or here or there. It's up to you. Okay. Yeah.
If I wanted to use this stack for generating landing pages, I would need to render these components on the server. What?
Yeah, a single page application has advantages and disadvantages. one of the disadvantages is SEO, search engine optimization. In this case, it depends on the landing. If the landing is for ads, I mean Facebook ads or Instagram ads, it doesn't matter, to be honest. But if you want to, or for example, if you want to be on Google, or now we have SEO, search engine optimization, and AIO. Okay, because now you can search using ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Grok. They can search on the web. And when we have a single page application, they don't see the data. Okay, they could potentially, but they're not doing that. From a performance point of view and resources, they're not doing that. So they're just reading the HTML. And yes, our HTML, right now, they're reading this, the page source, and there is no data. Okay? So remember, there is another intermediate course that follows this project. In that intermediate course, we do some kind of server-side rendering to solve that problem. Okay, in that case, you need to solve the problem from Go, from the backend, and instead of just delivering an HTML, you need to fill some gaps, at least, even if it's not the final UI, at least the data. So then from the server, you're also serving, that's server-side rendering, you're also rendering some of the data from the server, and then you can continue client-side with JavaScript. Okay? Any other question? No? Okay, so the recording ends right now, and that means that we are done for today. Okay, so we've reached the point. Tomorrow, just for you to know, we will start working with the routes, so we will do client-side rendering. We will also make a little animation while everything is loading, is being loaded. And then we will finish the whole UI in terms of searching, filtering, reordering, seeing the details. And then that will be probably half of tomorrow. And the second half will be authentication. And we will go back to the server also to add the authentication part server side and discuss JWT and how to have an authentication token and so on. Okay?
Michael in chat is going to rename himself to "Please push the code."
Oh yeah, sure.
Push please.
Sure.
Me too.
I can give you a QR code on the screen. We are still streaming this with my crypto wallet. Okay, and then you can send some Bitcoins or USDT there. Okay, so let's call this first client-side rendering homepage. There you have it, and for free.
Got it.
Okay. And now, if you don't know what to watch tonight, okay, you can refresh here and see The Rock. But from the 96, yeah, you can see random.
Are you doing the trailer too?
Sorry, what?
Trailer? Play the movie?
We will do that. Yeah, it's not there yet. So if I click here, nothing happens. But we will do that tomorrow. We will create a YouTube embed web component. So if you want to watch it now, you can watch. You can search for the URL in the dataset because it's there. Yeah?
Cool.
Okay. Well, see you tomorrow then. So we are half of our project, so let's make a review. It's a good time to make a review of what we have so far. So let's start with the client side. So client side, we have app.js. So that's our JavaScript file that actually it's acting as our connection to the UI. So for example, from the HTML, we are calling app.js something at some points, app.search, for example, in our search box. Then we have one service so far. It's API.js. This is the one that is making the request to the backend. So we are centralizing, making requests to the backend, and maybe parsing the response, at least in terms of if it's coming with an HTTP 200, meaning that it's okay, or if there is any error, we are going to handle that directly in API.js. We are centralizing that there. Then we have a couple of components. So far we have only one, but the idea is that we will have components in the components folder. Remember, each web component is at least one class in JavaScript. And we are creating one JavaScript file per component. By the way, that's not mandatory. In JavaScript, you can just put all the components in one file and it will just work. And server side, we have our main.go. That in this case, it's the entry point of our app, and it's also where we are setting up our server. So there we are, for example, connecting to the database, reading the .m file with the connection string. We are setting up everything, including setting up the handlers. So we're also creating a logger. That is just a utility that we have to store in a file every problem that we may have. Remember, in the future, we can replace that. We can change that with a logger that connects to a cloud-based service, that there are many, and different cloud services are offering logging systems, or we can use a database. Also, we have handlers. So far, also, we have only one. It's a handler for movies. In this case, this is going to handle the HTTP request, and this is the one that is reading the request, and based on the request and the route is actually sending something back to the client. And the handler is not the one making requests to the database. The handler for that is communicating with actually a model repository that uses a model. So that's why we have a model or several models, basically per entity. So we have users that we haven't used them so far. We have movies, we have genre, and we have actor. And then the repository, actually right now in the data package, are the one that is actually making the query to the database and sending the data back in the form of a model or a collection of models and a slice of model, talking about Go vocabulary. And it's sending that back to a handler most of the time, and the handler is sending that back in JSON to the client that is actually being taken by the API. And maybe the API is sending that back to the app, to whoever was asking for that content. Okay? And remember, this is the structure that we have so far. The only thing that we are missing, that we will do in a few minutes, is the router, to actually manage different routes client side. But the rest, at least all the pieces are actually there in our code. Do you have any question at this point on any of these sections or elements that we have in our app so far? Nope. Okay. Going back to our code, now if you are following the instructions in the README file, I'm going to work with D4. And D4, find it. It says animated loading. This is actually not really a requirement, but something that is really nice, mostly when we are loading asynchronous data. Remember, every time we are going to the server, that might take time. Okay. Right now, our app is pretty fast, even if you're using a cloud-based database. Okay, so it's pretty fast. But anyway, of course, that might take time. I mean, the database might be slow, or maybe we are in a very slow connection, so it might take time. The usual classic pattern was actually to create like a loading spinner or a loading progress bar, but that's actually really bad these days. I mean, without getting into details on that, but briefly, when you create a spinner or a progress bar, you're actually setting yourself a label saying, I'm slow. Okay, that's kind of the idea. I mean, in short words, it's like, I'm slow, so I need to put this. So instead of doing that, the new pattern that we are using in apps is actually to create an wavy animation. Probably you have seen that. It's like we set some placeholders for the content. The content is not there yet, but we set some placeholders that are kind of waving with an animation, okay? Something like that. So, and we can do that pretty easily with just creating a web component and some CSS. Okay, of course, the CSS is already there. You can go and check it. It's actually a class, loading wave. So if you open in public styles.css, you can search for loading wave, and it's actually, it has, it's for any block-based element, so it has a size and a background, and also it has an animation. The animation is using CSS animation, and this is making actually that wave. It's moving the background. It's actually using, for the background, it's using a gradient as a background, and then it's like moving the background. And because it's moving the background, it's like that gradient is moving. It's being animated. So it creates that wave effect without any external file or SVG. It's just pure CSS. So we're going to create that component. So then later we can use it at some places where we want to set that while the data is loading. So for that, I will create another component. Right now we have homepage and movie item. Remember, movie item is each movie that we are rendering. So in this case, I'm going to create animated loading.js. Loading.js. And it's going to be a web component. So that means that we know what do we need to do when we're creating a web component. We are creating a class always. Animated loading, extending from HTML element. By the way, you don't need to always extend from HTML element. It can also be a subclass of HTML element. It can be a custom class of your own, or there are other elements, for example, audio element or button element. So you can extend one of the HTML elements and start from there instead of starting from an empty placeholder. Okay? But for now, I think that HTML element will do the trick. And remember that if you want to use this, you also need to register it with the custom elements API. So we're going to define a tag, an HTML tag, a new tag, for example, animated loading, and then we set our class as the one that's going to render that particular element. And in this case, we are going to implement the connected callback. Remember, this is a standard method that we can override from the superclass and do something here. Okay. What's my idea for this particular web component? So let's move to index.html just to see how I want to use this. Okay. So let's see, anywhere in our page, for example, here in the main, while it's loading, I want to use my animated loading element, actually with G, like that. But also, maybe let's say I want different boxes. I want 5 boxes. Instead of just adding 5 of those, maybe we can just have a property, a custom attribute, where I can say how many elements do I want. Like I want 5. Okay? So to make this, I mean, we can do that with web components. The only requirement to make it fully compatible and fully spec compatible is to use data dash attributes. Okay? So our custom attributes should have a prefix of data dash. There are several reasons for that, but one of the reasons is for future compatibility with HTML. Because maybe in the future, HTML might add an element attribute in the spec, and then we are using it for our own purpose, so we will have a problem. So if we prefix those attributes with data dash, okay, we know that for sure that won't be a problem in the future. So, and also we may want to set here maybe the width and the height. We can use also this, like for example, I want this to be 300 pixels, and we can add CSS. We can change that later. So, yeah.
Is the data dash, is that like a requirement, or is that just a best practice?
So, it's something in the middle, actually. So, if you don't use data dash, it will work, and you can use it, okay? you are not following best practices, but also you are breaking the rules. But anyway, on HTML, you can break the rules and nothing happens. Okay, so also the way that we use now to get the values is different. If it's a normal attribute, even if it doesn't exist, or if it's a data dash attribute. Actually, data dash attributes, they have an API. So now we will use that. So this is from an HTML point of view. So from the UI, this is how we are going to use our web component. Okay. So now I will show you what's the difference. So if I have another one, let's say a test that is not data dash, okay, with something inside, now we'll show you how to read that from JavaScript. But you will see it's different from data dash attributes. So if you're coming from, I don't know, React or Angular, yeah, that data dash looks like a lot of work or bureaucracy that we need to add. But the reason is, first, future compatibility, and also there is a JavaScript vanilla API available for us to work with data dash attributes or properties. So from the web component, so from here, for example, so let's talk about the constructor for a second. If you override the constructor, you must call super. If not, it's not going to work. So remember that. So it's important to understand that these two moments, the constructor and the connected callback. If I want to read the properties in the HTML tag, I must use connected callback. Why? Because the constructor is the first thing that it's actually being executed when that class, when an object of that class is being created. And at that moment, the system, the engine, didn't parse yet the attributes. It's just creating the class in memory. Okay? So don't use the constructor for reading properties. So we can use connected callback. So if we want to get, for example, the elements, the amount of elements that we have, or the width or the height, we use this dot dataset. And every data dash attribute goes to a property of that object dataset without data dash. So for example, I will have directly dot elements. This is actually data elements. Okay, so if I want the width, it's this dataset width, and of course the same for height. You got the idea. Now for the test attribute, I need to actually use a different API. It's not going to dataset. So we can just say this.test and hope for the best, because that depends on the browser implementation. What happens when they have an attribute that is not really recognized. Or if you want something that will work everywhere, you need to call getAttribute and then read that attribute's value with a key. Okay? So if you don't use data dash, you need to go back to that old way to read attributes, even if they're not official attributes. Okay? So dataset is better because it goes automatically to an object, and you will get all your properties, your custom properties there. This is similar to input properties in Angular or props in React. Okay? Does it make sense? So, and here I just need to loop through the elements, and I need to create as many elements as you are requesting. And then I'm going to create divs, and I'm going to apply the class to those divs. Okay? So I will say, let's call this wrapper. I'm going to create the div. To set the class, there are many ways. You can set the attribute. You can change the class name. There are many ways to do that. You can set the attribute. You can change the class name. Or you can use class list. There is an API where you can add a class or remove a class to that particular element, classification to that element. There are many ways to just apply the same thing. And I'm going to apply loading wave. That's then CSS is applying an animation there. Okay, does it make sense? Then I should maybe use my width and height. So I will change the CSS from JavaScript, you can change the CSS using the style property. So I have the width, the height. This is height. And from here, I can also set, I can change that from CSS as well. But I can change the margin, maybe, and we can maybe change this to inline block. I'm not sure if you, does anyone know the difference between display block and display inline block in CSS?
I think block takes the whole width
Uh-huh.
and the other one doesn't.
So a block, yeah, it's taking the whole available width in the parent. That doesn't mean it's the whole width that we have on the screen. It's parent element. Inline makes it not a box, but something that shares the space with other elements. And inline block, it's actually inline. So it's like letters. I mean, two letters, they are inline. So they are one after the other. They're sharing the block. But applying block means that I can use block-based properties such as margin, padding, border, that they're not for inline only elements, okay? And finally, I need to add this wrapper to myself. Remember, we are a component, so we are adding that wrapper. So this is just a quick exercise, okay, to quickly see how to create a web component for real usage that then we can reuse as many times as we want.
Do you want the append child inside of the loop?
Yeah, you're right, thank you. So I need this append child inside the loop because we are creating different elements. Yep, thank you. So now we can try this. Will it work? What do you think? First, let's remember where I'm using it. I'm using it in the main, okay? Which I don't know if it's going to work or not, or what happens with what we have here. So, so if I refresh, okay, I'm not seeing this, but there are a couple of reasons of why we are not seeing this. Let's go back and see who is rendering the home page. Remember that this is the home page. At some point, someone is actually loading the home page. And actually, it's here. Okay? So it's adding this, it's appending the child home page. That's something that we will change in a few minutes. But it has a home page there. If we look at the DOM, we look at main, okay? We do have main, and we do have animated loading. So it's there with all the data properties, but actually it has no rendering. Does anyone know why? We had this problem before. For the browser to recognize our web components, we must import the file. If it's not in the import tree, the browser will never know that I do have a file. Okay, so I need to import this. In this case, it's going to be components /animated loading JS. So now if I refresh, something happens. Okay, it's actually saying, hey, relative references must start with either /./ which is true. Be careful when you're doing this, because mostly if you're used to some bundlers, JavaScript bundlers, they solve those issues. In browser-based JavaScript, you have to start your imports, the path of the file you're importing, with a / or with a dot. So it's mandatory. Okay? So look at that. Now I have 5 loading animations. And of course, we can change properties. Let's say maybe I want 200 and 500. Of course, you can play with that until you are happy with that. You can make them smaller, or maybe 200 and 400, something like that. Okay, it's up to you. And also, you can use this for very small lines, like to simulate text. Just a to-do for later. Okay, for you, maybe homework. for you to have in mind, so a warning, what happens if you change these properties manually, like from JavaScript or even from here? So I'm going to here and I'm changing that 5. And then now I'm saying I want 3. It's not changing it. Or I want to change this. It's not updating the UI. Okay, makes sense? That is because we have already rendered our web component. The life cycle of the web component is more complex, and actually connected callback is executed only when you put that in the DOM, and that's all. So you need to remove it from the DOM and put it again to actually execute that code again. So there are other methods available in a web component, and one is being executed when some of the attributes are changing. So in that case, you can re-render or you can update the UI when that happens. Okay, maybe in this particular example, it's weird because it's just for animation. So once you design it, probably you're not going to change it. But when you're creating other web components, have in mind that if attributes are changing dynamically after the element is injected in the DOM, you need to detect that through a method. Okay, does that make sense? Any question on that? Okay, so now I'm going to delete that because we will use this animated loading later. Okay, on different parts of the app, we may use that web component. So that was just for testing purposes. So what's the next step? The next step is trying to render the details of a movie. Okay, so right now we are rendering the home page. Now I want to render the details of a movie. So for example, my whole idea is that if I click in one movie, if I click in Minions, I want to get into the details of Minions. So I need to render another page that is going to be movie details. Okay, and we have already said that for every page, what we're going to do is create a web component. So the next step is create another web component for movie details. So we can start with the HTML, or we can start with the JavaScript. The order doesn't matter. Okay. The thing is that we will also need some HTML as well. In the README, you have we are now on D5. You have both there. For example, I may want to just copy the HTML because it's just a couple of tags, and I will code the JavaScript part. So this is a new template. So I'm going to paste from D5 the HTML. So I'm going to now my index real HTML, and I do have a section that I created for templates. So far, I only have the template home. I may want to get rid of these spaces just to have a cleaner HTML. It's not mandatory. And then I have the template home, and I'm going to paste now template movie details. Okay, so let's analyze the code here. First, as you can see, I'm already using animated loading. Okay, so I'm already using here the other component that we have already created. So it has an article for the movie. The article element is semantic HTML. H2, H3, then a header. The header has an image for the poster. A YouTube embed. Okay, and say, what's that? Okay, we'll see. Is that the HTML? No. And how do I know this is not really from an HTML spec? Because there is a dash. Every time you see a dash or hyphen in an HTML tag, you know it's a custom element. Do we have it? Not yet. Okay, what will happen? Will we get any error from the browser? No, not really. When the browser finds an unknown element, it just ignores it and it just applies the standard HTML unknown element. Actually, you can even put some text inside, and like YouTube, whatever, and the browser will render it. Okay, and that's something that I'm not sure if you have seen. This is completely, it's a history lesson, so it's not really important. But I'm not sure if you know that there is a no script tag. Have you seen that one? So we have the script and the no script. I say, why do we have a no script? Does anyone know? I'm not sure if you have seen it, so because I haven't seen it or haven't implemented in probably 20 years. But it has to do with that, with this idea. In the 90s, there were a couple of browsers without JavaScript support. Okay, so if you had something in JavaScript here, it's not going to work. So when the script tag was created, they also created the no script tag. Here, you will add a message for browsers not supporting the script tag, such as you need to update your browser, bro, right? So that means that browsers with support of the script tag will just ignore that text. And browsers that are not understanding the script tag will ignore the script tag, and they will also ignore the no script, but not the content. So they will render this. So in fact, we can use the same technique here to put here like YouTube loading or something here, or even we can add an animated loading. So if YouTube embed is not being recognized, well, at least we have like a fallback content. So you use that for fallback content.
Does it replace it with a div or something, or there's just no element at all?
So no, there is an element. So you will see the element in the DOM is there, but it's kind of it's more similar to a span than to a div. So it's not block based by default like a div. But actually, you can apply CSS to it and say display block, even if it doesn't, if the tag does not exist. Okay, it treats it as a placeholder. Okay. Then we have a section for some actions for metadata, like the release year that we will add later, some 2 buttons, and then the cast and blah, blah, blah. So nothing really important, okay? So that's actually the template. And of course, we will use the web component to actually fill the gaps here. So the next step is to create the web component. So I'm going to create a new file. The new file will be, in this case, movie details page.js, and it's going to be an HTML element. So I'm going to say class movie details page extend from HTML element. Of course, we also need to register this, because if not, we won't be able to use it. So the last part will be, again, custom elements, define movie details page. We can have more than one dash and the name of the class. Yeah, we have a question there.
Can you load a CSS file from a web component?
Yes, you can load a CSS file from a web component. How you're going to do that, there are different ways. One way is inside the template, you can add a link. You can also add a style. Or you can inside the template, so then remember, the template is going to be cloned, and then when we clone that, we will inject that clone in the DOM. That style by default will be applied to the whole page, not just to your web component. If you want that CSS to apply only to the web component, you need to apply shadow DOM. Okay, that we don't need it for this particular example, but shadow DOM can be defined in JavaScript or in CSS. From CSS, it's called declarative shadow DOM, and you define shadow DOM from here, and shadow DOM mode, and you say, actually shadow mode, not shadow DOM, and you say open or close. What is that? If you let CSS and JavaScript from the outside to read the inside, that's open. Or if you want to be a black box, and then you don't let JavaScript or CSS to get into your web component, and that's a close shadow DOM. Okay, so yes, you can apply CSS, and you need to define or decide if you want it to be a shadow DOM or not. Okay. So what's the difference here is that compared with the other solutions is that I actually need a movie, because I will render a movie. So I will start with no movie at all, and someone needs to send me a movie so I can render the movie. Okay, that's kind of the idea. So Who is going to send that? We will see later, but we can use connected callbacks. And we can try to get the ID from different places. Okay, there are many places where we can get this. For example, we could have a property called ID. We can get it from dataset. Okay, there are many ways to do that. We will probably refactor this in a minute when we create a router. Okay, so for now, let's say we will get an ID. In fact, so far, we can even fake the ID, and let's say the movie 14. Okay, so we will always render that one. And then we'll see where the ID will come from. Okay, and then we need to render. Actually, we need to connect all the details. Because rendering is typically a pattern. It's a pattern that I use. Not every developer is using this pattern. The pattern is creating a render method. I will explain why it's a good idea to create a new method. This data connected web component needs to go to a server. Because we need to go to a server, we will probably call the API, right? For example, the API will actually try to get the movie. So I need to call the API first. I need to import the API. Now we know that we need to add JS. Careful with that. The API, we have a get movie by ID. So if I do have the ID, for example, this.movie is my ID, this is returning a promise. So I need to wait for the promise, right? So if I add a wait, that means that I need to add async to my function. So what's the problem with this? If I do this in connected callback, then I will need to add async to the connected callback. And if you do that, you have a problem, because that's not the signature of the superclass. And then it's not going to work. So connected callback is not an asynchronous function. So of course, this function can call an asynchronous function. If you want to do it here, there are ways. I mean, you can wrap this in a function, an async function, put something like this, and then execute this little function like that. But it's kind of, yeah, I'm not sure I want to do that. So it's much better to just call render, okay, or any other method, and that will solve the trick. Okay, does it make sense? But that's why we try to keep connected callback as small as possible, and also without changing its signature. You cannot receive arguments, for example. I mean, you can add that, because remember, arguments in JavaScript actually does not exist. They are kind of a ghost. So I can add arguments here, but no one is going to send me arguments, ever. I won't get any values, ever, because actually the browser is executing connected callback, and I will never get something from those arguments. Okay, so actually what I want to change is the movie, not the ID. So we can say this movie is movie 14. Of course, we will change that 14 later. Let's put a to-do here. And I will get the movie. So actually, something that I can do here is there are many things that I can do. Maybe I can say this is, let's say we have an ID, start as null. So let's say the ID as 14, and we use the movie for the actual movie. Okay, so that's probably going to be better. So we keep the movie with all the metadata from the movie there. Remember, get movie by ID is just fetching movies /ID. So if you want to see how it looks like, API movies 14, and this is what we're going to get from JavaScript. Okay, 14 is Men in Black 3. And yeah, title, tagline, genre, and then we have overview, the keywords, the casting, okay, Will Smith with the URL of Will Smith as well. So we need to just get that JSON, parse it, and populate, dynamically render our HTML with that. Okay, does it make sense? So once we get the movie, we could also think of what happens if I can't get the movie. Like if I'm using an ID that doesn't exist. So the server is actually giving me that text, but it's not just the text. If we look at the network tab and look for all, the server is giving me, sorry, put this out, put this out. It's giving me a 404 because that movie does not exist. So we are using, in this case, the HTTP status codes to actually send a message to the client. So we should do something, not rendering the content. Okay, so we will solve that problem as well, because in every real-world project, you need to do error management in every layer. Okay, in every layer. Server side, we had a lot of error management, but client side so far, we don't have a lot. And this is one place, so something quickly that I can do is I can do a try catch. So if for any reason I couldn't get the movie, it can be any reason actually, I need to do something. So alert the user, and we will do that. Okay, and we'll see how to alert the user. Yeah, I can put an alert, a pretty old-fashioned alert like movie does not exist. Okay? But that alert is pretty bad. Okay, it's also synchronous, so it's a really bad idea. So we will change that. Okay, so we will replace that alert in a few minutes. So then, if we get the movie, also we can say return, so we don't continue working with this. I need to get the template. Document, get element by ID. I will do this one more time manually, and probably the rest is just the same for the rest of the components. Okay, I need the template. The ID is template movie details. Remember, this is going to the HTML, finding the template, so we can actually use the template. And then I need the content. It's template.content.clone node true. The true has to do with getting with a deep search. So if that template has other web components, it will also create those web and clone those web components. And then I will append child of that content. So that means that now the template has been created. So we have an instance of that template in memory, and now it's in the DOM. Here is in memory, and here is in the DOM. Okay? So the next step is I need to start setting all the data. I will just do 2 or 3, and then the rest will be copying from the material because it's just the same. We don't want to waste time on that. So, for example, we get the H2 will be, so I'm talking about the template, remember, this is a template. The H2 will have the title of the movie. The H3 will have the tagline. That is something coming from the data source. So we take the H2 and then we change the text content. For example, from movie title. And something similar for the H3 with the tagline. I have a question for you. Do you know the difference between text content and inner HTML? This is vanilla JavaScript concept.
Inner HTML would accept HTML attributes. Or
Yeah,
divs.
so inner HTML will accept HTML elements and attributes, and they will be parsed as that. And it's actually a little unsafe, because if someone is sending in the tagline JavaScript, for example, you will also be injecting JavaScript. So when you use inner HTML, you're opening the door for cross-site scripting. Okay, so that's unsafe. There is a safer way to also inject HTML, but we don't need HTML. You need to use text content always. It's faster and also it's safer. So if someone is hijacking your database and injecting JavaScript code, when you are trying to insert that, you will actually see the code, and the code is not going to be executed. Okay, so that's the difference. Okay, makes sense? So let's see if something appears now. Actually, to make this work, there are a couple of things that I can do. I can go to the API, actually to app.js. Right now we are appending a new homepage. Maybe we can also append a new details page, a movie details page. So I will say a movie details page. But if I search for movie details page, VS Code is not really suggesting me the class. And you can say, well, maybe it's VS Code, it's not working, okay? But maybe it's something else. So if we go to movie details page, it's a class, okay? And you may be thinking, oh, but it's capital M, so it should be public. But let's go, okay? We are in JavaScript here. Actually, to make it work from the outside, I need to export this. You need to explicitly add the export, a default export or a normal export, because it's an ECMAScript module. So now if you try to create that, it will appear. And here we can prove something that I mentioned before. If I press return here, look at the auto import that VS Code will add. It will add me the right one, even with .js. Why? Because there are others in the same project with .js, so it recognizes that as the pattern for this file. The problem is the first one only.
Why didn't we need to export the animated loading component?
Just in case you want to use it from JavaScript. So that's a good question, actually. So actually, we are exporting this web component in two different ways. One is the export, and the other one is custom elements defined. What happens if I don't define this?
It doesn't get registered.
It doesn't get registered, but actually I do have the class. So if I create the element from JavaScript and inject the element from JavaScript, it may work. But it's not going to work if I use the tag in HTML. So the export is like a way to expose your web component to JavaScript. And the custom elements defined is a way to expose the same web component, but for the HTML. Does that make sense?
So utilities can be done, I guess, components created through JavaScript and actual elements that you may need to render. Just, I guess, the way that you make them available for the user.
Without
So like some of them are going to be created through pure JavaScript, and you can just call them from other components, and the other ones could be your base.
That's right.
You need to call this .render inside connected callback.
Yeah, that's right. Because render, remember, is not part of the lifecycle of a web component. So I need to call it explicitly from here. Also, you may want to call it on every time an attribute is changing. Maybe. Okay. Maybe. Okay. It depends on the web component. But have in mind that this is only connected callback, and it's not going to re-render automatically when an attribute changes. So it's not like React that when a prop is changing, render is executing again. No, not automatically. Okay? Yep.
Could you use template strings in here, and what's the difference between using the template and...
Yeah, so a template string will be, instead of using the HTML template, I could just say something like this, inner HTML, and then open template string and start writing my HTML like this. Like here we put the title. So there are differences. So first, it's a matter of taste and a decision on the design pattern you are using in your page. This one is less safe for the whole idea that we are using inner HTML. Anyway, there is a new way that today is kind of compatible with every browser to add HTML that is safer. Like it's not going to execute JavaScript and that sort of things. Also, this may be a little slower. Not a big deal, to be honest. And also, you are writing HTML inside the string. When your HTML is like, let's say, clean and semantic, it's not a big deal. But if you have a very large HTML tables and a lot of divs, and it's difficult to actually, even VS Code is not using the right colors for HTML. It's just a string. So if you have an error, if you are not closing your tags, you will not realize that. I mean, if you have that problem, I mean, I'm not closing the issue in the right way, or I'm closing H6 here, so this is wrong, but I'm not seeing any error because it's just a string. And when you have it in the HTML, you can use the tools to help you with that. So those are the differences. The final result will be the same. So it's going to be the same. Okay? Well, if I now come here and reload, I do have two things. Okay? So I have two pages, actually. One is the home page, and the other one is the details, still partially. Also, I may have an error somewhere because, because I'm not seeing something. So it says I'm not getting the movie, so it says null. So I need to solve that issue. And by the way, in the meantime, I can also comment. I mean, in the meantime, it's going to be just a few minutes. I will comment the home page. I'm not going to inject the home page just to see how my details looks like. Okay. So let's try to analyze why. In this case, let's get into movie details page. I'm setting the ID. Oh, that's because I changed movie. We have ID and movie. I changed this to ID. So that's why I wasn't getting the movie. Okay. So if I refresh, I'm getting the title and the tagline. And I just need to fill the rest, which I will do that. Okay. This is how it looks like at this point. And you can see it says YouTube loading. What is that? Well, if I inspect this, it's a YouTube embed element that is not recognized by the browser, but it's actually rendering the text inside. So that's the fallback text that we have here. Okay, does it make sense? Well, now I need to fill the rest. For example, let me do the image part that will just take from the movie the poster URL. We have something similar for the trailer. The trailer is actually the YouTube, but because it's not working, let's work with maybe the overview of the movie, this movie overview. And just because even someone asked about using inner HTML instead of or a template string, for example, we do have a section for metadata. It's called metadata. And instead of create, I could create another component for the metadata, but also I can write it here, as we did before. In this case, I'm not sure if you have ever played with DLs. Does anyone know what DL is in HTML? A DL.
Data list?
Sorry?
Data list?
It's actually a definition list. There is another one for data list that is actually an attribute for inputs. It's a definition list that actually works with DTs and DDs, term and definition. It's like a dictionary. Key value, key value, key value, key value. That's the idea. Okay. So I'm using that one for metadata because metadata is key value, key value, key value, like the release year, that year. That information, that year. The score, the popularity, that. So it's a definition list. So I'm going to just, inside the template string, so this is a backtick, I will just say, okay, DT and DD. So we have release year, or release date. And for DD, we will use this movie dot release year DD. And then I will have the score on popularity. These are two numbers coming from. Also, the score is on 10, so it's, we can say something like this. So 2 of 10, 3 of 10, 8 of 10, and just to set the maximum. So here you can, I'm mixing using the DOM APIs on some parts and using just inner HTML and a template string on other side. Okay, does it make sense? So if I see how it looks like, okay, I see the poster. I'm seeing the data here. So that's the metadata. That's our DL. Of course, with CSS, this is design, but just font size and colors and nothing really fancy. So we still need to solve the YouTube part. And maybe I'm not seeing the overview. So maybe I have a bug there. So we can, by the way, I'm seeing an error there. That error has to do with, it's from the origin because it's localhost, and the server that we are loading the images is complaining, but it works anyway, so it's not really a problem for us. No, the overview is not, maybe we don't have an overview on this movie, maybe, we'll see. I think it's overview, or maybe I didn't add the
overview is a P tag.
It's a P tag, yeah, but anyway, it should work anyway. Not source. No, the problem is this one. It's text content, not source. Don't copy and paste because that happens. Okay. By the way, did you see I didn't get any error? And that's something that we mentioned before. So I was changing a property on a paragraph that does not exist, because paragraphs don't have a source. The browser says, okay, let's add it. So that's why you can create your custom properties as well, but you are breaking the rules, and you are making this possibly incompatible with the future, because maybe in the future they will add a source on paragraph, wherever. Okay, so that's why we need to add data dash. Okay, makes sense? So now we have the text. And then we need to loop through the cast and loop through the keywords and loop through the genre. Actually, this is just programming. I don't think it's worth the time to spend 15 minutes on doing that. I have it here. Okay, it's just genres and cast. I will copy this. It's not a big deal. It's just the same over and over, just to render the rest of the content. So now we can take a look at that. We have a UL for genre, and then we are looping through all the genres and creating an LI for it, and something similar for the casting, which actually it's creating images with inner HTML, verifying. Do you all know what this operator stands for? Double question mark?
Ternary operator.
It's not a ternary. Actually, we have when you have two question mark, it's a binary operator because it has only two parts. The ternary operator is when you have only one, and then you have the column.
A null coalescing.
Null coalescing operator. And what does that mean? It's actually verifying the condition that we have before. If it's true, it's going to return the second value, and if it's not, it will just do nothing. Okay, so it's like having the ternary operator with similar to an undefined as the last argument. Okay, so if I don't have an image URL, it will just use the generic actor JPEG file that we have there, and if not, it's going to take the image from the database. So if I refresh, okay, now we can see the cast, and here we have the genre. Let me increase the font size a little bit. Okay, so that's the movie details, and of course we can change from here from movie details the ID. Of course, yeah, we are actually faking the ID. I'm not sure if we have a 140. Maybe we do. Yeah. Mr. Peabody and Sherman. So we change the ID, and we can see it's loading the data. So that part is kind of working. Of course, we don't have anything happening on those buttons. We will get there at some points later. And we need to solve the YouTube part. Do you have any question?
I guess what happens in other frameworks when a custom element has more elements inside of it, how would you treat those in this case? If you wanted to embed, like in here, you're going to use one element inside another, a custom element that has another element, do you still need to grab it from the definition of the element, grab the inner HTML, and then pass it through?
Well, the answer is simpler. So because it doesn't matter if it's a custom element or a browser element or a native element. It's just the same. So if you have an element, so in this case, let's say I have an element, a custom element, movie details page, that inside is loading a template, and that template has a YouTube embed custom element. And do I need to do anything special because it's a custom element? No, I need to create a custom element. That we didn't do that yet. Okay, but there is no special treatment. It's just the same. You can use it within your HTML, or you can inject it with JavaScript and append child. So it's up to you. Both will work. Does it make sense?
Okay.
So also, our homepage, let's go back to our homepage. Our homepage was also creating a movie item component. That was another component. So we already had that situation where we have, in this case, we are using JavaScript to create that child custom component. In movie details, we're actually using HTML because that child component, even if it's not working yet, it's actually in the HTML. It's YouTube embed. So both will work.
Got it.
So they work exactly the same as native elements. You can use JavaScript or you can use HTML. Okay? Cool. Well, let's do that YouTube embed so we can actually see that working. In this case, this is going to be pretty simple in terms of the web component, so I don't think we need to create a template for it. We can create a template. So we need a web component. So I need to create a new web component. We can call this YouTube embed JS. And we know the deal. We're going to export a class, YouTube embed extends from HTML element, and we need to define it. So custom elements define. Here we create the tag name and YouTube embed. And actually, we can go and now, remember I mentioned a couple of times that we can listen for attributes when the attribute changes. In this case, we are injecting a YouTube embed without the URL. Actually, I want the URL to appear here with the data property. Okay? But initially, we inject this into the DOM, the template. Okay? Remember, we create a clone of the template and we inject it into the DOM. Do we have any data inside? No. So do we have any data URL? No. So on connected callback, we don't have the URL. It's still an empty URL, so I don't need to render anything yet. I need to wait for someone to set that data URL. Does it make sense? Do you understand why?
Just a placeholder.
So right now, I put it here so we understand the idea. I don't even need it. But what I'm saying is that looking about the movie details page, I'm injecting the whole movie details template here in this line, line 16. Do we have the inside the HTML, the URL? Not yet. I could like replace it before. I can do something, or I can use query selector and try to set the URL before actually injecting it to the DOM. So I can do that. And then we can use connected callback. But I want to show you how to use the other solution. So what I'm saying is, I'm setting here the source, right? Well, I can also go and change the, in this case, it was data URL. We don't use data URL here. Okay, we use, if you remember, do you remember how to change that?
Dataset.
Dataset URL. Oops. And it's a trailer URL. Okay, so we are setting that attribute after it's injected in the DOM. Because of that, connected callback will not get it. So for YouTube embed, we're going to change how we do that. In this case, what we're going to do is there are different ways to do that, but we are going to override one particular method. It's called attribute changed callback. Receives the property that is changing and the value. Attribute changed callback. So I need to check if the property that has been changed is actually data URL. Does it make sense? So if it's data URL, the property that is actually changing right now, I'm going to get that URL from dataset. I'm inside the YouTube embed, so I can now read the URL. And then, I mean, for now, we can just use console log to see if something happens. Okay, does it make sense? So in that case, when anyone in our YouTube embed component is changing data URL, that function will be executed. So if I refresh and inspect this, I'm seeing nothing here. There is a quick answer on why. Did I import the component? No. Remember, the browser doesn't know about that. So you need to think about that. We need to think about a solution, because you will have a lot of web components. Of course, there are ways to create a script that will check your file system for all the web components and will keep an import list automatically. But you need to find a way. Sometimes you create one JS file with all the components import, so you need to remember every time you actually create a new web component, you go and register that into your import tree. Okay, so have that in mind. So in our case, we can go again to maybe app.js, that is our entry point, and we can also import this one, that is YouTube embed.js. Because if not, the browser is not actually registering the web component, and it's not executing my class. So I'm still not getting in, because there's still one more step that you are not expecting, actually. So when you look at that, it should work. But actually, you need to specify to the custom elements engine in which properties you're actually interested in observing. It's not going to execute attribute change callback automatically for every change. So you need to actually implement another one that is called get observer attributes, and it's actually a static method. Do we have static methods in JavaScript? We do now. Okay, and it's actually a getter. So it's a static property that has a getter. So I need to return here an array of all the properties that I'm interested in. So I'm saying I'm interested in only one property, data URL. So then when that attribute is changing, you will get executed attribute change callback. And I think we should do a tech break, right? At some point, because we are still 1 hour. Okay, so let's do a 10 minutes break. So now that we are sending the URL to the console, let's see if that's working. So I will come back here. Remember, we are talking about that web component. If I refresh, I'm seeing the URL here at the bottom. So actually, now it's executing my web component. It's still not render anything on the screen, but we are getting the URL. So with that URL, we need to somehow see how to embed that in YouTube. So for example, if I'm going to youtube.com to any video, I will click in. Interesting, nothing. Let's see. Clicking on any video. And let's wait for the ad to pass, because Come on. Skip.
Apple TV separate.
So from the video, we can click share, and then we can try to see the embed code. So we need to actually take that HTML, this HTML that we have here. So this is how you embed a video. So then we somehow need to do something with that. So if I had the URL, I need to change, for example, my inner HTML with this. This is what I got from YouTube. Yeah, it's we can change a little bit here. So the source here, it's at some point has the video ID. Okay, so we have to replace that video ID with the URL. There are two ways to do that. So if you look at the current URL look like this. So youtube.com/watch, and then a video. And here it's actually following a different pattern. So we don't have the watch, and it's not the property that we are sending over query string. So we actually need to do a little trick on this URL to get this part only. And after we have that part, try to fill this with some kind of a video ID. Actually, we don't need the rest of the arguments. I think it will work without them. But we don't need to take that URL and trying to get the video ID from it. That is just parsing the string. So we take that URL and we get the substring of that URL starting on the place where we see maybe the question mark and the V. And then we need to add maybe 3 characters. So, or 2 characters if you're using the equals also. So I'm looking for that, and then 3 characters from there. Okay, so I'm getting a substring, or equals. It's just the same. We can add equals, it will be just the same if you want. So, and that's the video ID. So we are adding that there. And the rest, we just keep it as it is. It's the HTML that actually Google is suggesting. Okay, so we can embed that in our website. So if I refresh now, boom, I'm seeing that particular video, and of course it should work. So, and of course, if I change the ID, remember, we are still changing IDs manually. We will change that. From a movie details page, we are right now hard coding the ID, which is a pretty bad idea. And if we go back to, if I save this and refresh, now I'm getting also the Men in Black trailer. So now we have created a web component that can render a video embed just by sending the video URL. Do you have any question on that? Nope. Okay. So the problem that we have right now is that, yeah, we can render, by the way, we may work with the size of this because it's getting out of the box at some points. So in that case, so you can see I'm talking about this. It's getting out of this. It depends on the size. So we need to deal with CSS over the YouTube embed. So instead of width this, we can change this to 100, so it will fit in the box. 315 or 300 or whatever. So you can play with those values until you are happy. Okay, so then now it will fit properly. Even if it's a mobile UI, it should work, something like this. Okay, so now it goes to this other layout. So you can play with that. That's HTML and CSS. But right now, we are hard coding the page. So it's a home page or it's a detail. We are hard coding the ID of the movie. Something's wrong there. Okay, so this is not what we are expecting. We are expecting to have a home page by default. And if I click in one element, so if I go back now to my home page, and I don't render movie details page, I have my home page, and if I click on Guardians of the Galaxy, I want to see Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, and yeah, with JavaScript we could do that now, so we can listen for the click, and then we can remove from the DOM the home page, and then inject the other one. So we have the web components. We can actually do that. Okay, and it will work. But there is a much better way. And the better way, because this is a single page application, the better way is to work with URLs, as we are used to in the web, as this is just a normal website. So for example, if the user is on here, we want the home page. If the user is looking at the one particular movie with an ID, we go to the details. If the user is in, I don't know, account login, we want to the login page. Okay, if the user is searching, and you know the deal. Okay, but server side, we are just serving files in the real file system. So if you remember, we are serving the public folder, and of course the public folder has only one HTML. So what we are going to do now is to work with URLs client side, at least initially. That is, we will create URLs client side even if they don't exist on the server. Okay? We're going to fake the URL, and we can do that on single page applications. So to do that, we are going to create a router. It's actually a design pattern. We don't have anything, we don't have any API in the browser or in JavaScript with the name router. Okay, so it's just a design pattern that actually is available on most libraries as well. You have Angular router. For React, you typically use an external library known as React router. So every library typically has a solution with the name router. So we will try to use the same thing to implement the same idea. Okay? So within services, then, we are going to create two files. We can use capital letters or not. It's up to you, actually. Like routes.js, where we're going to set our routes, and then the actual router. So that's it will be the object or the code that will be responsible for making that work. Okay? Routes will be just the list of routes. So typically it's a constant that we are exporting. Okay? And then we're going to be something like this. So we can specify, okay, for that path, I'm going to render that component. And here I will use my component. Does it make sense? So path component, path component. By the way, I have a typo here. This is not an object. This should be an array, a collection. So I'm going to change curly braces with brackets, okay, with square brackets. So we have a home page, and now we know that we have a details. Okay, so we have a details page that for now we will say movies. We say movie details page. And if you look at this array, we have an advantage. This array will import all the pages. So at least the web components that are going to be used as pages, they're going to be imported here. So then I don't need to remember to import them. Okay, so every page will automatically be imported here. So actually, to get the details of a movie, maybe we don't want this URL. We want the URL such as this. We want a number. We want the ID. But of course, I'm not going to create one entry in this array for every movie. It doesn't make any sense. So something that we can think about beforehand, because something that we need to code later, is that the path can be a string or it can be a regular expression. I'm not sure how comfortable are you with regular expressions. At least AI models are pretty good with that. So if you want the one really use cases for AI, like ChatGPT or Copilot or Gemini or whatever, is to help you with regular expressions. But anyway, regular expression in JavaScript, instead of using quotes, they're using actually // The problem with this is that now we have / and / inside, which is a problem because it's the open and the closing tag. No quotes, okay, like that. So we have a problem here. So the second one is not taking it. So I need to actually escape this one, okay? And we escape it with /. So I need to add / here and here. Okay, does it make sense? And now, the 14 number, I want it to be like a variable, okay? In JavaScript, in regular expressions in JavaScript, we do that in parentheses, and within parentheses I specify, for example, that I want several numeric digits, okay, to actually create a variable. And to do that, again, I'm going to say this. D plus in the regular expressions pattern system means a digit, and plus is one or more. So one or more digits. One or more digits will go to a variable. Then we'll see how to read the value, okay, but that variable. But that's how it works, okay? Does it make sense? So then we can create in our router systems paths that are based on regular expression. To be honest, most of the regular expressions will look like this. Typically, it's an ID that you pass, but it can be other variables as well. You can have more than one variable, okay? So that's movie details. And movies, we can use these maybe for the search results later. So we can create a movie page that we don't have yet, okay? And actually, we will need to add a lot of sections. So far, at least, we can have at least the search result, and later we will add more. And if you are following along with the README of this workshop, this course, it's E1. So you have all the routes there, but at least I will create until movie page. And the problem is that movie page for search results does not exist right now. So I also need to create it. Okay, so I need to create that. And I will use that one probably as a placeholder for the rest as well. Does it make sense? So for example, this is the movie page.js, and we know the deal. We create an export class, movie page, extending from HTML element. And at least we need to then register it. Actually, do we need to register pages if you are only going to use them from the router? Not really. But anyway, we can do that, okay, just in case. Does it make sense? Because they're going to be used by JavaScript. But it's a good practice to register them anyway. So that's my movie page. Okay, does it make sense? And now I think the only part that I'm missing is that I need to import that movie page that I have just created. So now I have 3 routes, okay? This is just a custom schema, so I'm just creating this from scratch, so it's not like something standard. It looks similar to other frameworks, okay? It's not a big deal, it's just a path and something to do with that path. Typically, that's how that works. So the weird part, or the most complicated part, will be to create the actual router. Okay, so we need to create a router that it's going to be, it can be a class because it's a singleton. I don't want to have more than one router, so I need only one. I'm not creating a class and then an instance of the class. I'm just creating an object. In JavaScript, that's a pretty good pattern. Okay, so it's a singleton. There is no other instance of that router. And the router will have an init for initial things that we will do. Okay, so let's say like that, init, like that. It will have go, so go will receive a route. And if we want to add that route to history, you will understand why I'm using this later. But for now, let's say that sometimes you want to go to another route, but you don't want to create a new entry in the history. There are some reasons for that. I mean, that means that if you don't add an entry in the history, you cannot go back to the previous one. For example, login forms. You have a login form, and then when you log in successfully, you go to another page, like my account. What happens if you press the back button? You want to go to the login screen again? Because you're still you're logged in. Being logged in is a state, not a page. So going back to the login screen doesn't make too much sense. So then you can just go to my account, the private page, but without adding it to the history. Okay, does it make sense? Okay, so here we will have all the details, okay, to make that work. But let me start with let's do this. I'm not sure if you have played with the history API in your past. This is actually a standard API for the web. By the way, now every time we are loading this, we have a couple of errors that are coming from our providers. Also, there are some errors from the YouTube embed sometimes, so it's not our code. The YouTube player sometimes have errors, I don't know why. But when you have the history API will let us, for example, push an state. Push state receives some data. In case we want to send data, we can say null. I don't want to pass data. We have an unused argument. That's actually pretty weird. It's called unused. So it has history reasons. Someone thought that they were to use the second argument, but now they're not using it. So it's just there. And finally, the URL. So I can say fake URL. So if I do this, what happens is that now I can see that URL in the URL bar. Okay? As simple as this. Any URL with folders, with whatever, anything you put here, it goes to the URL. Of course, if I refresh, it's 404, right? Because the server doesn't, when you refresh, it goes to the server. And on the server, that URL does not exist. And we will see how to deal with that later. Okay? But we are faking the URL. It's a completely fake URL, client side. Okay, makes sense? And there is an event that we can bind to actually listen for changes in that URL. So then every time you are changing the URL, you can render the right page. And also, something that happens every time you push a state is that you can go back using the back button, or in a mobile phone, the gesture, the back gesture. So if I hit the back button, it goes to the previous one, and then to the previous one, and then I can go forward. So those fake URLs are adding entries to the history. Okay, do you have any question on that part? No? Okay, so let's implement that. So if we are adding to the history the current route, what I want is to actually talk to history push state. The same I did before. No data is going to be passed. The unused argument, it's a string, so I will pass an empty string. I'm sorry about that, but this is how it is. It's a very old API. And by the way, there is a new API available, a modern API, that is more complex, it's better, but it's not yet 100% compatible with all the browsers, so that's why we are still using this one. That is from the 90s. Actually, not from the 90s, from mid-2000s. So I lied. It's not from the 90s, this is from mid-2000s. And then the URL. And the URL is actually the route that we are receiving as an argument. Okay? So that's the idea. And in init, we need to do the reverse operation. So I will listen for pop state over the window. So let's analyze this for a second. Push state will push something into the history, and pop state is an event that will be fired when something is going like back in history. Okay? When it's changing the state. So if you are changing the state, then I can just talk to the router and say, hey, we need to go again to this new URL. Location path name will give you the current URL, but just the path. And maybe we don't need to add to the history. So if the user is going back to a previous page, I don't want to add another history entry for it because it's just going back. Does it make sense? You add entries in history when you're going forward to new pages. So if you're going back, if not, you go back and you're adding a new entry, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, does it make sense?
Is there a reason you wouldn't use window.location here instead of just location?
The reason, so the question is why I'm using location and not window.location. Okay, so the answer is that it's exactly the same thing. Everything that is on window is a global scope in browser JavaScript. So everything that you have on window is actually a global variable or a global object. So it's just because, in fact, I don't need to add window add event listener. It just works without it. But it's at that point, I don't think you understand what's going on. So if you see an add event listener there, you don't understand if it's a router event listener. So it's not. It's a window. But it's like I think that I need a window to see exactly what's going on. For location, I don't think it's needed. But actually, when you're creating a variable, a global variable, here, actually that variable is sitting on window. So every global variable becomes an object of the window of the global context that in the browser is window. In Node.js, it's a different object. In a service worker or a web worker, it's a different object. Okay? So I don't have any special reason of why I'm not using window location. The thing is that I don't think it's needed there. So that I don't think that I need to add that context. But you can add it and it's just the same. Okay, makes sense? Okay, so that will then go and go back. When we are initializing the router, by the way, we are not calling that yet, so we need to call that. Also, we need to initialize or let's say go to the initial route. So when you start, you need to, when you start the page, I need to go to the first or the current URL. So I will say router go to the current path name and location search as well. You will see why we need this. Search is actually question mark and what goes after the question mark there. So it's just the path name and the location. Okay, does it make sense? Well, now, what's the deal? What do I need to do? I need to check the route, and based on that route, I need to inject in the main the component that I set here. Okay, so if this is the path, I need to inject the home page. If this is the path, I need to change the movie page, and so on. Okay, does it make sense? So, and I'm creating a generic router, so a system that you can quickly use on any project. Okay, so you say if add to history, we can do something like this. Create a page element, and that page element is the one that we are going to inject if we have it. So there is a to-do here. We are going to inject this, let's say, if it's null, and if it's not null. So we are going to get the main document query selector main, and we are going to first delete what we have. Okay, we are going to remove. This is a quick and dirty way to remove what we have in the main. There are other ways as well. And after we do that, we want to append child that page element. Again, we still have the logic. We need to the logic there, but I want you to understand what I'm trying to achieve. So I will create a variable for the page element that I need to go. If I do have one, then I will do that. So I have a page for the current URL. So we inject that page, that element, in the DOM. Does it make sense? What are the possibilities for page elements being null? Why it says that it can be null? Well, maybe it's a URL that I'm not managing. It's a 404. Does that make sense? So maybe it's a 404. So if it's a 404, then I'm going to create an element. Any element will work, but I'm just going to use this to create a text saying page not found. So if the engine couldn't find a route for the current URL, the page element will be an H1 saying page not found. Does it make sense? So we need to fill the engine here. I mean, it's not a big deal. We need to just go through all the routes and try to find one that matches the current URL. Does it make sense? So something that we need is a current URL. The current URL is actually here in route. Okay. So it's coming here. The problem is that sometimes that URL can include, for example, it can be search query equals to Batman and page equals to 3. So in this case, what I want is just this part before the question mark. Does it make sense? So what I need is that segment of the URL that has only what is known as the path, not the search. So this is just looking, so I'm going to create the route path argument, and I will use now, I will check if the route includes a question mark. Now I will use a ternary operator that you mentioned before. I will just split this. Do you know what a split does over a string? It separates this in an array, and I will take the first segment, so before the question mark, and if it doesn't include one, it's just the full route. Okay, so pretty simple. This is programming, nothing really fancy. And now, what I'm going to check, we have two kinds. I mean, if you remember, in our routes, we have two kinds of path. They can be strings, or they can be regular expressions. Okay, so we have two different kinds of path. So I need to check, I'm looping through all the routes. I need to check if the path for the current route is a string. So I do just a comparison, a string comparison, or if it's a regular expression. In this case, I need to execute the regular expression. Okay, makes sense? So that's the next step. So I will check if the type of the path is a string. So if it's a string, actually equals, and the path, the current path is the one that I'm looking for. I found the path. So basically, I will say that the page element is a new, and look at this, r.component. Let's see if you understand that part. New r.component. Does anyone know what this means? Because it looks weird. It works, but r is our current variable looping through. Actually, this is not router. I have a typo here. This is routes. Okay, routes, not router. And we are looping through all the routes. I need to get the component. The component is a constructor. It's a class. So I'm just creating a new instance of that class. Okay? I mean, it works. In JavaScript, you can actually do that. And then I can break, meaning that I don't need to continue looping through the rest of the routes because I have already found it. Okay? And the other option is that it's if the path is an instance of regular expression. So if it's a regular expression, I need to check if it's matching. And you take the path and you execute the regular expression with the route that I need to check. Actually, with the route. No, the complete route. Yeah, not the route path, because here I may change when I see everything. Okay, does it make sense? So if it matches, it means that we are in the route, in the right route. So something similar as we did before. page element, new R component. So just remember this, let's do this. A string route, string path, and this is a regular expression path. And I'm not sure if you remember, and we are finishing the router, so we have this idea of a variable here. Okay, so we need to extract those parameters. Okay, and we do that with match. I'm not sure if you have used this before, but actually that match will have match. We can slice that, and if we take slice 1, it's giving me actually the parameters. That's how that works in the regular expression API. So something that I can do, I can inject those params in the page element. By the way, params is just a variable name I'm creating right now. It can be arguments, it can be properties, props, however you want to call this. So let's try to understand that. If I'm in this route, for example, if I'm in movies/14, 14, because it's here a variable, will actually be one of the elements of this params array. Okay? It's a little low level, but it makes our router future-proof because we can add more routes later. Yes?
Why would you not use the constructor of the web component to pass in the ID versus creating this additional?
So you want to, I mean, we can. The only thing that so what you're talking about is that we should first get the param and then do this and, no, actually, this again. No, I'm sorry. And here, pass params. Right? Yep. If you like that, it's fine.
You were suggesting as a data attribute?
Also, it can be a data attribute. Yeah. So instead of this, you can use data list, and you can say, I don't know, URL params, so you can have a better. By the way, when you use this, URL params becomes data URL params automatically. It converts camel case into kebab case. That's the one with the hyphen. So in this case, now you pick the solution you want. Actually, it's not going to be a big difference. Okay, so you can pass it as an argument in the constructor, but that means that you will need to create a constructor. That sometimes you don't do that in web component, but yeah, if you need the data, you will be forced to do that. In this case, yeah, I created just a normal argument. Okay, but it's up to you. It's just the same.
What happens if you have more than one route that has a regex?
Well, as many router systems, the order is important. So the first one that is actually matching, actually I didn't do this. You do a break, which means that the first one that matches, you go outside of the for. So it will use the first one. The first route that you find that matches the current URL will be the chosen one. Is that what you ask?
I guess if you have, for instance, right now you have movie/ID. Now, what if it's account/ID? How can you tell the router which route to take?
Well, actually, you will change this. So account, it will be another one with this. Is that what you're saying?
Right, something like that, account ID. Then how does it know where to go?
Here, because you will change this account page. So that component is the one that the router will use based on the current route. So it will send the parameter to account page. Does it make sense? So we are creating a router that then you can use later to add more routes in different formats.
But it's all based on the current path that you're on. So if I go from my account page to movie page, it's going to use the router based on the path that I'm going?
I'm not sure I'm following you. So the router is reading the URL.
Right.
Okay? So when the URL changes, the router sees the URL. It doesn't matter where you are. So it doesn't matter where you are. is reading the new URL and says, oh, we need to go there, and it goes there. So there is no relationship between the previous page and the next page. Does it make sense?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, no, so it's all based on where you're at, basically, and where you want to go.
Where you want to go, not where you are. It doesn't matter where you are.
Got it, okay.
For this router, at least, it doesn't matter where you are. The only thing that matters is where you want to go. Okay, and you express where you want to go by changing the route. And you can change the route, you can call the route, let me remove this because it will give me an exception, just calling router.go with the location, or maybe by changing the URL. We will see that, how it should do that. Okay?
Makes sense, yeah.
If I don't have any bug, I think that my router is ready. Again, it's a little complex, not too much. I try to explain how that works. It's just programming, nothing really complicated. Just when you understand how that works, okay, it's actually pretty simple. Do you have any question on that?
Should the break be inside of the if statement or?
Yeah,
outside?
you're right. Thank you. So I do have a bug. Because if not, it will, on the first regular expression, even if it's not matching, it will just stop there.
So I think you removed params from before.
Maybe,
30,
yeah,
so that'll-
you're right, yeah. So in this case, we were taking the params for match slice. Well, now we will see if it's working. But anyway, before seeing if we have any bug to solve, how to use the router. Because right now it's in the module and it's just a constant. I may want to export maybe that constant, but anyway, how to use it from anywhere in my app. Well, we can expose it in app.js. So app.js, remember, we do have a global window app. And by the way, going back to the window idea, here it says window app. Instead of saying window app, I can just say let app, and it's just the same. It will be window app anyway. So let app, because it's a global variable, or window app is just the same. So from here, I can just add the router like this. This is a JSON shortcut. So this is like router, okay? But instead of saying router, now you can just say router and it just works. So that means that now, just for now, to see if this is working or not, probably we have an error or something, I can say app.router.go, and I can try to go somewhere else, to some place, and see what happens. We have an error saying can undefined reading go. Okay, so, but I think the problem is that then, I'm not sure if I refresh. Let me check that. Well, yeah, I didn't refresh. And we have another issue. Quickly, what's going on? Quickly. I don't have the .js.
JS.
That's an import here, missing the .js. So that's pretty common when you're doing vanilla JavaScript and using VS Code. There is a property that you can change. I don't remember exactly which property it is, but it's where you can say that you always want to add on the JavaScript .js. Okay, so I have the same issue, I think, with all my pages. So all my pages in routes are missing the .js. That was because I didn't add it on the first one. So then you need to go and add all of them. Okay, so now we're back. And I can try to go to some place and see now if it's doing something. Someplace. And the first thing you see is that it's going to some place. So something is there, okay? We are still missing some parts. So actually what happened? It didn't find, actually it went in here, and actually page element was null. It should try to go through all the routers, and actually I guess page element should be null, I guess. And yeah, I'm missing one part. Yeah, I'm missing one part, actually, because I wasn't watching. Well, what's the problem that I have right now? I'm only injecting the current page or the page element if I'm in if I do have a page. If it's a 404, I'm sending the page element, but actually I should also add that into the DOM. Does it make sense? So if I don't have a page, I will create one. And I need to inject that one anyway. So I will append the page element, even if it's a 404, because I have just created a page element for that particular situation. So now, first, if I refresh, I have a problem. That 404 is from the server. Okay, be careful with that. So I need to go to the root and then try to execute this again. And now I'm seeing page not found. Okay, so now from the router, also I'm getting an error there, but I can go to someplace, I can go to the root. If I go to the root, it's actually working. Can you see that? So if I'm going to the root, it's actually working. What if I go to one particular movie? Will it work? I don't know. Well, it worked. And I use the same ID, but what if I change the ID? It's always Men in Black 3. Why is that? Do you remember why? Our detail, movie details page has that 14 hard-coded. Where should I get the ID from?
Params.
Params. That's the property that I injected. So I should have a params, and it's an array actually, so I should get it from there. Let's see if that works. So I need to refresh on the home. This is going to be a problem that we will solve. So I'm in the home, and now if I'm going to movie 24, it's Jurassic World. Let's put this to the side, like that. So if I'm going to 240, it's San Andreas. These errors are coming from YouTube. Base.js is the YouTube embed, so forget about them. And if I'm going to the home, it's going to the home. And if I'm going to any other place, it's giving me a page not found. So we are closer than before. And by the way, what happens if I use the back button? So if I go back from page not found, okay, it goes back to the home, it's go back here, it's changing the URL, but it's not updating the UI. Why? I'm missing just one piece. That piece is that my router has an init function that no one is executing. So I need to execute this init. Where? For example, when the page loads, that's a good place. DOM content loaded. So I can just say app.router.init. So we initialize this. And also I don't need to inject the home page or the movie details anymore. The router will do that. The router will check the current URL and will render the initial page. Okay, does it make sense? So now, if I'm going to the home again, refresh, I'm seeing the home page, so that works. If I'm going to a 404, it works. If I'm going to one particular movie, it also works. And now if I go back, it's working. So it's going through the URLs and updating the UI. So that's voila, we have a router that is accepting different routes dynamically. That's the client-side routing. Woo. Woo. Yeah. We need more excitement. Do you have any question on how the router works? Not really complicated, just sending data, receiving data. Nope, nothing. there is one more thing to solve, links. Because right now, I want to click here, and I want to go, okay, to the details. That's not working right now. We can solve it. And also links here at the top. Okay, even if we don't have all the options yet, I want to click movies, and I want to go to the home, for example. Right now, it's working, but what's happening is that, I mean, if you look at what's happening here, it's flashing. That means that it's refreshing the page. So right now, these links are refreshing the page. Okay, why? Well, if you look at our index.html, they are just links. So they're just refreshing the page. But something that I can do, and that's the missing step, mostly if you are pasting the router from the documentation, on init, in the router init, I also have other part that will enhance current links in the document. So this is the deal. I'm going to get from the document, let's use query selector all. I will take all the links with a navlink class, all of them. And for each of those links, I'm going to execute something. I'm going to add an event listener for the click event. So when you click on those links, I want to do something. First, I want to prevent default. So if I do that, I'm going through all the links, at least all the links with that class, in case I have other links that are going to external sources, and I'm preventing defaults. So which means if I refresh, if I click here, nothing happens. So now it's not refreshing the page because I'm preventing the default action for links that is going to the URL. And instead of, because I'm preventing that, I'm going to replace that with getting the href of the current link with get attribute. By the way, there are two ways to get the href. href, A is actually the current link that I'm looping, and get attribute. Does anyone know the difference?
If it doesn't exist, it doesn't return anything or becomes nil?
Actually, both, in this case, both will give me the same value. Get attribute is actually getting the attribute that is in the HTML. And this one will get the current value in JavaScript. And you say, but is it just the same? Well, in JavaScript, you may change the property and not change the HTML. So at this point, this is kind of the initial attribute in case someone is changing that with JavaScript. So this is the property versus attributes. It's something that you want to get deeper when doing vanilla JavaScript. And when I have the href, I want to go there. So and we have a router for that, right? Actually, we are the router. So we are going to go to that link. So I'm replacing those links and saying, hey, browser, I will take care of those links. Don't go. I will do that. So that means that now, for example, if I'm, for now, going to a movie, and I click here, it goes to the home without refreshing the page. So it's enhancing this. And if I'm going to favorites, it's page not found because I don't have it yet. The same on watch lists and my account. So these links are actually working now. Okay. The only one that is not working is clicking here, but that's something that I need to change manually. It's not really a big deal. So do you remember where this HTML is actually currently located?
It's a movie item element.
It's a movie item element that is actually this part. It's this link. So in this case, there are many ways to solve the problem. I can use onClick or href. It's up to you. So if I use onClick, I can say here, for example, that I want to go to app.router.go, and I want to go to one URL that I can set here. Let's say URL, oops, like that. So I can create the URL variable, and I want to go to movies / and the ID. This movie ID. The ID of the current movie. Okay, I think it's okay, I guess. So let's see. I'm going to Guardians of the Galaxy, and nothing happens, so something is wrong. And by the way, what's happening, it seems like there is an error in JavaScript that probably is going to be difficult to see, I guess. Let's see. If I go to the console, if I click here, it's actually going to the home, I think. So I think that the router is working. So this code is working. And the URL, let's see. We can actually inspect this. And we can actually see, no, it's still the old one. So let me refresh. Now I'm seeing the right one, no? So it's up, router, go. And be careful with quotes. So I'm using double quotes on the outside and single quotes on the inside. Okay, you have to deal with this every time you are mixing JavaScript and HTML. So if I now go there, actually working. Yeah. I didn't refresh. I think that was a problem. So I can go to the home, and I can click on any movie, and just go in there. So it's working, right? I can go to the home and get here, and if I'm going to a page that is not ready, I'm getting a 404. Do you have any question? Nope. What do you think about it?
I can see why frameworks exist.
Yeah, I mean, writing it from scratch, it takes some time. The good part is that when you have it, you already have a micro library for a router. So now you can use that router. There are more things you can improve. And you can use that router on every new vanilla project. And that's your micro library specifically for routing. And by the way, when you're doing vanilla JavaScript, it's OK to use micro libraries. So libraries that are specifically for one particular purpose, because you don't want to reinvent the wheel. So, and it's fine. It's perfectly fine to use that particular. It's helping in your issue. You try to find one that is small, that is not it's not forcing you to use any specific pattern in the rest of your app. It's just for that, and it just works, and that's all. OK? Cool.
Very rewarding feeling diving into the basics like this.
Cool. Yeah. It's actually a lot of people, at least at the beginning when they started learning things like that, they said, "Oh, come on, I don't want to do this. I mean, it's better to use React or start this with Angular." And I could argue also that probably the first 20% of the time, at the beginning, you feel like this is I don't want to do that. But at some point, I think that you get that feeling that oh, now I understand. Okay, what's going on with something, and now you decide next time if you want to use a library for that or not. If you feel, yeah, a library will be good enough, or maybe this is good enough. It's just another tool for your toolbox, okay? And then on every case, the premise is if you don't know the tool, you will never use it. It's kind of a monster, okay, that you don't know what that is. And I know that a lot of new generations of web developers, they think that this is what we're doing here sounds like assembler, okay, like, oh, talking to the DOM. I think that sounds like something really, really low level. I mean, it's a lower level in a library, but it's not really so low level, okay. One more rewarding thing is that when we click here, okay, it works, but maybe we can make a transition between the pages, okay? And it sounds scary, okay? How I need to fade in and fade, how to do that?
By the way, before, I don't know if you want to get into another lesson or not, but lunch is...
Lunch is, yeah, my plan was to do this, it's really small, okay, and then do lunch break. But if you want lunch break, we can do it right now. It's the same, it's not a big deal.
Just it's sushi, so we probably want to eat it.
Okay, priority one is sushi, so let's do lunch break. Okay?
Yeah. All right, cool. And we're on an hour, so.
So right now we have our router actually working, so we can get into new pages, we can go back, we can go to even a page that doesn't exist yet, but we have a problem. For example, if I'm watching a movie, and if I refresh, I'm getting a 404, which is a problem for us while we are coding our app, because it means that we need to go all the time to the home page. But it's also a problem for users, because maybe the user is reloading, maybe the user is not reloading, but for example on mobile devices, when you get out of the browser and you come back later, sometimes the browser got out of the memory and it's going to reload the content. So, and then the user will see a 404. And the same happens if the user is bookmarking that URL. So even if I'm seeing something like Interstellar and I want to bookmark this, I can bookmark this, but then when I use the bookmark, it will give me 404. So it's wrong. Okay, so something's wrong. By the way, why I'm getting 404? Question for you.
It's not a server route?
Because?
It's not a server route?
Because it's not a server route. So when we refresh, when we also, if I copy and paste this URL in a new tab, this is creating a new navigation to the server. And the server doesn't react to those URLs. So let's solve that, because we cannot publish an app in this state. So now we are going back to the backend. So, and I will go to main.go. Remember, in main.go, we have all our handlers for every URL. So something that we are going to do is before the file server handler, because if you do that after, it's not going to work. The file server handler should be the last fallback. We're going to add, we're going to say something like this. I'm going to refactor this while I'm typing. So I'm going to say handle function, for example, /movies. I want to do something when the user is from the server or to the server is requesting /movies. So I need to create a handler. The thing is that that handler will also be needed for other URLs. For example, maybe to movies / something else, or maybe account. We don't have that yet, but maybe in the future we'll have an account section. So all the routes that we are creating client side should be defined here server side. And I'm going to use the same handler. So I'm going to create a handler that I can reuse. Okay? This handler will be actually, we can call this catch all handler or catch all client routes handler, however you want to call this. Okay, it's going to be a function that follows the handle pattern. So we receive W as HTTP response writer, and then we receive R, that is typically a request, but in this case a pointer to request. And the next question is what to do with this. Well, first, I will copy this and I will paste this on these three places. Okay. But what do you think? What should I do if the user is requesting that URL server side? We're not doing server side rendering, okay? So we are not rendering the movie here, but what are the options? What do you think? So if the user is requesting /movies, what should the server do? There are two options. Option one, make an HTTP redirect. That's 301 or 302. It depends on which one do you want to use. Option two, deliver the index.html. So let's analyze both. The first one is probably the one that we are initially more pushed to actually implement, but it's not the right one. So if I make a redirect, what will happen is that the user will go to /movies, and then the server will redirect me to / to the home page. At least I won't get the 404, but I won't get the movies page. I will get the home page. Yeah, maybe it's better than 404, but it's still not the right solution. Okay? So the right solution is to deliver the index.html. On some server-side platforms, not Go, it's called forwarding. So it's not a redirect, it's a forward. It's kind of a solution from a server. We are not sending any instructions to the client. Actually, we are going to serve one particular file here. We're going to actually say that I want to serve one file to that writer, to that response writer, with that request, and we're going to serve public index.html. So not matter which URL we are getting in the server of this, at least those three groups. And by the way, server side, this is actually a prefix. So everything starting with movies will actually go to this client routes handler. It's going to answer with the HTML. Okay? Let's see this in action and see that there are more things that we need to do now. So if I refresh now on /movie, so let's say /movie 14, okay, there was Men in Black, I think. So if I do this, I'm getting this. So I'm getting something, not the 404. I'm getting the index.html, but it's not working. Does anyone know why? Also, if I look at the console, I may see some errors. And also on the network tab, if I reload, I will probably see a lot of errors. Now, actually not an error, but the style CSS file is giving me an HTML. App.js is giving me an HTML. So something's kind of wrong, right? Also, if I'm going to the root is working. Okay, so the root is still working. The problem is this URL. Does anyone know what's going on? Why is that style CSS is giving me an HTML? Let me give you a hint. If I open this in a new tab, this is the CSS. There is a hint there of what's going on. The URL. Style.css is trying to grab that from movies.
The server's returning the HTML for any URL.
Any URL starting with movies, including the CSS, which leads to another problem. Style CSS is not inside movies. So when we are doing single page application and we are doing this trick of redirecting or forwarding everything from the server to index.html, we need to go to index.html and change every reference to an absolute reference. So / style CSS, / app web manifest, / image icon, / app.js. Maybe the logo as well. And I think that's the last resource that I have. Also, we should change the base. Not sure if you have used that base HTML element that it's been with us since the 90s. That base will actually define the base for every link that you have. When you have a link that is relative, it's not the case here because it starts with /. But if it doesn't start with /, it will use that base as a prefix. Okay, does that make sense? So now when I'm going back here and I'm checking movies 14, if I refresh, I'm getting the right URL. So I refresh, I'm getting the right URL. Now I can even change the URL with any other number. It works. So what's going on here? So we go to that URL to the server. The server doesn't know it's Kung Fu Panda, but the server says, oh, it starts with movies. Let's send the index.html. When the index.html starts, we start the app. The app is initializing the router. And the router verifies the URL and says, oh, you don't want a home. You don't want that particular movie. So it goes and renders the right component. Does it make sense? And now if I go and click on movies, so this is the real URL. So the current navigation has a real URL. This is the real URL. But now if I go to movies, it's /. So we can still fake the URL, even if we are not starting from the /. Okay, does it make sense? you have any question on that? On how to make that work from the server? No? Cool. Now, every time we are changing URLs, we know it's working, but the change happens immediately. And maybe we can do a nice transition, a nice animation between pages. And initially, you are thinking, oh, this is probably too complicated. Okay, I don't know, we need to get into CSS animations, or no, I don't know, fade in with a set timeout. And well, actually, no. Today, there are a better way to do that. It's known as the View Transitions API. That is actually pretty simple, at least for the basic usage. So let's try to use it. I will go to my router, so I will do a change in the router. Okay, so in the router, when we are here, defining the page element, I'm going to do something new. I'm talking about here. Okay, so these two lines are actually inserting the new page. Okay, in the UI. So those two lines are doing that. So I'm going to now do this. I'm going to save the old page. So the old page is query selector main first element child. Because remember, the main has an element inside. That's the current page. If I do have an old page, why is a possibility of not having an old page? Because when you load the page for the first time, there is nothing in the main. Okay, so it's empty. So if I do have one, I'm going to talk to that old page, and I'm going to set a CSS style that is called View Transition Name. I'm going to set any name, for example, old. Okay, and for the new one, I will say style View Transition Name new. There we have the old, we have the new. Okay, so how does this work? So to make the change, we need to make the change in one particular function. So we need to call one function that is document start view transition. Okay? And then I need to pass an argument, a function, and I should put this code inside. Okay? I'm going to refactor this a couple of times. So this goes here. So this is what's going on. When we call start view transition, the browser is kind of taking a screenshot of the current user interface. Then you make a change, and with that change, it's also taking a screenshot and it's animating the transition. Something like that. Okay, does it make sense? I'm not done yet, but if I'm trying this, I'm refreshing, I go to movies, I'm not sure if you see, there is a slight difference, mostly when you are doing this. Can you see there is a fade now? I mean, it's subtle, but you could see some small changes in the, mostly if it's already loaded, okay? You can see that here. There is an animation. And of course, you can, using CSS, you can customize that. Even you can make things going out and the other one going in, so you can make a slide transition and many other things. To finish this code, we may have a problem, is that view transitions might not be available in every browser. They are in Safari, they are in Chrome, the latest versions, they are on the latest versions of Firefox, but there are still, if we go to Can I Use, there are still a couple of browsers where it's still not there. So we are at 84. I mean, it's good, but the problem is that if the browser is not supporting view transitions, it will never execute these two lines. So we should check if we have, so if we don't have document start view transition, So if it exists or if it doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. We do something, and if not, we do something else. So in this case, we do a transition. In this case, we don't do a transition. So actually what I'm going to do is these two lines will actually go to a function, a local function, update page. And I'm going to call, if there is no transition, I will call update page immediately. And if we do have transitions, inside start view transition. Okay, does it make sense? And that's how you can quickly create the transition between two pages.
So where does that come from? That looks like that's using CSS, but that's in the browser API?
It's a browser API that belongs, it's a CSS spec page transition, but it also involves a JavaScript API, so it's both. So it's come from, it's not a library, it's a browser spec. So here can I use, you can go here, and you can see the spec, okay? Oh, I typically have a link on the spec, but not on this one. And here you can see that Firefox has some issues. You need to enable the flag. But I mean, it's still good enough to use it if it's available. And if it's not available, there are still a lot of users that will not execute that. So that's why we need a fallback. Okay, and it will create animated transitions between different DOM states. Everything you change there. And you can make it even more complicated. And also we have now a cross-document view transition where you can do a transition between two different page loads. So server-side rendered page loads. Okay, so this one is for single-page applications, and this one is for multi-page applications.
And
Okay?
I'm assuming you can make a different transition. If you wanted to do something unique, you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you look for the View Transitions API, there is a web.dev article with some examples of what you can do, things like that. That's pretty cool. In that case, you need to define some properties like I want to animate that particular image, and I want that particular image to become that other image, and then it will make the transition for you.
Okay.
So there are a lot of things that you can do. Okay, here I have more examples. And you don't need JavaScript for that. You just need to define some properties in CSS. Okay, and voila. And this is for several documents. So it's doing that animation, even loading different HTMLs from the server. From the server. So this is bringing kind of native app transitions for web apps, which is pretty cool. Okay. Well, before moving into the next section that will be making the search work, we still want more thing to solve, and that is what happens if I'm using a wrong ID movie, an ID that doesn't exist. Okay, I'm seeing this, which is not really good, and also probably I'm having a console error at some point. Okay, it couldn't read the properties of that movie, so. To solve the problem, we need a way to show like a nice error message to the user. So to do that, in case you're following along with the material, we are on E5, error messages. So we need to go to the index.html, and actually somewhere here, for example, after the main, we're going to create a dialog element and call it alert modal or alert dialog. I'm not sure if you have ever used dialog before. So this is not a web component. It has no dash, no hyphen. So it's actually from the browser. Okay. And inside here, for example, I will just say error and a message like there was an error, something loading the page, like that, and a button. Let's say, I'm not sure if I will use a class, an on click. We need to do something with an OK. Okay. And okay, that's the HTML. We can add more things later. But now we need a way to use it, because if I save this and refresh, that dialog is not really appearing anywhere. Okay, not even if I go to the home page, it's not there. Even if it's in the HTML, it's like a template. Okay, It's waiting for you to use it later, but it's not rendering it in the DOM. We're actually in the layout, the visual layout. It's in the DOM, but not in the visual layout. So that's why we need, for example, in app.js, we can add a method that we can call from anywhere, like it can be show error, that it may receive a message and do something with it. Also, if we don't receive a message, we can set the default message, like there was an error, whatever. Also, we can add a second argument, go to home. For example, if we found an error that we can't solve, we can send the user to the home because we want to. And what to do with this? Well, I'm going to get the element by ID or query selector, it's just the same. So I will take that alert modal, that's the idea I use, and I will say show modal. Show modal. So, and because I have a message, I will take query selector. From that alert modal, the paragraph inside it. So remember that in the HTML, we have a paragraph inside this one. So I'm going to change the text of that paragraph. So I will just say text content equals to the message that we receive here as an argument. Okay? Makes sense? And then if you want to go to home, we know how to go to home. App router go / Okay? And we have show error. We should have a hide or a close that will just close the modal. So instead of show modal, we also have a close modal, like so, that we can call from the OK button. Okay? This is a browser API as well. So you can see no libraries, no dependencies. So now I can go to my index.html and I can fill this with app close error. Okay, pretty simple. It's not really a big deal. So that means that now, if we are going to movie details page, we are trying to get a movie and we have an error. Okay. So if the movie does not exist, or if we have any error, here we have an alert. Actually, we're not seeing the alert. We should see why. But actually, here, we can try to show the error message. And also, we can see the error message because it's global. We can actually see it from the console. So app, and we can, remember, app has the router. I need to refresh the app. Okay, there we are. App dot, and you can see that we have now, oops, like there, show error as an option. So app show error with no arguments looks like this. Okay, nice. I mean, this one is not working, it's not closing, so we'll see why. We have a bug there. When I'm trying to close modal is not a function. Okay, we'll see why. Oh, because it's close, not close modal. My bad. So app.js, it's just close. Like that. Okay, let's try again. So if I force an error, I see that nice message. I could change also the message, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it actually works. So now anywhere in my app, when I want to show an error message, I have that model. Of course, you can create different models with different colors, with CSS, showing you different stuff. There is no need to install a library or something, and everything is modal, which means if you try to click, like here, it's not clickable, so it's not working. It's actually a modal window. Does it make sense?
You add, are you defining the modal window somewhere explicitly?
No, this is part of the browser, so it's part of the HTML spec, the modern HTML spec. So
Yeah, you had a close modal method I think you were calling.
This one you say, or?
Model.
No, I had a closed model, but it was my bad. Actually, it's called close, not closed
It's
model.
close. Oh, and then you have show modal. Okay,
Yeah.
so does that then turn in that?
Exactly. That's
Okay,
that's
okay.
that's the trick is to get the element from the DOM and then call show model. And that show model is actually part of the API from the browser that will pop up the model. And then the design is actually CSS. So if you go to style CSS and you search for alert for model, here you have the CSS to make the background color like this with the border, and you can set the backdrop. It is a pseudo element. It's double colon. That's a pseudo element where I'm sending the blur effect that you see there over the backdrop. Okay? That's all.
Does escape work too to close the modal?
Nope. So let's see. So the question is if I use my keyboard and press escape. Okay. Well, first I need to focus there.
But we could.
Look, again, if I have the focus on there and not on the console, if I press escape, it goes back.
Nice.
Yeah. By default, modals. To be honest, that depends on the browser, but I think that most of browsers at this point they are using the escape key. And if not, you can read the key press, and do it yourself. Okay? Cool. Any other question?
The styling, the blur, and all of that, that comes from the CSS, right?
That's CSS. That's pure CSS. So actually it's a filter. You can see it here, backdrop filter. Or you can play with this and do it less, more. You can play with those values, change the background, make it more red, wherever, and see how it looks like.
Cool.
So the greater the value, the greater the lure effect that you will see. Okay, so you can play with that until you're happy with the results. That's just 2 lines of CSS, that's all. Okay, when the framework, yeah, you have this dependency, that dependency has dependency on another 20 dependencies, and then some images that now you need to ship, and blah, blah, blah. Well, you can make it, yeah, if you want to customize it a lot, you will need a lot of CSS, but yeah, you can do it, okay? Well, we are getting that into a next section. That is going to be the search, okay? So if I do something here, if I'm searching for movies, okay, I want to search for Superman, and I want this to go to movies/Superman, or actually we can make a query, okay? In this case, they're going to switch ideas. So instead of using the URL /movies/Superman, I'm going to send an argument like this. Okay? What is known as a query string or a search. Okay? Which is better for this. And also I can add later more arguments there. So to do that, well, first we need the route. Actually, I think we do have that route. It's this one, movies. And we have a movie page. Okay? Right now, if I'm trying to do this first, it's important to decide if we want or not the last /, because it's not going to be the same, with or without /. Okay, so now it's without /, and I'm seeing nothing, not page not found. That's because my web component is empty. Okay. Also, I should come back to this input form and try to see how that works. Let's go and see that. So if I go to the HTML, I have here a form with a search, and form is calling app.search. So let's go to app and search. Now it's preventing default, getting the value, and it has a to-do. Now it's time to fill that to-do, or to replace it. And we will just talk to the router. So app.router go, and we will go to movies, !q equals, and q. Why q? As I mentioned before, it's like a standard practice for the query to have that q value. But if you want to use query or search or keywords, so it's fine. So that means now that if I'm typing something here, Batman, and pressing enter, you can see in the URL it works. Okay, so I can go and type anything here. Oops. Are we good? Yeah, something happened with the screen. So I was still.
I was looking down at. Oh,
Okay,
there's
yeah.
it. It's on the stream, so do a little tech break quick. A little 5-minute
Okay,
tech
let's
break.
wait. 5. Yep. Yeah, it's back. I know.